Chapter 1. Bijou, otherwise known as tailed beasts. They are 9 titanic beasts given consciousness. They have so much chakra that we simply call them Chakura no Bakemono. Chakra monsters. These huge beasts possess red-colored chakra. Not to mention the ability to scare the shit out anyone with their killer intent, KI. With all these qualities, it has made humans fear them for their strength, hate them for their appearance, and seek after them because of their chakra, and the bragging rights of beating a bijou. But what happens when a beast with a conscious mind and a nasty bite is threatened and backed against a wall? They attack viciously, that's what. The problem with this response is that mankind is notorious for his stupidity, especially when it comes to understanding that he can't get away with oppression. As such, the stories of the demons from hell began. All because they stood up for themselves. They were treated like outcasts. Senseless demons that needed to be controlled and ruled by man. The bijous naturally started to hate man. However, the Kyubi was the last to wish for man's demise. He really did not care for mankind in any way. He just enjoyed being left alone, and of course watching them try to capture or beat him was amusing. All he had to do was growl and shoot them a dose of his Ki, and they immediately left him alone. The best part was that some of them run away screaming like a little girl. That was always funny. Well, that was until Madara showed up and used him as weapon, and the first Hokage shared him and his brothers and sisters like inanimate objects. And the straw that broke the camel's back was being sealed in a human and treated as a mass weapon of destruction by not 1 but 2 people. And after being used again by Madara, whom he did not even know was still alive, to fight a battle he didn't start nor care about. He was sealed again. The legendary beast had decided that aside from his father, mankind will never win his trust ever again. Well, that was until Konoha, 5 years after the Kyubi's attack. It was dark. That's the first thing Naruto noticed when he opened his eyes. Where am I? Thought the young blonde, who was trying to remember how he got here. My head, noticing the surroundings around him. There was a pool of water at his feet, and the place was badly lit, not to mention the pipes in the ceiling. It definitely looked similar. How did I end up in a sewer? Oh! Flashback. It was a chilly October afternoon, and the whole village was in a festive mood because today was the day that they remembered all the brave people that had fought to defend them 5 years ago. It was a bittersweet celebration for those who had lost loved ones on this day, because while it gave them a chance to honor their lost ones, it was also a strong reminder of the fact that they were dead and they were never coming back. And the reason for this was walking around the village. Naruto hated October 10th with a passion. He did not know when he started to realize how the villagers treated him. Maybe he always knew, but as far back as he could remember, the people always treated him like he was some kind of disease that they could not get rid of. And boy, have they tried to get rid of him. He noticed it in the orphanage first. The caregivers were always stricter with him than the other kids. The first indication that led to that realization was that while he did all the chores in the orphanage, for some reason he was served last. Throw in the fact that his plate was far smaller than the other kids, and even a dummy would know something is up. Being naive, he bought their explanation. The village is under repairs and the orphanage did not have enough food to go around. But that all changed the day he sneaked into the storeroom and saw just how much food they had in store. It was still manageable, at least he was fed and he got to play with his toys and stuff. Also, the head caregiver liked him and used to read him bedtime stories. She was also the one who taught him how to read and write. Even though he was a slow learner, she was patient with him. The kids in the orphanage didn't all like him, but still he did have some friends, so despite the fact that he was not being fed properly, he still liked it there. Well, that was until he turned 4 and the head caregiver left to go to the capital to attend to some business on the council's authority. In that same year, his friends got adopted by families and left as well, but it was okay too, because that was also the year that he met the Sandaime Hokage, who took him to Ikaraku's for his first ramen. That was a glorious day for the young blonde. Naruto ate so much ramen that day that he thought his stomach would explode, but another reason why he really liked the place was because of Tucci and Ayam. They were so nice to him. They reminded him of his caregiver who read him bedtime stories, and so despite the fact that his life in the orphanage was slowly taking a turn for the worst, he had his Gigi and Ikaraku's to look forward to, not to mention the ramen, so life was good. It took a bad turn earlier this year when he came back from spending a day at Ikaraku's. Gigi had told Tucci to allow him to eat as much as he wants and send the bill to him. So after spending some time in his favorite food spot and making the Sandaime question if he was in a kimchi, he came to the orphanage only to see his stuff outside. Confused, he picked them up and entered the orphanage to ask what was going on, only to have them kick him out, literally telling him that he was no longer welcome there. A week later, Gigi got him his apartment and he was once again happy. I mean, how many 4-year-olds had an apartment all to themselves? He had not met any, but the happiness was short-lived because the place quickly became too lonely for him. That was when he fully understood that the villagers hated him. They told their kids to never play with him and rewarded them for picking on him. Ikaraku's became his permanent spot this time. It was not just for the food, but also because of the company. He also had his Gigi with him, so despite the fact that he was miserable and hurt that nobody liked him, he knew that there were 3 people that he could always count on no matter what. Then there is the issue of October 10th. Even when he was in the orphanage, October 10th was not a good day for him. He used to think that it was because it was his birthday, but over time he learned that they did not want him to be happy at all on that day. Thankfully, so far he had not been touched. The villagers had always ignored him completely, like he did not matter, so that was not new. But as he was walking to Ikaraku's for lunch, he felt like a rabbit passing through lion territory. He could practically feel them killing him slowly with their eyes as he walked, so he jogged and almost ran to Ikaraku's, and the entire time that he was there with his surrogate family, he could feel their ki at the back of his mind, and he was honestly very scared. When he left around 9 p.m. in the night, he noticed that everyone was busy, so he decided to think and try to imagine why he was treated the way that he was. Because nobody in the whole village, as far he knew, was treated like this. That thought brought to something that he thought of all the time: who his parents are. If they loved him, did they hate him just like the villagers did? Or did they do something before they died that was so terrible that he was suffering for now? Gigi had told him the day before that his parents died in the Kyuubi's attack 5 years ago. But aside from that, he didn't tell him anything else. That was also partially why he came to the festivals as much as he could, to learn more about the Kyuubi attack. Otherwise he would have rather just stayed at home, but he wanted to see if Tucci knew anything about his parents. Unfortunately, he did not. His train of thought on this was simple: since he was recognized so easily, then maybe his parents were popular too. As he was deep in thought, he did not notice where he was going and ended up knocking a cart over, pissing the owner off. "You damn brat, killing us was not enough, huh?" The shouting attracted a crowd. A very drunk and vengeful crowd, but that would have been okay if they just settled on glaring at him while he escaped, but somehow his movement angered them and one of them lunged at him as if to grab him, but he slipped under his arm and going in between his legs he ran away before they attacked him. He did not like the looks on their faces, and boy was he right, because the second he took off they chased after him, screaming demon the whole way through. A name that he had been called a lot of times. That, of course, was when fate decided to be extra bitchy and allowed them to corner him in an alley. Despite his pleading, they pounced on him. Flashback end. "So they threw me into a sewer, huh?" The 5-year-old had not really let his terrible life affect his mood, because he didn't still believe that this was happening to him. He had always thought it would end soon, like a nightmare he would soon wake up from, probably when he found his parents, but it hasn't. So all the bottled-up emotions inside of him busted forth when he realized that it wasn't a dream but his real life. And the little boy broke down and wept. It was in the middle of his breakdown that he heard something. "Naruto. Who is that?" After hearing his name again, he decided to venture into the sewer to find who was calling his name. So wiping his eyes, he started to follow the sound of the voice calling his name. That sounds so creepy to Bayo. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan is one of the 4 noble clans in Konohagakure no Sato and is reputed to be the most powerful clan in the village, producing shinobi that are exceptionally talented and battle-oriented, especially those in possession of the Sharingan. The famed bloodline limit that allows its user to read lips, predict the movement of their opponents, copy jutsu, and enhance genjutsu techniques. With all these strengths plus a drive to succeed no matter what, the Uchiha clan is rivaled by almost no one in respect and honor except the Senju clan. Well, that was until the Kyuubi struck and the villagers remembered that Uchiha Madara had at one time controlled the beast and used him for his own gain. The clan wasn't exactly loved by society, because even before the Kyuubi struck, the clan wasn't exactly people-oriented. The clan can be described as a clan of dicks, jerks, and assholes. In fact, the only clan that is worse than them emotionally is the Hyuga clan, who are just total pricks, although there is a debate as to whether they are closet perverts or not. But back to the Uchiha clan. Since their ejection from society, the clan has seen it fit to take every opportunity to prove that they are the best in the village. And there was one person who felt just what the clan will do to prove their superiority. Uchiha Itachi, the 10-year-old prodigy with a mind that can rival most jounin, knew that the clan was so focused on proving that they are the best that they forget that they are part of the village. They can't just expect everyone to bow to their every whim. And as far as he was concerned, if he was the best the clan has to offer just because he believes in hard work and the will of fire, then what does that say about them? Itachi sighed as he made his way to a part of the Naraka River where he trains in seclusion. Nobody in his clan knows where it is, so it is always empty. So who is crying then? The first shocker was nobody in his clan believed in showing emotions, considering them to be a sign of weakness, so there was no way it was a member of his clan. So the question is, who is it? The answer was a girl Itachi's age with purple hair tied in a pineapple style. Sensing someone behind her, Anko turned around to yell at the stupid villager who was probably here to give her crap just because she was Orochimaru's apprentice. What do you want? But it wasn't a villager. It was that prodigy everyone was talking about, Itari or something. She didn't like the way he was looking at her, like she was beneath him or something. So what do you say to a girl who's being crying? What are staring at, you think just because you're a prodigy you're better than me? Huh? Is that it? Huh? What? I thought she was crying, so why is she angry all of a sudden? It's not my fault I had an asshole for a sensei. It's not my fault. That's where things got really confusing for Itachi. Why, you ask? Simple. Anko started attacking him with everything she could reach. Kunai, shuriken, sunbon needle, fist, leg, stone, and hairpin. And that wasn't even the weirdest part. The weirdest was that she still had tears running down her face while looking like she wanted to rip him to shreds, and he hadn't said 2 words to her. Literally. 2 hours later, Itachi had successfully dodged and evaded everything Anko had thrown, and he definitely didn't need to train again, because if not for his Sharingan and very quick reflexes, he would probably be in the ICU by now, because damn, that girl has got wicked aim. Anko, however, couldn't believe it. Nothing she threw worked. Nothing. Was that why Orochimaru discarded her? Because she was so worthless she couldn't even beat a boy her own age. Looking up, Anko noticed the utterly confused expression on Itachi's face. And dare she say it, it was hilarious. I mean, how many times do you see an Uchiha confused and so perplexed he can't even get the patented Uchiha cold gaze? Itachi was officially wigged out. First she's crying, then she gets angry and wants to kill me, and when she couldn't she goes back to crying, and now she's laughing? I wonder if this is why most books describe women as incredibly confusing people. You're not very socially experienced, are you? No. Both the answer and the face he was making was seriously funny, like a confused weasel. It seems I found a new play toy. I'm Anko. Itachi. Well, I'll see you around, Itachi. With that she got up, winked at him, and left. 5 minutes later Itachi was still asking himself, what the hell just happened? Meanwhile, in Naruto's mindscape, our young blonde was going into shock. He had followed the voice until he got to what looked like a bright ball of bluish energy, which knocked him out when he touched it. I mean, wouldn't you have touched it? When he woke up, he found 2 people next to him. Uzumaki Kushina, an ANBU captain, and Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. But the real shocker was what they told him. You're my what? Sochi, we're your parents. Flashback. Ugh, why did I touch that ball? Thought Naruto, whose eyes were still adjusting. When they came into focus, however, he was shocked to see 2 people standing in front of him. The first one was so cool looking too. Blonde hair, sharp blue eyes, and an awesome coat over a ninja uniform. Naruto suddenly wished he looked so cool. The second one was so pretty and badass. Wavy red hair, dressed in an ANBU uniform. He knew about the ANBU since they followed the old man everywhere. That was also when he noticed that they were all in a whitish environment. So am I dead? Asked Naruto. Of course not, Tebane. Naruto was surprised. Someone else had his verbal tick. The kids at the orphanage always teased him for it. Hey, I say that, Tebeo, said Naruto. So who are you people? Well, Naruchan, you see, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, and that is Namikaze Minato, said Kushina. Naruto gaped. Hey, that's my last name, and wait a minute. Namikaze Minato is the yandame's name. Gigi told me that Tabeo, so how are you him? Well, that is a long story, Naruto. Naruto finally remembered one more detail about the Yandame Hokage. He is dead. This, of course, could only mean one thing. Ghost! Screamed Naruto. Minato deadpanned. Watching your son run in fear from you because he believed you to be a ghost was certainly something. Kushina, however, was having a good time laughing at Minato. But they needed to calm him down so that they could talk. Naruto, could you come here, please? Asked Minato. No way, and you can't make me Tabeo, said Naruto, who was still trying to find somewhere to hide. Minato's eye twitched once until an Oni mask grew behind him. Get over here now. And they say I'm scary, thought Kushina. Minato-kun may not get mad often, but heaven help the poor guy who makes him angry. Naruto sat down fast after seeing that. He was still scared, but something told him that this was the same place to be. Besides, ghosts are supposed to be ugly, and they weren't, so maybe they were good ghosts. But he was still scared, though. Now he was seated. Minato and Kushina had to find a way to tell Naruto the truth about them. Kushina, of course, believed that the direct approach was the best way. Just rip the bandage off and take it from there. While Minato would have wanted to be gentler, his wife had a point. So here goes nothing. Naruto, we are your parents. Cricket chirps. Cricket chirps. Naruto first thought that they were joking, but when the punchline did not follow, his brain rebooted. Then began the incredible love story that would have registered a lot better if it was not coming out of the mouths of his dead parents. One of whom was the yandame. Flashback end. So I'm not dead? You haven't been listening to anything we've been saying, have you? Asked Kushina. Minato just smirked. Remind you of anyone? Kushina smiled sweetly to her husband. Would you mind repeating that, dear? Minato shook his head fearfully. I thought so. Naruto's head was still spinning, even when his mom, explained what really happened during the Kyuubi's attack. I mean, zombie Uchihas, Jinchurikis, death gods, a giant nine-tailed beast in my gut, my parents being a dead ANBU captain, and the yandame toad seal keys? Naturally, Naruto responded to all this information in a typical Naruto fashion. Oh yeah, I'm awesome, baby. Yep, just like his mother, thought Minato. Kushina decided to calm her hyperactive son down so that they could spend some time together before chakra runs out. And that wasn't easy, but she did, with the promise of hearing some awesome stories. 3 hours later. Naruto was having so much fun with his family. Family, now that wasn't a word he thought he would ever use in a positive light. In a span of a few hours, his birthday had gone from one of the worst days of his life to one of the most unbelievable. First he got chased and beat up by villagers on his birthday, then he somehow woke up in a sewer, which was creepy by the way. Next he got knocked out by a bright ball of energy, which, as he heard from his parents, was his central chakra core. This brings him to the real kicker of the day, his parents. For someone that has been despised for so long by people whom he had known all his life, finding out that his parents loved him and cared about him was the second best part of today. The first was finding out that he is the son of the Yandame Hokage and an ANBU captain. How badass is that? Although he was a little downcast about them being dead, but I guess he couldn't have everything. But all good things come at a price, because aside from his parents being dead, he also has a bijou stuck in his gut, which puts him at the bottom of Konoha's social list, far below the dirt they walk on. Because unlike his mother and Mito-sama, the villagers are acutely aware of just what kind of damage the Kyuubi can inflict. This is especially after the citizens of the village witnessed the greatest death toll in history. But if there was one thing he had learned, it was to never give up, no matter what. And now he had 2 goals to achieve: become Hokage and destroy his mom's prank record. Oh yeah, that's going to be so much fun. The citizens of Konoha all shivered in their sleep. However, there was something he wanted to find out. But how do I convince them to let me do it? You are not paying attention to us at all, are you, Sochi? Yeah, Dad, of course. Really, so what was the warning I gave to you just now? Oh. Minato just smiled. He has the same attention span as his mother. Knowing what her husband was thinking, Kushina giggled, remembering a time when she was just as bad when it came to paying attention to anything Kami. She drove her sensei up the wall with that attitude, but it was fun though. Your father was saying that you shouldn't tell anyone who your parents are yet, at least until you can protect yourself. Your father and I made a lot of enemies, and if they find out that we had a defenseless son together, they wouldn't hesitate to kill you or use you for their own gain. I hear you, Mom, but can I ask for something, please? Still not fully paying attention, they decided to leave it for now. Sure. Go ahead, Naruto-chan. Can I see the Kyuubi? Now that wasn't what Minato was expecting at all. Sochi, I don't think that's such a good. Yes, you can. What? Asked a very surprised Minato. You want to take our 5-year-old son to talk to the Kyuubi? Seriously, I know she can be impulsive at times, but what kind of reason would she have for doing that? Yes, Minato. Our chakra is fading, and sooner or later, he's going to see him. At least this way we can be there for their first meeting. Please, Tuchan, I just need to confirm something. Fine, Minato sighed. Like I have a choice. I'm so going to regret this. Alright, Naruto-chan, let's go. And the next thing he knew, he was back in the sewer and his mum was leading them deeper into it. Drip. 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 The Kyuubi no Yoko was slowly going insane. Why, you ask? Simple, he had been hearing that same annoying dripping sound over and over again, and for someone with his hearing ability, it was the worst kind of torture. Evidence of this fact was that the giant menacing fox was currently banging his head against the bars of his cage, to either get out of this seal to destroy that damn leaking pipe or knock himself out, whichever came first. Kami-sama, I preferred it in Kushina's cage. Hell, I'd take being controlled by Madara to this. At least then I can destroy something. By now the bijou had stopped banging his head against the cage and just sat on the floor with his eye twitching madly. This was the scene that Naruto and his parents found the great beast in. Ka-chan, is that normal? Kushina was just as confused as her son. No, Sochi, at least as far as I know. Do you think we should maybe leave him alone and come back later, maybe in a few years? Asked Minato, hoping that they could leave cause the Kyuubi seemed especially pissed today. Unfortunately, the Kyuubi noticed he had visitors. Finally, you jailer. Yes, Kyuubi-san. Fix that damn leaking pipe now before I go crazy and decide to use you as an earbud. Ka-chan, you said that this place is my mindscape, right? Does that mean I can change it if I want? Well, I don't know, Sochi. Listen, Ninjen, I don't care what the place looks like. Just fix the twice-damned pipe. Knowing that his tenant was getting agitated, Naruto decided to change the mindscape. Who knows, he might become less hostile if he has a better living condition. So what kind of landscape should it be? After thinking about it, he decided to use the field he used to hide in when the caregivers got too strict or harsh, and threw in some great features too. So focusing really hard on what he wanted, Naruto started to slowly changing the mindscape. The first thing that went was the water, then the pipes, thank Kami-sama, and then the roof. And slowly grass started to grow, followed by trees, mountains in the distance, a large ocean and a faint blue sky. And to top it all up, the cage holding the Kyuubi exploded. Instead, the seal was now on a bracelet on the bijou's right hand. Whoa, Sochi. This is amazing. Yeah, I love it, but why did you replace the cage with a bracelet? It was there for a reason, you know? I know, Dad, but the Kyuubi is already stuck, and he can't harm me thanks to the seal, so I didn't see any point keeping him in a cage. Naruto then turned to the Kyuubi. So what do you think, Kyuubi-san? Did I do good? That depends on why you did all this, Ninjen, and know that if you lie, I'll know. Oh, that's easy. I figured since we are stuck together, we might as well get along. It'll make this whole situation easier to deal with. You're not lying. Very well then, Kit, I accept. Now leave, I need to sleep. You got it, Kyuubi-san. Turning to his parents, he said, See, that wasn't so bad. Minato shook his head and smiled. Only you, Sochi. Only you. Kushina simply laughed, at least until her body started fading. Sochi, our chakra is almost up. What? Your mother's right, Naruto, we have to go now. But... Kushina simply knelt down and hugged her son, crying with him. No matter what happens, know that your father and I love you, and no matter how tough life gets, never give up, okay? Listen to your mum, son. No matter how the villagers treat you, you're a hero and our son, and we're very proud of you." Wiping the tears from his eyes, Naruto said goodbye to his parents. "I promise Tuchan Kachan, I'll get them to see the real me, and I promise I'll be Hokage someday just like you, Tuchan." Kushina, however, being Kushina, decided to give some last-minute advice to a son. "Make sure you find a nice girl with a lot of backbone, Naruchan. I want grandkids." "Mom." His parents' laughter was the last thing he heard. "Geez, why would she say that? I'm 5 for heaven's sake. Now how do I get out of here? Maybe if I concentrate hard enough," and it worked. After he left, the Kyuubi, who didn't fall asleep, replayed everything that happened. His only comment was, "Weird." Konoha's hospital. In the history of Konohagakure no Sato, one person was recognized for his outstanding mental prowess and his strength of character and will. He is the student, predecessor, and sensei of 6 S-rank ninjas, known and feared in the elemental nations. He is known worldwide as the Professor, the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is loved for his grandfatherly nature, respected for his wisdom and intelligence, and feared for his resilience and jutsu prowess. But at the moment, staring at the sleeping form of his surrogate grandson after he had been found in an alley earlier this morning, beaten and bloodied on what should be the happiest day of his young life, the legendary Kage felt useless, drained, and very, very old. "Minato, I wonder what you think of the village you gave your life for. Would you still love it? Would you still treat me with the same respect you always did when you find out that I couldn't take care of your son?" People look at the position of Hokage and see a knight in shining armor alongside the humor of watching him struggle with the headache of paperwork. But that was simply a front. The life of a Kage was filled with underground plots, black plots, assassinations, lies, deceit, cover-ups, and the worst thing about it was the need to keep all that and more from the public eye while promoting and maintaining the humane image of Konoha. Secrets, so many secrets, it truly was lonely at the top, and after everything he had been through, 2 wars, he was ready to give in and retire. But after Minato died, he had to take over the position of Hokage again. And there couldn't have been a worse time for that to happen. He had to take care of the whole aftershock of the Kyuubi's attack. Bury the bodies, including his wife, boost the villagers' morale to rebuild their village, reorganize the shinobi into workable units to prevent other villages, especially IWA, from finding any reason to attack them, and finally making sure that certain people didn't take advantage of the emptiness in the chain of command in any sector of the village. And after 5 years of sleepless nights, the village was still far from fixed. If anything, it was simply bandaged badly, just waiting for the right moment to burst wide open. "I'm way too old for this shit. The problem is who in the world is going to take over. Kakashi is not interested. Tsunade hates the village. Jiraiya is too valuable outside the village, and Orochimaru is a missing nin. If only there was someone like Minato I could simply hand it over to them. If I play this right, it'll be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Save Konoha and keep my promise to Minato." While the old Hokage was plotting, Naruto was coming to. "Where am I?" Opening his eyes, Naruto saw white. But when his eyes became focused, he noticed the white walls and environment. It became obvious that he was in a hospital. He also noticed that all his wounds were healed. Whoa. Sensing there was someone with him, he turned to see his Gigi with him. "Hey Gigi, what's up?" Pulled out from his thoughts, the Sandaime noticed that the young boy was awake, and he also noticed something else. His eyes looked different. Far more at peace with himself and determined. "It seems I've missed a lot, but if my plans work out, I won't miss out on much of his life anymore." "Are you okay, Gigi? You seem a little quiet." "I'm okay, Naruto. So how are you feeling now?" "I feel okay, Gigi. I have something to tell you though." After getting an affirmative answer, Naruto then proceeded to tell the Hokage everything that happened in his mindscape, knowing full well that he could trust his Gigi not to tell anyone. "That was quite the tale, Naruto. Quite the tale indeed. Well, since you're feeling better, I'll leave you alone. There are some things that I need to do, like find someone who could raise and prepare you for your very hard future as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and Minato's son. I'll be right back. I have a feeling this is going to be a long conversation." Naruto felt that that was a weird conversation. Maybe all old people are like that. Hokage office. "You sent for me, Sandaime-sama?" Looking up from his mountain of paperwork, Hiruzen noticed his young ANBU captain Hatake Kakashi. Now this conversation would have been something the old Hokage was looking forward to, if not for how Kakashi took the death of his sensei and his team altogether. This was about finding a suitable caretaker for Naruto, someone who could feed, protect, advise, and train the young Namikes. However, like all plans, this one has a massive flaw. Kakashi blames Naruto for every bad thing that has ever happened to him and hates that the bane of his existence resembles his sensei and carries his surrogate mother's last name. He doesn't know that Naruto is Minato and Kushina's son and the last known living legacy of both their clans, seeing as the Hokage didn't deem Kakashi mentally or emotionally fit to know that particular piece of information. That was the main reason he allowed him to join the ANBU in the first place. Not because he was a prodigy, but because the Sandaime hoped that a few years in the Black Ops would help him come out of his funk. But while he is one of the most promising shinobi in the system, the young Hatake had become far more cold-hearted and logical than before Obito and Rin joined him and Minato on Team 7. The only good thing about the new Kakashi was that on all the missions he had been on, no matter how hard, he never left a man behind and at the same time completed the mission successfully. This was a problem in and of itself because one of these days he will fail to either bring his whole team alive or complete the mission successfully, and he may never recover from the emotional breakdown he will have. I just wish this arrangement works out for Naruto and dear Kami. I wish this will also do good to Kakashi, especially if Naruto inherited his father's heart. Well, there's no sense in waiting anymore, and if he refuses, I could always order him to do it. Have a seat, Kakashi. There's something I wish to talk to you about. Kakashi's mind was racing, trying to figure out what the Sandaime wanted to discuss and how he should respond to it. He, after all, didn't expect to be summoned to the Sandaime's office a day after the Kyuubi's festival. He always spent the week of the Kyuubi's attack doing two things: talking to his loved ones at the memorial stone and training to make sure he didn't lose anyone else. I hope this isn't about my mental state, 'cause I'm not going for any stupid therapy, and I sure as hell don't have any time to waste talking to anybody who doesn't know anything about what I'm going through. The Sandaime sensed where Kakashi's mind was going to. After all, while he allowed him to join the Black Ops group, he had had a lot of talks with him about seeing a therapist or at least talk to his friends. He couldn't count the number of times he had to tell Guy that Kakashi was busy on missions when the eccentric Jounin came looking for his rival. Relax, Kakashi, this has nothing to do with that. Then what is this about Hokage-sama? Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi got ready to upset the young ANBU captain, and if his information is correct, a whole lot more people. Kakashi, right now you are one the most suited for a particular long-term S-rank mission that I need taken care of. It involves a high level of secrecy and caution. There is a very important asset that I need protected. May I ask of the details of this mission, Hokage-sama? And please tell me I won't have to be in physical contact with this child. And here comes the hard part. Actually, Kakashi, you and your team will have to be within physical contact of, and yes, you assumed correctly, the child. Hokage-sama. While it sounds like a request, it isn't, Kakashi. This child must be taken care of, loved, protected. Basically, Kakashi, I want you and your team to adopt him and treat him as your own. Now, Kakashi didn't like this whole arrangement one little bit. First of all, he joined the ANBU to get away from attachments, and second of all, he didn't have a childhood, being the son of the White Fang and in war, so now he's being told that he had to take care of some important child. Hokage-sama, I don't think I'm the best man for the job. What am I supposed to do with a child? His argument pleased the old Hokage a lot. You're already changing him, and you're not even here yet. I haven't seen Kakashi argue anything so emotionally in a long time. Usually he simply accepts it with a blank look. Perhaps this wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Well, I do believe that everybody asks that very same question when faced with predicaments like this, and I know from experience that the best way to raise a child is always learnt while trying to do just that. That's not logical at all, Hokage-sama. That's the beauty of taking care of a child, Kakashi. There's nothing logical about it. It all balances on something that until just recently I had thought you lost. Heart. Great, more talk about my emotions and mental state. This is getting ridiculous. Fine, so would I still be given other missions? Kami knows if all I have to do from now is guard a child, I'll either go mad or leave the village. Of course I can't have my best NBU squad getting soft, now can I? The The Sandaime knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg. When Kakashi finds out exactly who he is going to be protecting, all hell will break loose. Finding out that the person he despises the most is going to be his responsibility will not sit well at all with young man. But if there's one thing he had learnt from life, it was that things must first get worse before they can get better. Uzumaki Mito once told him, "Everything you go through in life has a reason behind it, a lesson to learn, an experience to pass on, something to add to wisdom, a test. But even though you feel like you haven't learned anything, learn this, in all things be patient." This was what she told him when he was saddled with the responsibility of being Hokage right after his sensei gave his life for him. And he had a feeling that after the hard times are past, Naruto will be the best thing for Kakashi and vice versa. "So when do I get to meet this mystery kid?" "Soon. I just need you to sign his adoption paper, which will keep him from shrinking his duties. Then I'll inform the council about the development, and then when it is all settled I'll take you to him." "He must be pretty important for you to inform the council about him." "Yes, he is, and Kakashi, there is a reason this is such a high-profile mission. Once you sign the adoption paper you'll have 50% authority over the child while I'll retain the other 50%. But there are some people on the council who would do anything to ensure that they have complete control over him. You must protect him at all costs. Thankfully most of the damage from the Kyuubi's attack has been taken care of, and therefore I will have time to protect you from anyone who tries to harm you in any way." "I understand, Hokage-sama." "Good, here, sign these." When the documents were signed, the Sandaime instructed Kakashi to go and inform his team of the new mission and resume to his office first thing in the morning to find out exactly who they will be guarding. While he waited for the council to assemble, "Dear Kami-sama, grant me the strength not to kill all of them," looking out of his window to the first Hokage's head. He thought, "Of all the ideas and decisions you made, forming a village council was your worst one. Kami, if Kushina was made Hokage, instead of the calm, understanding Minato, she would have eliminated the entire village council her first month in office." The thought of how that meeting would have gone amused Sarutobi to no end. "Hokage-sama, the council decided to convene tomorrow." "I see, very well then, thank you." The next day. Konoha Hospital. "You have a broken rib, dislocated wrist, and a mild concussion," said the doctor with a very cold voice, almost as if wishing the list was longer. "Could you show just a tiny bit of concern for my friend who got attacked? Your friend is fine, and quite frankly she should leave. She's taking up bed space for other more important cases." "Like whom, you stupid son of?" "Let it go, Nai-chan, thanks doc." "Whatever, just hurry up and leave before I call security." "Mitarashi," said the doctor with disdain before leaving. Kurenai wasn't pleased one little bit. Her friend had been attacked by a Chunin who was trying to avenge his sibling who had died as a result of the cursed seal of heaven, thinking that Anko was somehow responsible for it. Thankfully she got there before any serious damage was inflicted on her. "You should have let me show that asshole exactly who he's messing with." To what end? He'd simply inform his friends that the snake whore has corrupted one of the citizens of the village into being her loyal subject. Anko. The best thing to do is just ignore them. Sides with everything that has gone wrong in my life, maybe I deserve it. That comment earned her a slap from a furious Kurenai. "How dare you, the mark on your neck alone proves just how strong you are. Out of 10 people you survived. And not only that, you train, eat, and operate like a normal person despite having an unstable chakra pocket in your neck. How many people can do that, huh? I will not let you give up on yourself just because of the opinion of people who can't handle you." Anko was pretty much in shock. She had never seen her friend like this. But come to think of it, what the hell is wrong with her anyway? Since when did she start allowing the opinion of anyone define who she is? I mean, yeah, the person she loved and looked up to the most wounded her, erased her memory, reduced her age to that of a 10-year-old and abandoned her, but she could sit here and feel sorry for herself, or she could show the bastard exactly what happens when you mess with fire. "Thanks, Nai-chan. I needed that." "No problem. What are friends for? Now would you tell me about what happened the other day, or do I have to force it out of you?" "I don't know what you're talking about, Nai-chan," said Anko innocently. "Oh, don't play dumb with me, Ko-chan. You know exactly what I'm talking, but if you need me to refresh your memory, fine. Yesterday you were distraught because of the way the villagers had treated you. I remember you running off into the woods sad and depressed. Then the next time I saw you, not only were you not sad anymore, you were smiling, quite happily in fact, and any time I ask what happened you get the knowing smirk on your face, like right now for instance. And wasn't that the truth? 'Cause Anko was indeed smirking as she remembered her personal play toy. You met someone, didn't you? Maybe, Anko sang with a fox-like grin on her face. Well, spit it out, you little witch, the suspense is killing me. Who did you meet? Trust me, Nai-chan, if I tell who I met and what happened, suspense won't be the thing killing you, it'll be laughter. Tell me. And with a wide grin, Anko told her best friend everything that happened that day. Kurenai couldn't breathe. After hearing all her BFF had to say, she remained silent for about 2 seconds before she fell on the ground laughing her ass off. I can't believe this. Ha 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 ha, dear Cammy, my ribs. Anko also joined her friend, but she could only giggle, cracked rib and all. Man, I can't imagine the look on those stuck-up fools if they ever hear about this. Anko then started imagining a red-faced Uchiha clan elder trying to explain in the trademark Uchiha tone of superiority why their most promising clan member. Their heir couldn't handle a 10-year-old girl. It was hilarious. After a few minutes had passed, Kurenai managed to compose herself and ask something that she sensed during the conversion. You like him, don't you? Say what? Hell no way. Oh, so you wouldn't mind sharing your play toy then? Well, no. Oh, and why is that? 'Cause he's my play toy and I want to have the pleasure of driving him crazy. You say that with such a gleeful look on your face that I don't know whether to pity him or grab a popcorn every time you're with your toy. Anko simply smiles sweetly while elsewhere Itachi feels a shiver run down his spine. As a matter of fact, the moment I feel better, I'm going to track him down. I have a feeling that my aim will become a lot better by attempting to cut him into a million tiny pieces, said Anko with a sadistic grin on her face. Kurenai simply prayed that the kid is as tough as people say he is. Because while Anko is not Orochimaru, she was his favorite student, and Cammy helped the poor soul that catches her interest. Wait for me, my precious toy, I'm coming for you soon. I guess it true then, you can't live with the devil willingly without becoming a demon yourself, thought Kurenai, hoping and praying that Anko doesn't take this too far. 'Cause while it's okay to be obsessed over a thing every now and then, possessive actually, it shouldn't go over the bar because then it can become dangerous. Meanwhile, Konoha's council room. Whoever said that counting to 10 helps calm the temper must have either been drunk or stupid, 'cause it definitely isn't working for me? Thought the Sandame. This was the flow of things since he said that Naruto was going to be adopted by Hitaki Kakashi. This is an outrage. Why would you give our most powerful asset to that child? With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I wanted to adopt the child, and now you hand him to an unstable ANBU. Hokage-sama, how dare you hand that demon to an ANBU captain? What if it gets stronger and kills us all? Hokage-sama, I Fugaku Uchiha insist that the thing be returned to its rightful place. On the street. Hokage-sama, if I may be so bold as to ask if you're going senile, the weapon belongs with me. For the benefit of Konoha, that weapon must be used properly, you old fool. 3 guesses who? It was driving the old Hokage crazy. Right now he was already coming up with a cover story to explain the death of the whole council. If I call Emma, not too obvious, some of them might escape, and using weapons won't be effective enough. I could probably use a Katan Jutsu, yes, if I make a big enough one, then quickly use my speed and Kunai, I'm sure I can kill all of them. Then I'll just blame it on a seal tag that was placed here by an unknown assailant. No one would question it since Fuinjutsu is largely unknown. He was halfway through the hand signs when he noticed the whole room was not only quiet but everyone was staring at him like he had grown a second head. It appears that while he was deep in thought he was leaking Ki and it was freaking everybody out. Also apparently his hand seal movements coupled with a murderous look on his face was scaring the shit out everyone, but weirdly it was pleasing Danzo. I better get this whole situation under control before they regain their mind and start blabbing again. It's a shame though, all my problems would have been over by now. Oh well. I'm only going to say this once, so listen clearly. This council was created to advise the Hokage, so it is my choice to take your advice or to reject it, and right now I'm rejecting it. Naruto is under my protection and I choose Kakashi to watch over the boy because I felt he is the best person for the job. Maybe if you grow some sense I might tell you why. Danzo, that boy is not a weapon, and he is officially and unofficially under my protection. Touch one hair on his head, and you'll answer to me. As for you, Fugaku, keep your hands off the child. Everyone understands me? Considering he spoke with a murderous look on his face, no one could object, not out loud anyway. Good. Meeting dismissed. Later that day. How did this happen? Kakashi was stuck between screaming in indignation, asking someone pinch him or just go back to sleep and hope this nightmare is just a figment of his imagination. The ANBU captain, for all his intellect, could not fathom how the hell he got himself into this mess. The day had started off normally. He woke up at 5 a.m. from yet another nightmare. He went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, took his bath and got dressed. And then he put his team together like the Hokage requested and informed them of the way things are going to be run from now on. Then, of course, it was off to the Hokage's office to find out the name of the kid that they will be in charge of. In his mind, Kakashi was picturing a clan heir of one. The numerous clans in the elemental countries had been found and was now being raised by Konoha. He'll probably have his plate full with teachers, meetings, and so on. If this is the case, then all the team will have to do is rotate guard posts around the boys' house, giving those not on duty time to themselves. He couldn't have been more wrong. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Good morning, team. I trust you're all prepared for your assignment? Hi. Very well then, yesterday I gave Kakashi a brief rundown of the mission details, but today I feel it's best to tell you exactly what this mission will entail, so that nobody will have any wrong assumptions about what's in stock here. The Sandame asked them to sit since this might take a while. As I was saying, the child you'll be taking care of, like I'm sure you already know, is a very important asset to the village, but not a particularly liked one. As a matter of fact, most of your duties will involve protecting him from the villagers themselves. He'll be moved into a house later today where you all will be staying with him. Now, aside from being completely responsible for his day-to-day living and training, as he doesn't have anyone else, you'll also deal with him at ease, meaning no ANBU masks, no codenames, nothing, and I'll be checking in occasionally to make sure you're living up to the expectations placed on you. And as if taking care of a kid possibly 24/7 and being judged and punished if you do it wrong wasn't bad enough. The name of the child you'll be taking care of is Uzumaki Naruto. This day couldn't possibly get any worse. Unfortunately, life loves Murphy's Law. Oh, and if something happens to the boy staring at Kakashi, it's coming out of all your pays, and you will be demoted depending on what that thing is. Fuck me. There is no way I'm taking care of the beast that took everything from me. I may not be able to touch him, but I can sure as hell ignore his existence, and I know a clan that'll be willing to punish him. Yes, Hokage-sama, you may have me blocked, but I will have my revenge. I swear. Meanwhile, Kami-sama, how does this monkey get himself into messes like this? Thought the QB. This particular mess started ironically, like all mess starts, with choosing to do something that should be relatively simple. I'm hungry. That was the statement made by Naruto after being stuck in a hospital for 2 days and eating what he suspected to be poison, seeing as it always gave him a tummy ache. He decided to go out and eat. After all, his GG still hasn't returned, and besides, what's the worst that can happen? Famous last words, yeah. Flashback. Okay, all I have to do is get out of here, then go to Ikaraku's for some hot steaming ramen. Tebeo, practically drooling, he made his way to the door when a stray breeze reminded him of the fact that he only had the gown the hospital put him in as a covering for his birthday suit. Oh man, there's no way I'm going out like this. There has got to be a shirt or something in here. Unfortunately for the hungry blonde, there wasn't a clothing in sight, not even underwear. Great, now what do I do? Unless... Naruto then remembered that all the people and staff in the hospital seemed to have the same clothing, which also implies that they must come from somewhere, and that was probably also the place where they kept their patients' clothes before dressing them in these robes. So all he had to do was find that place and pick something his size. Now, while he couldn't go outside the hospital dressed like this, it won't make any difference in here. Besides, how hard can that be? Very, very hard. Naruto was hopelessly lost. While he had been in the hospital a couple of times before, he always left with his GG, and unfortunately for him, he never really paid attention to the different halls and stairs in the hospital. As a matter of fact, he used to think that they all looked alike, so there was no point paying attention to some boring white walls. Big mistake. Now what? How am I supposed to find that clothing area in here? It's not like I can just ask around. With the way people treat me, they'd probably think I want to infect their clothes or something. I have to find that place on my own. Due to the state of Naruto's mind, he wasn't paying attention to where he was going and so bumped into someone he really shouldn't have, the doctor in charge of taking care of him. "What are you doing out, you little demon? Trying to attack the poor babies in the infirmary? Did I forget to mention that he also hated Naruto? Well, he does. Sorry, gotta run. Hey, get back here. Stop that demon, he plans on killing the babies." Oh man, Naruto noticed a small opening inside one of the walls. Not entirely sure what it was, he reasoned that it would be a safe place to hide from the growing mob coming for him. "I thought hospitals were supposed to make you feel better and not inflict pain or stress on their patients quickly." He jumped into the shaft-like door and immediately noticed that it had some sort of slide that went far down. Where did he go? Check the laundry chute. What's a laundry chute? Fortunately, Naruto heard the footsteps approaching his hiding spot and decided that whatever's down there can't be worse than what's up here, and so he jumped down the chute. There's nobody there. Spread out and find him before he carries out whatever demonic plans he has. Woohoo, man, that was fun. Thank God there was a pile of clothes here to break my fall. Wait, clothes? Yes. I found the clothing area. Knew I could do it now, I just need to find something my size that shouldn't be too hard. A few minutes later. I hate this. Naruto had searched the entire room and the only thing he could find that wasn't a hospital gown, bed sheets, curtains, dirty clothes, or oversized wares was a girl's dress. A pink top and a white skirt. This day can't get any worse. On a normal day Naruto wouldn't wear this, but he was starving and there was no way he could find his way back to his room and expect to be fed. Not after being accused of trying to kill babies. And so the young Jinchuriki put on the clothes. Well, at least the worst is over now. Ichiraka, here I come. But first I need to get out here. And boy, that was easier said than done. Firstly, he had to find a pair of shoes cause there is no way he was going out barefooted. When that was done, he found a door and decided to get this embarrassment over with. Unluckily for Naruto, fate wasn't quite done being a bitch to him yet, because once he got topside, the mob was standing right in front of him. Oh man, he thought he could pass by them after all the last time they had seen him. He was in a hospital gown, not in female clothes. Where did that little demon go? Just a few feet more, then I'm free, please let me be free. Hey, that girl, her hair, it looks weird. Sweetie, hold up, why is your hair like that? In panic, Naruto turned around, causing the female nurse to gasp at the obvious whisker-like marks on his cheeks. It's the demon. Of course, acting like the fox you are. Well, you won't get away this time, demon. Get him. Today was supposed to be simple. Naruto took off using his size to get him through the obstacles the adults would have to slow down to avoid until he caught a lucky break. Thank Kami-sama, the exit. He ran like a man possessed towards the door, and he didn't stop running until he was well past it into the busy crowd. Lost them. Breathing heavily, the young blonde rested against an alley wall. When he felt better, he decided to make sure what happened before didn't happen again. I may not have enough control or practice for a full body henge, but I can manage a facial one, that way nobody will know it's me. Henge no jutsu. Thankfully, it worked well enough. Now to get to Ichiraku for a bowl of steaming ramen finally. Naruto hurriedly made his way to his favorite restaurant, passing through the alleys and parks and other to avoid drawing attention to himself. Unfortunately for him, fate and a sadistic author was not on his side today. Katara, there you are. We heard you were in the hospital. What happened? Said a blonde girl about Naruto's age wearing a purple dress. She was with two other girls, one dark-haired girl and another blonde like her, and from the looks of it, they knew who he was. Great, just what I don't need right now. Earth to Katara, did you hear what I just said? Yeah, I got released from the hospital. Are you sure you're okay, Cat? You're acting weird. Oh man, how do I get myself into these messes? Convinced there was something wrong with their friend, the group of girls decided to drag him to their spot in the playground and proceed to ask a whole bunch of questions that he didn't even know how to answer, and it caused them to be even more suspicious. On a normal day, being in the middle of a group of kids his age would have been the best thing that has ever happened to him, but today he was hungry, tired and stressed out, and frankly this interview was starting to annoy him. You're not even paying attention to us, Cat. Did something happen? 'Cause you are really starting to worry us. I'm not Katara. This was where things got seriously awkward. Guys, who's this and why does she look like me and is she wearing my clothes? Cat. But if you're Cat, then who is? Where did she go? Fortunately, Naruto had enough sense to bail immediately. Thank God that's over with. Boy, I can't wait. Ikaraku's is right around the corner. Flashback end. Turning the corner, Naruto bumped into a Chunin, and it wasn't just any Chunin, it was one of those people that had sent him to the hospital just 2 days ago, and to top it off, the bump caused Naruto to lose his focus and drop the henge. Kami-sama, all I ever wanted was a bowl of ramen. That was all I asked for, one bowl of ramen. This was the thought going through the young blonde's head as he ran away from yet another mob. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi simply shook its head at the kind of luck this monkey possessed. The Sandaime couldn't introduce the team to Naruto as he couldn't find him, so he sent the team home, unfortunately giving Kakashi the time and space he needed to plot his revenge. Chapter 2. Later that day. Grrr. I know, tummy, I know. Naruto sighed heavily. Today has been one of the most frustrating days of his life. Ever since he woke up, he had had one thought. Ramen, and yet bringing that dream into reality had been an impossible job. I can't play with kids my age because their parents hate me. I can't have a family because of some wacko who couldn't take a hint. I can't have any nice stuff or go to nice places because I apparently don't deserve it, and now I can't have my favorite food. Worse, I'm dressing in girls' clothes. God, this is the worst day ever. The hungry blonde was currently in the outskirts of the village, having just escaped the mob that was chasing after him. At this point, Naruto was considering stealing again just so he could eat. He didn't like taking what wasn't his own, but he was hungry and he wasn't strong enough to tough it out. He had no idea when he would eat next, and death by hunger didn't sound inviting at all. The question was what restaurant he would steal from. Most of the ones he liked had upped their security for their foods. Naruto couldn't help the sardonic laugh that escaped him when he thought of his current reputation in the village. A demon fox with the ability to destroy the village yet can't seem to feed or clothe himself. Ridiculous. He was considering exactly what place he would steal when he remembered the promise he made to his parents about making sure to show the village the real him and one day become Hokage. Before meeting them, stealing for food would have been okay, but if he really wanted to change and show this change, he needed to actually change, which meant no stealing no matter what. Kami-sama, I don't know what to do now. I know the path I've chosen is going to be incredibly difficult and I'm going to do a lot of bad things, but please, for the sake of my parents who have given up so much for me, keep my integrity intact, starting with giving me something to eat now. I promise I won't be picky. About half an hour later, he started to hear laughter. Walking carefully in that direction, he noticed a girl and a boy, probably her brother or something if their looks were anything to go by. They looked about 3 or so years older than him. They seemed to be having a lot of fun playing together. Naruto felt an old question in his heart raise its ugly head. Why do they get to be so happy and he couldn't? I can't think like that now, nothing good ever comes from it. I can be better, I know I can. Is there a reason you're watching my grandkids, little one? Holy ramen, don't do that, Tabeo. Naruto thought he had died for a second there, looking up to see who had scared his heart out of him. He noticed an old lady with gray hair tied in a single ponytail with 2 bands framing her face. She was wearing a blue kimono with black sandals. She actually looked pretty beautiful. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was too busy focusing on observing the person who scared him that he forgot 2 things. One was he screamed loud enough to draw the kid's attention to him, and 2, he was still wearing female clothes, and the old lady who would have saved him the embarrassment was too busy trying to see why he looked so familiar. Of course, the village Jinchuriki. I wonder why he's putting on female clothes, though. Grandma, who's this girl that you're talking to? Was she the one who screamed? Oh man, can this day get any worse? Oh Suki dear, he's not a girl. He's a boy who apparently doesn't have any clothes of his own. Wait a second, what kind of boy wears girl clothes? Hush, Sokka. Look, you're scaring him off. Naruto-kun, why don't you come with us? I'm sure there are some of Sokka's clothes you can wear. Come on. The fact that she knew his name means that she knew exactly who he was, and yet instead of turning him away or giving him the evil eye, she actually wants him to come into her home. I guess dreams do come through. Like all grandmothers, Carrie didn't do things halfway. She took Naruto to the guest room in the house, had him take a shower, brought clothes for him to wear. A blue shirt with an orange sleeveless hood, a white shorts, and black sandals. Wow, you look absolutely precious. Since it was just them in the room alone, Naruto felt he needed to talk to her. Why are you doing this? You know who I am, so why are you being nice to me? I see you know what really happened all those years ago. Well, I am not going to judge you the way the village does. I think you've suffered enough, and I think it's time you had someone in your corner supporting you. You can stay here all you want. Naruto's tummy thought now was a safe enough time to reveal its needs. Looks like you're starving. Come on, let's get you something to eat. After making sure Naruto had eaten, and the kids were properly introduced, Carrie left them to their devices and decided to visit a certain old friend and get some things straightened out. Hokage-sama, Miss Carrie is here to see you. Should I let her in? Yes, of course. Now that's a name that brings back memories. So how's the life of Hokage going these days? Well, it hasn't been easy, that much I can tell you. Sometimes I almost want to grab the next person I see and hand the hat over to them. Well, you are too old for this job anyway, old friend. Okay, what's wrong? Your tone indicates trouble? You would never believe who I ran into today. Starving in both body and mind. Let me guess, you're talking about Naruto. Would you care to explain why such a high-profile asset is being led down the road that had turned lesser men into monsters? And what exactly are you doing about it? I think we're going to need some tea. This is going to be a long one. So let me get this straight. After all this boy has been through, nearly killed and meeting his parents, trusting you to look out for him, your bright idea is to hand him over to a walking time bomb who would gladly kill him under the hope that Naruto can change him. Sarutobi, I'm going to kill you. How many times have I told you that Kakashi would only change when he wants to and not before? Moreover, it is the height of stupidity to think that putting two damaged people together, one with intent to kill, will end like a fairy tale. Are you kidding me? I know, but with the situation in the village right now, this was the best I could do. You know exactly what the council is like right now. Carrie didn't like it, but he was right. Given the circumstances right now, the arrangement was a long shot, but the only shot the kid had at being safe, but it wasn't good enough. You're right, you're the Hokage, so there's a level of partiality that you can show before vultures like Danzo start to publicly question your ability to rule. But while there's no way we can adopt him, nothing says we can't keep him safe and protected if he happens to find his way to us. And as for Kakashi, training him, no problem, but he'll have to do it at my estate. Think you can swing that to the council? Yes, I can. Thank you, Carrie, you've always been a lifesaver. Well, if I don't take care of you, Hiruzen, who will? This made the friends smile. Have lunch with me, Carrie. I've missed this talks. Well, my schedule's a little tight, but okay, fine, I'm sure I have a few minutes, she said slyly. It took about 3 days before everything was settled with the council, and let's just say Kakashi wasn't happy for the intrusion in his plans, and he wasn't the only one who didn't like it. The demon brat has gotten Kari-Suzen to protect him now. What are we going to do, Fugaku-sama? We wait. Sooner rather than later, the brat will move away from the people around him. When that happens, our man on the inside will bring him to us, and then we will make him pay, after which we'll finally return to our position of power in the village. Are you sure that you can trust Kakashi to deliver? If he fails, we will simply add him to our list of targets that must be eliminated on our rise to total power in the village. Elsewhere. Danzo, it seems Sarutobi is far more cunning than we give him credit for. Aligning himself with Carrie is truly a brilliant plan. No matter what that old fool does, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki will be mine to control. All we need is someone to break up the connection the weapon has to the Suzen clan, then he will bring him to me and I will train and condition him to be the perfect weapon. Meanwhile, Anko was bored, and anybody who knew her knew that a bored Anko is equal to disaster. Simply because she'll find a way to entertain herself, and you do not want to be there when she does. God, this is hopeless. I can't believe I'm reduced to counting ceilings all day. Why the hell did Kurenai have to go on a mission and leave me with nothing to do? Now, am I supposed to entertain myself? It's not like I have a play toy or something. I mean, if I was allowed to work for the IT department, then the screams would at least keep me entertained. And hopefully I get to torture some cuckoo. She then of course laid in bed smiling at all the people she would get to break, and best of all, nobody would accuse her of anything. Heck, they'd even pay her to entertain herself. God, I wish I had someone to torment right now. Wait a minute. Jerking off the bed, she suddenly remembered that she did have a new play toy. Time for some fun. Itachi, on the other hand, was not happy. In fact, he was actually pissed off, which was rare for him since he is practically known for his composed personality, but not today. This was emphasized by the fact that he was currently attacking a tree in his secret training area using taijutsu. The reason for his bad mood can be traced back to what happened earlier today. Flashback. You sent for me, father? Yes, I did. Sit down, there is something that I require of you. Itachi did not like where this was heading, especially since he knew that his father had been in meetings with the elders of the clan and they had been pushing him to train harder than usual. You made the clan proud by making Chunin, and now the village is looking at you, but making Chunin is poor for us. I want you to make ANBU by any means necessary, and this is not an option. Do you understand me? May I ask why, father? I will let you know what I want you to know. But with that said, the clan has been ignored for far too long, and this village needs to be reminded just how powerful we are. Your duty is simply to get into the Hokage's inner circle and make sure to report anything of interest to me. And then when the time is right, you will help us remove that old fool from the picture, so that our clan will take over this pathetic village and rule it our way. Fugaku smiled sickly. We will also turn that demon into a memory, and finally Sasuke will come in handy. Itachi had a serious feeling that he won't like this. Sasuke is his pride and joy, and he loved him, and already he felt angry that after so long his father is finally realizing he has a second son. The man barely gave the boy any attention when all Sasuke wants is for his father to acknowledge that he exists. It was with that protective heart that he asked a question that he wished he never had. Father, if the demon is as dangerous as we suspect, then won't that put Sasuke in danger? Itachi, that brother of yours is pathetic and a disgrace to our clan. And if he can't protect himself, then that is not my problem. What I need that boy to do is give us a way to know where the demon would be at all times. He tends to play too much when he should be training, so since he loves to play, he can be the demon's plaything. And when the time is right, I will give him a chance to prove himself by having him kill the demon, but if he doesn't, then he will simply be one of the bodies that will be buried when we take over the village. Itachi could barely breathe. It wasn't what he said that made his blood boil, it was the manner in which he said it. Like his baby brother was of less value than a chess piece, and he could be tossed aside like trash. So before he ended his father's life, he decided to get out of there and go meet his mother. There is no way she would ever tolerate this. Excuse me, father, I have to go train. As expected, you may go. He nearly ran out of there. He made it thankfully to the kitchen before he started to leak killer intent. Mother will know what to do, and she has to. He met her in the kitchen drinking tea, and to be honest, he was just thinking of how to break the news to her since she obviously doesn't know what her husband was planning. That was when it happened. I know what your father was talking to you about, Itachi, and I certainly hope that you're on board with my plan. Wait, did you just say your plan? Yes, strong your father may be, he definitely does not have the cunning to take over a village. So everything was your idea? Including how to take care of the demon. But of course, since Sasuke continues to prove too stupid to live up to his clan name, he might as well prove his worth doing something for us. This way we can put that childish heart to good use. At this point, Itachi's mind was blank. Excuse me. On his way leaving, he ran into his little brother. Aniki, you promised you would come watch me train with my new bow and arrow. He looked so precious, so innocent, with such a big heart. Itachi decided he couldn't look at his brother right now, not with the anger burning inside of him. Sasuke deserved better than spending the afternoon with an angry brother. Maybe next time, Otudo. Flashback end. The tree was not sufficient anymore, not just because he had destroyed it, but because it was not moving. Right now he needed a sparring partner, and he didn't know how to get one. Another reason why I hate the fact that I don't have any people who understand me and want to train with me. Damn, Tachi-chan, what did that tree do to you? That voice. Turning around, Itachi noticed the girl who he met here crying a week ago. What is she doing here? Anko, however, noticed the look in his eyes. Damn, he's pissed. She felt annoyed that she wasn't the one who got him that mad. Maybe I can help him out. Judging from his stance, he needs an outlet for his rage that can actually keep up. I was in the mood for a spar anyway. Oi, Tachi-chan, I need a sparring partner now. Well, move your ass, I don't have all day, you know. Show me what you got. I'm not in the mood for a spar right now, Mitarashi-san. The last thing I want to do is take out my anger on an innocent. Look, I may not know a lot of stuff about you, but if there is one thing that I know a lot about, it's anger. Trust me, you need to let off some steam. Besides, you're the only person my age that can actually keep up with me, so get in your stance. Focus on what's pissing you off and keep up. Seeing that she wasn't going to go away, he decided to go with it. It will just be for a few minutes. I really do need to blow off some steam after all. A few minutes turned into 4 hours of hard training that left both combatants sore, bleeding, exhausted, and yet strangely satisfied. Itachi learnt that Anko fought like a snake. Misleading, slippery, and quick on her feet, not to mention the snake-related jutsu she had at her disposal. She was also very good at using weapons, especially kunai. He couldn't count how many times he nearly got sliced if not for his Sharingan. She was also very unpredictable. It was refreshing. And he was not the only one who noticed things in his opponent's fighting style. You fight like a stiff. What are you talking about? They were currently resting on a large tree enjoying the evening breeze. I mean, you take into consideration every little detail, planning, replanning. It's like you create this perfect fight in your head that requires you to use every ounce of energy or time perfectly. And that's a bad thing. Exhausting myself in the middle of a fight isn't ideal for shinobi in battle. Every ounce of energy and chakra counts. Passion. What? Your fighting style is great and all, but it lacks fire, passion. It's like fighting a block of ice. I see. God, you're so adorable when you're confused. Look, all I'm saying is that you need to stop fighting from your head and start fighting with your heart. Trust me on this, it makes a spar or a battle enjoyable. Enjoyable? I really actually don't like fighting, to be honest. Yeah, I noticed that, but you're a shinobi, get used to it. This way you can actually be fun to be around. Life is bleak enough to kill. Don't make it worse than it is, laugh, and be passionate. Trust me, it'll save you from dying young and alone. And with that, Anko left, leaving Itachi with a lot to think about. His clan praised control and power, but Anko was able to match him, and yet she was everything his clan stood against, just like Sasuke. That made him realizes that it was time to break away from traditions and be the person he is on the inside, and if his clan didn't like it, then that was their problem. The thought of rebelling against his father was terrifying and exciting at the same time. And I know just where to start. It's time I stop keeping my brother at arm's length, and there's no way I am allowing him to be mixed up in my parents' plans. I need to protect my brother by myself. Advancing in rank be damned. With that thought in mind, Itachi made his way back to his house and hopefully a new life with his brother. The next day, Sasuke was having the time of his life. This morning he woke up expecting the same thing that happens whenever his brother goes on a mission. Get up, get dressed, have an awkward breakfast with his father ignoring him and his mother being cold to him. After breakfast he would have his sessions with his teachers, attend the academy. When he was done with that, he would stay at the back of the house and train to get stronger, only to come back to the same atmosphere during dinner and fall asleep, hoping that his brother would be there when he woke up. On weekends it only got worse because he was stuck in the house doing nothing, and today was a weekend. However, today was different. His brother had been the one who woke him up, and then he told him that they were going to train today after breakfast. He nearly choked on his breakfast a couple of times because of how fast he was eating. He knew that his brother was very important to the clan and that he could be called away at any time, especially by his father, but just maybe if he paid very close attention to what his brother would teach him, he could finally make his clan proud and stop being the other son and be recognized as a true Uchiha. And as if his day couldn't get any better, his brother took him to one of the training grounds in the village without telling anyone that they were going out, which means that until they came back no one would disturb their day together by calling his Aniki to attend to some silly clan meeting. He had his brother with him for a whole day, and he was not about to let something as stupid as a clan meeting disturb that. However, he was curious as to what exactly his brother was going to teach him. Since he was just 5 years old, his teachers always said he was too young to learn anything too complicated. Bah, what did they know? Finally they arrived. So what are we going to learn today, Aniki? Flicking his forehead, Itachi smiled at his brother's eagerness to learn. He really is the best one out of all of us, and it is high time I showed him that. Patience, O Tuto, I will tell you if you calm down. Good, so I know from your teachers that you've learnt how to use your chakra. Correct. Hi. I'm proud of you, Sasuke. Not everyone knows how to use chakra at your age. Sasuke was already on cloud 9 before. That's why I'm going to teach you the clan's grand fireball jutsu. Every kid in the clan knew exactly what that particular technique implied. It meant that you're no longer a child and you're well on your way to becoming a respected member of the clan. It meant that people would start treating you with respect, and best of all, not only do you get to go outside the clan compound, you are then permitted to wear the Uchiha clan crest on your back. His brother had learnt and mastered that technique by the time he was 5, and if he does the same then there was no way that his parents would not love him. But what really made all the difference was that his beloved brother was teaching it to him. Itachi never behaved like the rest of the clan. He always treated him differently, and he always made sure that he was well taken care of and properly trained and respected. All this was definitely the reason why his eyes welled up with tears, that at least one person knew him and loved him, and Sasuke will never do anything to make his brother's efforts seem useless. Above everyone, the one person he really looked up to was Itachi. "You really would do that, Aniki? Damn you, father. Damn you and every member of this cursed clan for doing this to him." Putting his hand on his little brother's head, he said, "I believe in you, Sasuke, and yes, I'm going to teach the technique to you." Sasuke uncharacteristically hugged his brother fiercely, while sobbing, and Itachi simply held his brother, while he cried, cementing his promise to take care of his brother, and to make sure that he never feels alone and useless ever again. Enough is enough. Yes, he didn't want his brother to be thrown into this life so soon, and yes, he wanted him to be allowed the gift of an actual childhood, but this was too much. He would train his brother, he would keep him out of the hands of the clan and his evil parents. This time he wasn't going to do anything for the clan. This time it would be about keeping the things he loved safe and protected, and the clan wasn't part of that, and Kami helped them if they hurt a hair on his brother's head. After Sasuke finished crying, the brothers went to a pond on the training ground, and Sasuke cleaned his face up, after which Itachi sat down and told Sasuke to do the same. That way he could explain exactly what the technique entailed, and then he could teach him the technique. "Okay, Otudo, there are 3 things that you need to learn before you learn this particular technique. The first thing is the hand signs. There are 5 of them, but with enough practice and skill you can use the technique without the hand signs, since your chakra would have memorized the technique and it would simply mold the technique for you. The second thing is chakra control. If you don't have control over the chakra you use during the technique, you won't like what happens." Seeing the confused look on his brother's face, he decided to tell him what could happen if he messed the technique up. Else he was sure that Sasuke would try something out of curiosity just to see what would happen. "If you mess anything up, if you're lucky, you will only burn your throat to the point where you would be able to eat anything at all, not even tomatoes." Seeing that Sasuke understood the dangers of messing with this technique, he continued, "The last thing you're going to need to learn is to breathe. Yes, Sasuke, breathing is important, trust me. So are you ready, Sasuke?" "Hi, Aniki," said Sasuke eagerly. "Good, so first of all, before we start learning the technique, I want you to master how to do a chakra control exercise." Itachi got up and walked towards a tree with Sasuke following close behind. He then sat down and picked up a leaf and placed it on his forehead, and to Sasuke's shock, when Itachi removed his hand, the leaf remained where it was. Itachi smirked at the look on his face. Out of all the praises he had gotten for his skill level, this was the best compliment ever. "All you have to do is focusing your chakra on the leaf and keep it steady on your forehead for at least 1 minute. We will know you've mastered it when you can move it around your forehead comfortably." Itachi then displayed it for Sasuke to see, after which he picked up another leaf and handed it to Sasuke, then told him, "The best thing to do is to close your eyes, concentrate on your chakra, then put the leaf on your forehead. Keep your hand on the leaf until you're comfortable that your chakra can keep it there. Then let your hand hover over the leaf. It is best you do this until you can do it comfortably for 1 minute, after which you can then try moving it around. But you should know that if you use too much chakra, the leaf will be blown away. If the chakra is not enough, it won't hold. So you can begin when you're ready." Naturally, Sasuke thought the exercise would be easy after all. How difficult is it to stick a leaf to his forehead for 1 minute? But he found out when he closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on his chakra that focusing his chakra on his forehead was like trying to remove a drop of water from a bowl full of water, and it was frustrating, and it only got worse when Sasuke in annoyance tried to force the chakra to his forehead. The result was a serious shot of pain to his forehead, causing him to cry out, "Crummers, why can't I do this stupid technique? All I have to do is focus, and I can't even get my own chakra to listen to me?" "Otudo, the best thing to do is calm down. You can't do anything if you're agitated. Now the thing about chakra is that you can't force or command it to do anything. The only thing that you can do is create a channel for the chakra to pass and guide it to the place that you want it to go. So in other words, calm down, breathe, close your eyes and relax your mind. We have all the time in the world to do this, so breathe. And when you want to rest, we will focus on getting you to learn the hand signs and on how to breathe. Don't worry so much, Sasuke. I believe in you. Now let's get back to work, okay?" Sasuke took a deep breath. "Aniki is right. I need to calm down and get this done. Guide my chakra. Okay, I can do this. Closing his eyes and concentrating on how his chakra moved, then carefully tried to get his chakra to change its course an inch. While his brother was busy, Itachi had a thought. What would happen to Sasuke when he went on missions? I mean, while he was around he could keep him safe, but inevitably he will get called away on a mission and Sasuke would be vulnerable to his parents' plots and schemes, and he couldn't warn him on the account that he was too young and too innocent to learn that his own parents saw him as nothing more than an expendable pawn in their game. Wait a minute, that's it. What Itachi was considering was very dangerous, and if handled poorly then it won't end well for him and Sasuke. It was time to make allies. 2 days later, Sasuke woke up feeling very happy about himself. This weekend was the best he had ever had. Not only had he mastered the leaf exercise, he also learnt the hand signs and his breathing was perfect. His brother told him that when he picked him up from school they would go to the training ground so that he could start practicing the actual technique, and Sasuke was optimistic that he could do it. But the best part of the weekend was that he got to spend it with his brother without any interruptions. It was on this high that he got ready for the day, and since his brother gave him his full attention, his lessons in the morning were cancelled. After breakfast, both boys made their way to the academy. Itachi knew that Sasuke was just 5 and the academy started at age 6, but because his father wanted another prodigy he enrolled Sasuke in earlier, but now that he didn't do what his parents wanted they turned their back on him. The whole situation really pissed him off, and now it was time for him to start making moves too. Alright Otudo, we are here. Now be good, okay? Hi Aniki. You will come pick me up, right? Hi, now off you go. Bye Aniki. With that out of the way, Itachi made his way to meet with his potential new ally. With Naruto. The young Namikaze was not having a good day. As a matter of fact, he was having a bad day. His new grandmother, she insisted, had sent Sokka and Suki back to their parents in the capital, depriving him of his new friends. Then a team of shinobi came to guard him, and they didn't like him just like the villagers, especially the one with a mask around his face. He went out of his way to ignore him. But they were not around now since Karibachan had sent them away for the day since she was expecting a guest. However, now, he was stuck reading a book in his room while she attended to her guest, and the book was on math. He only just started learning, but already math was the subject he despised the most. It didn't make any sense to Bayo. In the living room, Carrie was serving her guest who just came in tea. When she first got his message for meeting, she was stunned and very curious as to what exactly he would want from her, not to mention the request for a private meeting spoke volumes in and of itself. So, Uchiha Itachi, what can I do for you? Susan-sama, I came here with a personal request. I need your help. Why me? Surely you must have other people that you can trust, especially among your clan? That should be the case, however, I don't trust them anymore. And I can't take this to the Hokage just yet. It may be important, but he will see it in a different light, and that will complicate things for me. Very well, then what may I help you with, Uchiha-san? You know of the way the village has been treating my clan since the Kyuubi attack 5 years ago? Yes, I do. And while I very much doubt there is a member of the clan as of now who can pull such a feat off, I don't like your clan at all. I understand, Susan-sama. And you are right, I just came to realize just how evil my clan is, and I fear that if something isn't done soon, the shinobi's king may be in danger. Carrie's eyes turned cold and hard as she glared at Itachi. You speak, war child. Now you will tell me everything that your clan has been up to, and I will decide exactly what is to become of you. Despite her age, Itachi knew that she was not to be trifled with, so he adhered to her command. Ever since my talents showed themselves, my clan has been pushing me to improve. At first I didn't mind. More power simply meant that I could protect my village and my brother from harm. But gradually it got more intense. When I made genin, they immediately started pressuring me to make chunin, and when I did, my father wanted me to start taking as many missions as possible to push me to my limit. They said it was for the clan's pride, and as long as I could watch over my brother, I didn't suspect a thing. But just recently I learned that their ambitions run far deeper than clan pride. The clan has seen the way that they have been treated, and they want to retaliate against the village that has relegated them for something that they didn't do. My parents want me to start getting close to the Hokage, and to make ANBU as soon as possible so that I can be their little spy and reveal sensitive information to them to aid them in their quest for revenge. They also want to use my brother as some kind of expendable pawn in their game, by having him befriend Uzumaki Naruto and gain your trust, so that when the time is right my brother would have to kill Naruto or risk his own life. I want to keep my brother safe, I want to keep my village safe, but I also don't want my clan to be able shunned for something they didn't do. Yes, they have never been known for their loving personalities, but this is simply years of pent-up resentment that has taken root, and now we all have to deal with. Carrie knew she should be angry, and but guilt was the primary emotion that she was feeling. The Uchiha had always from the time of the first Hokage been seen as a black spot on the white canvas that was the village. None of them were ever given a choice. It didn't matter that they were so powerful, it didn't matter that they were a noble clan. All that mattered was that Madara was bad, and by default so was the rest of the clan. After all, the Hyuga clan was just as cold as they were, yet they were not treated like traitors. We made them into this. Perhaps if we had been a bit more forgiving or accepting, some of them would have changed, and with that who knows what would have happened by now. Instead, we relegated a noble clan of people with long memories to being glorified policemen. Kami, what have we done? Looking at Itachi, she decided right there, and then that it was time for a change of heart. Alright Itachi-kun, what do you have in mind? Oh, and please call me Carrie-san. Raising an eyebrow at the sudden change of heart, Itachi decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Right now, Carrie-san, my major fear is that my parents will start to corrupt Sasuke when I go on missions, so I need someone who can take of him while I'm away, and this way my clan won't suspect anything since this was part of their plan in the first place. Very well, Naruto-chan needs a friend his age anyway, and it sounds like your brother does too. Hi, he's very lonely, and I don't want to give my parents that amount of free time to capitalize on his thirst for attention and turn him into one of them. Very good, Itachi-kun. Now, what do you have in mind for your clan? I don't know, Carrie-san, I want them to change, but with the way things are going the clan might need to be stopped permanently, but I also don't want to do that. No, I won't want you to either. A massacre of that size will not bode well for anyone, especially not your brother. I think I have an idea on how to do this, but first I need to know just how close to breaking point we are. If I were to guess, I would say 2 years. Why do you ask? Simple, because what I'm thinking will take time and a lot of effort to accomplish, but at the end I think that it will be very beneficial to us. 2 years is just about enough time for the first phase, which should buy us some more time. Also, I agree with you, don't tell the Hokage about any of this, otherwise he will be bound by law to take such a sensitive matter to the elders, and you will not like their view on this particular matter. This is going to be a long and dangerous game. Are you sure you want to do this, Itachi-kun? Because if you are not fully committed, then this won't work. Life is bleak enough to kill. Don't make it worse than it is. Laugh. And be passionate, trust me, it'll save you from dying young and alone. Anko was right, he needed to start being passionate about the things around him, no matter the cost. Hi Carrie-san, I am committed. So what's the plan exactly? Carrie immediately got a devious smile on her face, and as he listened to her plan that she only just thought up, he was suddenly very grateful that she was on his side. Damn, she is one hell of a scary lady. But amazingly, he fully believed that with a little work this just might work. Thanks for giving me the push I need, Anko-san. Elsewhere. Anko sneezed while making her way to her favorite dango shop to drown her anger in food. And now, while an angry Anko was not exactly a new thing today, she was feeling particularly raged and frustrated. She was a 10-year-old girl, and a genin, despite the fact that she had been older and a chunin before her bastard of a sensei betrayed her and stole her memories and years. Now once again her request to join the IT department had been denied on the account that she was not old enough to be trusted to do such a high-level job. Now she would have been inclined to believe that if the person who told her didn't glare at her with the real reason in his eyes. Why would we trust the snake whore with village secrets? The worst part was that she didn't have a genin team, so the chances that she could be promoted to chunin were very slim. There was no way she could prove herself when nobody gave her a chance to show them what she could do. Thinking about it was seriously upsetting her. Worse yet, Kurenai was still away on her mission while she was stuck here with no team, no sensei and no friends. Shaking her head to wipe that train of thought, she simply looked forward to a few dozen plates of dango to make her feel better again. Only to round the corner and find out that the shop was closed due to the owners going on vacation. Today is not my day. About to start crying, she ran and ran until her feet hurt. When she stopped, she looked at where she was. She realized that she was in Itachi's training ground. Knowing that no one would see her, she sat down by a tree and let the tears fall. Itachi was heading towards his training ground for a little bit of peace and quiet, since he had a couple more hours before he had to go and pick Sasuke up from school. He really needed some alone time because this past 2 days have really been trying, especially today, and he really could use some rest. That was when he heard something strange. It sounds like Anko crying again. And sure enough, when he rounded the corner, he saw Anko in a fetal position sobbing. The sight made his chest ache for some unknown reason, but as he neared her, his chest was not the first thing on his mind. The last time she was crying here and I showed up, she tried to kill me, then she found something funny. But how do I help her? I mean, should I go and get someone, or should I offer the love of... How do you comfort a crying girl with homicidal tendencies without making things worse? I mean, I don't even know what she wants or why she is crying in the first place, but leaving her here is not an option. Anko, however, had noticed someone was in front of her, and she raised her head, preparing to politely tell them to leave. That was when she saw Itachi standing in front of her with a conflicted look on his face. It was so obvious that he wanted to comfort her but didn't know how. "Itachi," Anko said softly, snapping him out of his funk. "Sit down next to me." He did it so stiffly that she actually felt sorry for the socially deprived Uchiha. But right now it was about her bad day and she needed someone to hold her, that's all. So when he sat down, she curled into his arms and rested her head on his shoulder, relaxing into him and smiling when she felt how stiff he was. He's probably never held a girl before who knew that the Uchiha clan prodigy was so innocent, unlike me. Itachi noticed that her bad mood was returning, and while he would have preferred to just hold her like she wanted a part of him, felt that she would feel better if she talks about it. "I just hope she doesn't take my head off for this. Anko, I would love to ask you something, please?" "Sure. Why were you crying? Why do you want to know?" "I just want to understand and help if I can." Anko really did not want to ruin this moment, and if she told him, there was a possibility that he won't like her anymore, and while she appeared to be some tough-as-nails girl, she only had 2 friends and one of them was Itachi. She didn't know if she could tell him about her past. So she raised her head to tell him that she could not tell him about why she was crying when she saw the look in his eyes. Concern, confusion, interest, and care. What the hell? He will find out about it sooner or later. At least this way I can be the one that tells him, and then if he hates me, at least I'll know at one time that I had a friend. Adjusting her position so that this time she was sitting in his lap, resting her back against his chest, so at least when his eyes changed towards her, she could pretend that he still liked her. "Okay, I'll tell you, but would you not interrupt me when I'm talking?" "Okay, I promise not to interrupt. 3 years ago I graduated from the academy at the top of my class, and then almost immediately I was given one of the best teams ever. Not because of their skills, but because they were my best friends, and life got even better when our sensei turned out to be Orochimaru. I was so excited. I was on a team with my best friends, and we were being trained by one of the legendary Sannin. Life couldn't get any better. I mean, sure, he was a tough teacher and made sure to put us through our paces thoroughly, but he always praised us whenever we did well, so I just took it as him preparing us for the shinobi lifestyle. And sometimes he made me feel like I was special. I was an orphan, and after a while I started to love him like a father. I was happy. But that all changed when people started to go missing, especially when my teammates went missing. Everyone blamed him, but I always defended him. I mean, he was the only person who I thought really loved me, so I didn't like it when people started to blame him for something I didn't think he would ever do. When the accusations got too much, Sensei told me to follow him. He said that we were going on a training trip, just the 2 of us. I remember being so excited. I mean, I got to spend some time alone with my surrogate father. But then when we got to a spot, I was knocked out. At first I was so worried about him, I thought we had been attacked, but then when I woke up I was in so much pain that I could barely think, and 2 ANBU guards were standing in front of me in a cell back in Konoha. It was then that the Hokage came in and told me everything that Orochimaru had done and how he was experimenting on people, including my teammates, and he had abandoned me in a base in the middle of nowhere and branded me with a cursed seal that was slowly killing me if they hadn't found me and sealed the mark. And the worst part was how he had experimented on me, hence why I was now a 10-year-old girl. At first I refused to believe that the man I once called father would be so cruel. I prayed for it to be a nightmare that I would wake up from soon enough, but I never did. Then I was released because I had no part in anything that happened, but everyone still blamed me. They treat me like trash, and there are some who feel that I'm a disgusting stain on the village. If the Hokage didn't allow me to keep my genin status, the council would have made sure that I suffered for something that I didn't do. Now I am stuck without a genin team, a sensei, no missions because I can't be trusted, and no promotions either. Worst of all is that my village hates me, and I can count the number of friends I have on one hand. So that's why I'm crying. She waited in his arms for his reaction. But then he didn't say anything. I guess he hates me too. I know that you hate me, but could you just hold me for now? Itachi pulled her closer to him and rested his head on her shoulder. I don't hate you, I don't blame you for anything. What happened was not your fault, you are not a traitor, okay? You are my friend and I am so proud of you. At first she thought he was pulling her legs, so she turned to stare at him and tell him to stop pretending and just tell her the truth. After all, he won't be the first person to hate her. The last thing she needed right now was to go home thinking that she has a friend, only to find out later that he was simply playing her. What makes you say that, Itachi? Before I met you, I was so lost. The clan that I had spent so much time loving and respecting has become a severe pain in my neck. I was so angry and so vengeful that if I didn't do something soon, I was afraid that I would explode from rage. And then I found out how stupid I was for pushing my brother away and my emotions because I was trying to honor my clan any way that I could. I was so down that I didn't know where to turn. Until I met you. You were here crying, and then you went from sadness to anger, then to murderous intent, and finally you were so happy that I was beginning to think you were bipolar or something. Yet what interested me the most was that you were so strong and yet so emotional. The next time I saw you, we sparred and talked. That was when I realized what I should do. You're my inspiration, Anko. No one else understands me like you do, and you have so much fire in you that I always feel strong whenever I think about you. You told me that I was too stiff, that I needed to liven up a little, and ever since then I've been trying. You're my friend, and I'm so proud to be close to you. Throughout the time that Itachi was talking, Anko was silent. She was so moved that she actually started crying, only this time it was happy tears. Finally, someone who doesn't have a stick up their ass. Did I say something wrong? Raising her head, she looked him in the eye, smiling. No, you didn't, I'm just happy, that's all. Seeing the confused look on his face, she knew he was probably wondering how anyone who was supposed to be happy would be crying. She smirked. He was so naive that it was hilarious. Would you do me a favor, Itachi? Sure, what is it? Would please just hold me for a little while, I really just need someone right now? Sure. Itachi, however, created a clone to go and get Sasuke, so that he didn't think he had abandoned him with no explanation, because he had promised to never abandon his little brother again. Looking down at the purple head in his arms, he realized that the list of people that he needed to protect just increased. But instead of feeling overwhelmed, he felt strengthened because his reason for getting stronger just changed, and unlike with his clan, this time he won't mess it up. He had a responsibility to his brother and Anko, and he would keep them safe or die trying. 1 week later. Naruto did not understand why he needed to start studying. His Bachan had been forcing him to sit in the house and catch up on his studies. What the heck was the importance of studying the history of some dead guys, or he shivers learning math? And while he did not think there was anything worse than math, he found that calligraphy was punishment from hell. The endless kanji, the strokes, the curves, understanding the meaning behind every kanji. The worst part was that Bachan was a perfectionist. If he missed even the slightest stroke, he would have to redo the whole thing until he mastered it. God, the nightmare was that learning calligraphy was divided into 5 stages. Beginner, amateur, average, expert, and master. Bachan told him that he would keep learning his calligraphy until he mastered it, and he was in the beginner stage. Kami, he wanted to destroy anything paper related, but his Bachan would probably just smile and produce more Kami. When will it end? Whack. Ouch, what did you do that for, Tabeo? I needed to get your attention. After all, how else would you learn about the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage if you were dozing off? I wasn't dozing, you crazy old lady. Nursing his head, he didn't see the ruler until... Whack. Kami, fucking damn it, woman. Whack. Why do you keep hitting me, Tabeo? What did I do? Unless you start behaving, I will continue hitting you. Naruto, you have so much potential, and there is no way I'm going to allow you waste it. Grandma, I get it, but why history? Math, worse yet, calligraphy. Why, Bachan, why do I have to do those dumb subjects? You want to become Hokage someday, right, Naruto-chan? Yes, grandmother, I do. Then how do you expect to rule your village if you don't know its history? How would you sign documents or write letters or statements if nobody understands what you're writing? Okay, but why math, manners, economics, geography? And for the love of ramen, politics, I don't get it, grandma. Looking at her surrogate grandson's discouraged face, Carrie was immediately reminded of another hot-headed child. It made her wistful. You are so much like your mother Naruto. She also couldn't handle anything reading, but you have a hard road ahead of you, and you need every advantage that you can get. I just know that if I can get you to like reading even just a little, your father's gene will make you one of the brightest of your generation. Smiling at that thought and how many times Minato's love for books aggravated Kushina. Kami, no wonder those two could never agree on a pastime that had nothing to do with ramen. Naruto, do you know what makes a truly strong shinobi? I guess he should have powerful techniques? Well, that is part of it, but there are actually 3 different things. The first is, like you just said, the shinobi's ability to psychically defend himself. Now there are various ways by which he can do that. Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, Genjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Fuinjutsu, although the last one is not very popular because of its difficulty. The other one is medical techniques, but it will take a very good shinobi to put this particular branch of jutsu in a battle scenario, so it's quite uncommon to have a frontline fighter who specializes in medical techniques. All of this makes up the body of the shinobi, and it is what keeps the shinobi ahead of his peers and allows him to defend not only himself but his country and the people he loves. Well, so long as he trains the right way, but that is a topic for another day. The second thing is the ninja's mind. It doesn't matter if you have all the techniques in the world, if you don't know how to handle yourself properly, you will simply be a strong brute and definitely not a leader. And when we say your mental capacities, we mean everything that you have been studying and more. What you will be in the next 5 years will depend on the books you have read and the people you have met. Yes, Naruto, the books you read, so if you want to be a successful leader, you need to read as much as you can. Do you why the third is known as the professor? It is not because of his jutsu prowess, but because of the fact that there is not a book or subject that he doesn't have an idea on, and as such there was a time when no one could outsmart him. Heck, even now he is feared as the most brilliant diplomat in the village, and even though he faults when he puts his mind to something, he gets it done, but he won't be able to perform as smoothly as he does if he wasn't an avid reader. The last one is the heart of the shinobi. The thing you need to know, Naruto, is that this path, the path of the ninja, is filled with dangerous circumstances and situations that has broken even the strongest of men and turned angels into monsters. It is not a path like those knights that you've read about where a knight fights a couple of bad guys and then he wins and gets a princess and a beautiful kingdom where they live happily ever after. No, that is not what this is. This is a war zone where anything can happen, where your best friend can become your worst enemy and vice versa. It is a path that has brought thousands to their knees. In this path, if you live past 25, then you're either very, very lucky or extremely good. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes to push the images of all those people that she had met and buried while being a ninja. Kami, old age was not a blessing in this world, not with all the heartache and misery that you would have seen, especially for those of them who had seen war. God, this life was not a place for the weak-hearted at all. Looking at her surrogate grandson, she realized that he was waiting for her to finish, and thankfully it seemed that he was at least paying attention to her this time. This world will break you or change you in ways you would never imagine. And if you're going to be Hokage, then you need to find something to believe in and stick to it. The will of fire is what all the past Hokages and the shinobi of Konoha hold on to. It is simply seeing the village as your own family and drawing strength from the knowledge that the entire village is counting on you and looking to you to protect them, and after the way that they have treated you, Naruto, you have every right to hate this village. But if you wish to lead them, then you must love them and draw strength from that love. As you grow older, you will get stronger in your heart, but the basic fact is that you must love them. So Naruto, do you want to be the best shinobi, the Hokage, or do you wish to be a mediocre shinobi? Naruto bowed his head deep in thought about everything that he had heard. She was right, the village had treated him so badly. I mean, why should he fight to defend a village that hated him and treated him like he was a monster? He should hate them, hell, they deserved it. But if he hated them and sorts to destroy them, how is he any better than them? His parents gave their lives for this village and they loved him, but how could he love this village? How? Grandma, I don't think I can love them. I know I should, but they have hurt me too much. I don't hate them because that won't make me any better than them, but I can't love them. I just can't. Carrie sighed. I need to change his mind, because if Naruto doesn't believe in the village with the way they would treat him, it won't be long before his young heart starts to lean towards hating them. And with the being inside of him, it will be a disaster if the Kyuubi notices. He will capitalize on it and turn Naruto into the monster that they have portrayed him to be. Something has to be done quickly or else, I wonder, well, it is worth a try. Okay. Naruto, do you know the two strongest emotions in the world, and the emotions that has driven the best of shinobis? No, Bachan, I don't. Love and hate. Those are the two strongest emotions in the world. Hate is easy to feel and build on. It is made up of resentment, anger, pride, entitlement and jealousy, or the most common, revenge. Hatred is a feeling that starts small and grows over time. It is in everyone, and the beauty of hatred is that it makes life seem easy. No one will mess with you, people will whisper your name in fear. Everywhere you go, nobody will dare disrespect you. It will grant you the ability to shed useless emotions like humility and compassion. After all, why in the world should you bow down to anyone when you can simply put them in their place? And if you are strong enough, no one will ever question you or dare speak out of turn in fear of what you might do. Your pesky humanity disappears, and everything that you do is justified because, after all, what does anyone know? They haven't gone through what you have, so how dare they try to tell you what to do? It will be so easy to breathe because no one will ever be there to bother you. But you will end up being hated yourself, and whenever you have a problem, no one will support you. In fact, some will even be happy at your demise. And dear God, if you should ever be rendered powerless even a little bit, people, including those around you, will seek to kill you, and when you die, no one will mourn, but they will be people who will celebrate your death, thanking Kami for removing the monster forever. Love, however, is a different story entirely. It is the hardest emotion to maintain in times of hardships. It always comes back to bite you in the ass because love is comprised of compassion, forgiveness, loyalty, and gentleness, all of which are seen by a lot of people as a weakness. Love will make you look like a fool to everyone around you, and it will make you stupid. The other thing is that while it will take longer, love will make you a force to be reckoned with. Love is a will that is best strengthened during fire. Steel, before it becomes strong and useful, must pass through the furnace, and I'm sure you can guess just how hot a furnace is, but it must pass through it if it desires to become everything that it is supposed to be. That is the thing about love. It requires patience and determination to maintain, and even more when hatred is justified, because at that point the part of you that loves being bad and rebellious will feel that you are taking this whole loving thing a little bit too far. Can't you just bend a little? And you would be inclined to bend, thinking that it is just a tiny slip, that you can still control yourself, but unlike love, hatred is born in tiny slips. Lastly, when you are down, love will bring someone to pull you up and keep you safe. You will always have someone who will look up to you, because when people see leadership in its truest form, they won't be able to resist following you, and some will gladly give their lives just because of you. It will be something similar to being Hokage. Naruto, I know you don't like them, but this is where you have to choose. So choose, my boy, love or hate. Naruto started crying at his grandmother's words because when she first started speaking, he wanted to choose hatred. He could feel the emotion rearing its head, and even though he heard the bad sides of following that path, he still wanted to hate. It was so easy. But then he remembered that if he felt this way, then what would his parents say, and won't he just prove the villagers right by becoming a monster and god? When she started talking about love, he realized how foolish he had been. He had promised his parents that he would make them proud, but he couldn't. Carrie saw he only needed a small push, so she put her arms around him and pulled him close. She let him cry for a few more minutes, then she said, I know it is hard, Naruto, but you need to understand that just because you love the village doesn't mean that you can't outdo your mother's prank record. After all, as a civilian, certain rules of behavior don't apply to you. The comment made Naruto laugh. Okay, grandmother, I will love my village, I promise. I am so proud of you, Naruto, and I just know that your parents are too. Thank you, grandmother, I really don't know what I would have done without you. And boy, did he mean it. So are you ready to take your studies seriously now? Taking a deep breath, Naruto looked his Bachan in the eyes. Hi, no more mediocre. Meanwhile, Kyuubi saw the whole thing, and while he should feel angry that his chances of corrupting the boy have been greatly reduced, instead he was curious to see just how the Ningen will handle the big bad world, especially with the old lady manipulating him. And he had to admit that the pranks definitely aroused his interest. Let's see what you're made of, Kit. Meanwhile, another week later, Enko was suspicious. She had been called in by the civilian council and the village elders, who apparently had a mission for her. Now she would have been inclined to trust the council and the elders, but she knew that they didn't like her at all, and they were the first people who protested that she should be locked up instead of being reinstated as a genin. And now those same people had a mission for her that the Hokage couldn't hand to her? She was definitely suspicious, all right, but it didn't matter what they thought, she was going to prove them wrong. Anko Mitarashi reporting for duty. Hello Mitarashi-san, said the head of the civilian council Saki, and if Anko didn't know any better she would say that she looked a little bit too happy to see her, and after scanning the faces of the people in the room she noticed that they were all giddy for some reason that she couldn't fathom, and it put her on edge. We have a mission for you Mitarashi-san, it is also a test. Did you say a test? Indeed, continued Koharu. If you successfully complete this mission you will be promoted to Chunin. On the field promotion basis, thereby helping you bypass your no-team setback that we unfortunately have been unable to solve yet. Anko didn't like this one bit. The entire setup practically reeked of foul play, but she was a genin from a civilian family, so she had no clout whatsoever to start questioning her superiors, especially not when there was a promotion involved. This way, if she did successfully finish the mission, then even if they refused to promote her, the Hokage who liked her will be law-bound to honor the words of both his advisors and the civilian council and promote her. So the way she saw it, it was worth the risk. What do I have to do? The people in the civilian council all had devilish smiles on their faces as Koharu gave Anko a briefing on her solo mission. Saki, head of the civilian council who had lost her children to Orochimaru and her husband to the Kyuubi, felt that justice was finally being served. The Hokage and that old hag may have taken the Kyuubi brat under their protection, but the snake's whore will pay, and finally our village will be one step closer to getting its revenge on these abominations that walk our streets. Itachi frowned when Anko told him of what happened and her mission specs. It was too easy. She was supposed to go to Wind Country and pick up a package from a traveling merchant and transport it to Konoha all by herself, after which she would be promoted to Chunin. It was far too easy. I don't like this one bit, Anko. Believe me, Tachi-chan, I don't either, but it is my best chance at getting promoted. All I have to do is make to Wind Country and back. No sweat. I'm coming with you. If I take a leave now, I can follow you without anyone asking questions. That's sweet of you, Tachi-chan, but we both know that you won't leave Sasuke here by himself on a leave. I can handle myself. Itachi definitely didn't like this, and as much as he wanted to escort her, he knew that Sasuke needed him here. He had finally been able to make a small ball of fire 2 days ago, and he would not appreciate being left behind. Plus, if his father came across Sasuke practicing a C-rank technique with such efficiency, it will not end well. Unless the idea was crazy, but Anko was always saying he needed to start thinking outside the box, and the idea was just crazy enough to work. I just wish Kurenai wasn't doing back-to-back missions, Anko said while the two of them sat under the tree in their private training area, unaware of Itachi's thought process. You are supposed to leave first thing tomorrow morning, right? Yes, what about it? A tradition in the Uchiha clan is that when an adult Uchiha feels the need to train his fire affinity to its utmost level, he goes on a trip to the clan's sacred compound outside the village. Okay, what does that have to do with me? He is also supposed to take a member of the clan with him, a member of the clan head's family. I still don't get it. I think it is time I start to train my fire affinity to its utmost level, something I'm sure my family would approve of, but my father and mother are too busy to escort me, and since I must take a member of the clan head's family with me, I have no choice but to bring my little brother along. I think we can leave tomorrow morning too. And then outside the gate, I could simply decide to head over to Wind Country to train, and come back home after I miss my way to the compound, of course. Seeing where he was going with this, Anko smirked. Yeah, but there's a kink in your master plan. What happens to Sasuke when you get lost? That's easy. I believed that I could find my way without an escort, so I decided to hand him over to Susan Carey, who is more than capable of handling him while I go train and return. She also promised to keep his location a secret. After all, I wouldn't want to get my escort in any trouble. Anko couldn't take it anymore. She doubled over laughing. I think you have been spending too much time with Carey if you can come up with shit like that on command. Oh, I was just thinking out loud, but since you heard all that, do you think the Valley of End is a good resting place? Pardon the slip, I would want to honor the patriarch of my great clan. Anko couldn't for the life of her provide an answer. She only nodded because she was too busy laughing. But after she was done, she gave Itachi a genuine smile. Thank you. Totally worth it. You are welcome. I should probably get going. There is someone I need to ask a favor of. Anko smirked as she watched him go. You really are a good friend, Tachi-chan. Ino and her mother were doing some late shopping, not because they really needed anything, but because her mom was worried about her. For the past few weeks, Ino had been obsessed with finding Katara's twin. Apparently there was a female who looked just like Katara and dressed her like but behaved so strangely and refused to answer any of their questions only to vanish when the real Katara showed up. Ino had nearly driven herself crazy when Katara informed them that she did not have a sibling, let alone a twin. So Ino's questions were, who was the mystery girl, and why did she wear Katara's clothes and come to the playground where they usually meet? Was she trying to pretend to be Kat? But even if she was, why not behave like Kat? Wouldn't an imposter at the very least behave like the person who they are impersonating so that they can avoid being caught? I mean, why would a spy behave like they didn't want to be where the friends of their subject were? Was she or he trying to use Kat's body to do something bad so that Kat would be blamed for it, and if so, what? To be honest, Mito was proud of the detective in her daughter that was determined to find out the details of any mystery that was presented before her. It showed that she had a talent for unraveling puzzles which would suit her well, as not just a Yamanaka but as a kunoichi in the future. After all, a good head for solving problems and being a good investigator is exactly what a Yamanaka is supposed to be, just like her husband. But this was going too far. Just this morning, Ino had decided to go around the playground roughly questioning all the children, both male and female, looking for any guilty person, and when that failed she started questioning the parents. The only reason she is questioning everyone instead of just the young females was because her father had told her about what the henge was and exactly what it was capable of doing. I just wish she would realize that if the person was a spy, the higher-ups would have known about it by now at least. But she could definitely understand the need to find out exactly what this new entity was. She herself was also curious to find out who would do something like this. When she first heard it, she thought it was probably some kid trying to be naughty, but then Ino told her that she didn't notice him or her having fun. In fact, she could have sworn that the person didn't want to be there. "Hey mom, can I check around by myself for a while?" "Absolutely, sweetheart. About you, come find me at the nightgown section when you are done." "Mom, what happened to your own nightgown?" "It got ripped up." "How did that happen?" "Ino, just go, would you?" Because there was no way she was going to tell her what really happened to her gown, but she definitely wasn't complaining about what torn it up. Damn Inoichi and his devious imagination. Just the thought of it was getting her hot. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts for now, she said goodbye to daughter while she went to browse for new nightgowns. Adults are so weird, thought Ino. Ino decided to head to the shoes section to find a pair of new shoes just for the heck of it. She was already planning on giving up on trying to find out who the fake cat was when she heard, "Look at those shoes, they remind me of when that damn demon fox dressed up like a girl." "What are you talking about? I know that Beast is a male. Don't tell me he can change his body too?" "No, we were chasing him and then we lost him, only for me to notice a child with blonde spiky hair wearing a pink top and white shirt with pink shoes on. Damn, he must have gone crazy or something." "He is a fox, what did you expect?" "Naturally, I noticed something was wrong. Then, when he turned, we knew it was him. Stealing a little girl's clothes, I hope you guys taught him a lesson?" "That's just it, the godforsaken fox got away around 4 blocks to the playground." "Please tell me that you're joking. How could you lose that beast so close to the little children? What would have happened if he got one of them?" "Believe me, I didn't like it either. I really wish that damn fox would just die already. You and everyone else, sister, just make sure that next time you don't let him get to places like the playground ever again." "Oh, don't worry, next time he won't survive. I will see to it myself." "Ino." Ino jumped up at the sound of her mom's voice. Turning back, she noticed that the women had left and were walking towards the exit, and while she wanted to follow them and ask them some questions, she knew that her mom won't allow her not to mention the fact that they may not even talk to her. No one takes a 5-year-old seriously after all. "Ino, I'm talking to you, are you okay?" "Yeah, Mom, I'm fine." "What happened?" I leave her for a few minutes thinking she would come and meet me soon, only to find her so focused on 2 people talking, and now she is so deep in thought one would think that she was deciding the fate of an entire village. Ever since she met that unknown girl, she has changed. Where is my playful little girl? "Ino, why don't we go home? We can do our shopping some other time." "Okay, Mom, let's go." She doesn't even want to shop. This has to end. The day Ino Yamanaka doesn't want to spend money shopping for clothes is the day something is terribly wrong. At the Yamanaka house. While resting in bed with her husband, Mito decided to tell him about Ino, so that they could do something if they had to wipe her memory of everything. She would not mind. she just wanted her little girl back. What's wrong, love? Inoichi, there is something wrong with Ino. You mean with her need to find this mystery girl, I wouldn't worry about it. It is serious, dear. I think you should wipe her memory just so she can be back to normal. Okay, that is going too far for something as small as this. She didn't want to shop today. Wait at all. Not even remotely. Oh dear, still wiping her memory will be a bit too much. I think I can suppress it, so that she doesn't see it as so important. Do it tonight, this can't wait. Alright, she didn't want to buy anything? Asked Inoichi as if to be sure that he heard right. Not a single thing. Damn, okay, let's do this. When they entered into Ino's room, they noticed that she was wide awake, so Inoichi decided to put her to sleep using a genjutsu. Meanwhile, Ino was having a migraine from all the thoughts running through her mind. Why was there a demon fox in Konoha? Is there even something like a demon fox? Why in the world would the Hokage even allow a demon fox roam the village? Why was something like a demon fox even in a hospital wearing girl clothes for that matter? If there really was a demon fox in Konoha, then he was able to transform into anyone he wished, so how did she know he wasn't stalking her? Or toying with her? The endless questions were beginning to wear her down until all of a sudden her eyes started to drop and she realized that she was falling asleep. The next day, Ino woke up late in the morning, and when she went to brush her teeth, she nearly screamed at the condition her face was in. She has bags under her eyes, for goodness sake. How in the world did this even happen? But as she tried to remember, she noticed that she couldn't, and somehow she wasn't sure she even wanted to. Not if it was the cause of the bags under her eyes. She decided to get dressed, then head straight to the mall and get some makeup to cover her eyes. No way was she going to the playground looking like this, and she needed some new clothes too, to go with her new look, not to mention the fact that she couldn't remember the last time she went shopping. Where has my head been? My clothes are so yesterday. When she got downstairs, she noticed that her parents were in the sitting room. She was so pleased that her dad had not gone to work today, which would give her time to convince him to follow her and mom shopping. This way she could buy even more stuff. Dad? Running into her father's lap, she said with an annoyed look on her face. See, Dad, see my eyes? There are bags there. Bags, Daddy. Laughing, Inoichi and his wife shared a relieved look. Well, sweetheart, maybe it is a sign of maturity. Nanny, what kind of maturity? I'm 5 and this is not okay. Well, what do you want to do, princess? Shop for makeup, duh. What else I would do, Daddy? Sheesh. Well, while I normally would not agree to a 5-year-old using makeup, I think we can make an exception just this once. Thanks, Daddy, you're the best. Why don't we all go? I'm sure you would want to buy new clothes, sweetheart. Of course, Mom, my clothes are so yesterday, and since Dad is coming, he can carry everything. Indeed he can. Inoichi knew that he would lose if he decided to argue, so he just agreed, and the whole family was off with Ino going on about the entire juicy gist she knew about. But the worrying thing was that there were holes in her memory, and while she wasn't concerned about it now, it won't be long before she starts to notice. Oh well, we will have to deal with that later. For now, we just need to focus on giving her new memories to suppress the old ones, but I just hope she doesn't hate us for this when she eventually finds out. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Konoha. Aniki, why do I have to stay with someone while you go on this training trip? Why can't I just stay at home? Sasuke did not want to go to some unknown babysitter that he had never met before. He didn't even understand why his brother needed to leave anyway. He was strong enough as he is, he didn't need to get stronger. But when he asked him that, he remembered what his brother said. I may be strong now, Sasuke, but in order to protect you better, I need to get stronger, because it doesn't matter how strong you are, there will always be someone just as strong who is training to be stronger, and if you lax when you two meet, he will have the advantage. And that is not an advantage I am ready to give out. While he didn't understand much of what his brother told him, he knew that his brother was just trying to look out for him. But how he knew that there was someone just as strong as him somewhere, Sasuke did not know. He was just going to have to trust his brother on this one. That didn't mean he liked it though. After all, his brother promised to teach him how to expand his chakra reserves so that he can make a bigger fireball. The one he could make now was seriously small. He wanted to make one like his brother so that his father would be proud of him. Sasuke, this is better, trust me. I trust you, Aniki. It is the babysitter that I don't trust. What if he tries to feed me sugar and I get too hyperactive? Itachi smiled. His little brother did not like eating sweets because they made him sugar high, and father did not like it, so in order to please his father, Sasuke did not take sweets, even his favorite strawberry sundae. He was almost tempted to feed him one because while his father did not like Sasuke on sugar high, he did. He was always freer, and that was the way he wanted his little brother to behave. Free. Don't worry, Sasuke, I made sure she knows that you don't like sweets. Wait, did you tell her why? Of course, said Itachi with a smirk. But Aniki, that is so embarrassing. He will think I'm a weird kid or something. Well, your hair is styled like a duck, and your babysitter is a female, not a male. Well, that's even worse. What if she is an old lady that will force me to obey her every will and eat vegetables, and my hair is not styled like a duck? If you say so, Sasuke. Aniki, seriously, what kind of babysitter is this? You know the best way to know someone is to meet them personally. Spinning around, Sasuke noticed an old lady with an amused smile on her face, and he ran behind Itachi, causing both Kari and Itachi to chuckle. Well, aren't you a cute little boy, Sasuke-chan? Sasuke didn't move from his position behind his brother, and while at the back of his mind he knew he was being childish, he didn't care. Right now he wanted to not go with this woman. He wanted to go home with his brother, train to impress his father and forget this ever happened. Unfortunately, Itachi had other plans, literally. Kari-san, bowing in greeting, he waited for her to do the same before straightening back up. This is my brother Sasuke. Sticking his head behind his brother's leg, he waved at Kari, causing her to smile and wonder where the bold, playful child was. You know, I have a grandson at home who is just about your age, Sasuke-chan. Oh? Okay. Can we go now, Aniki? Itachi almost gave in, but he knew that he was needed somewhere else. He also knew that if he didn't leave in the right manner, then Sasuke will be hell to deal with, and part of the plan hinged on Sasuke and Naruto becoming good friends. So how to do this? Luckily for him, Kari got this one covered. I hear you have been training, Sasuke-chan. Well, my grandson is training to be a shinobi too, but he needs all the help he can get. So will you please help him? Sasuke immediately wanted to say no before he heard, like a big brother would? After that, he decided that if there was someone out there who needed his help, then he will help him. Then when his father hears that he was helping someone else become a good shinobi, his father would definitely be impressed. He could show his brother that he could look out for someone too just like him. So he meekly came out and nodded his head. You know your brother needs to go, but first he needs a hug and a promise that you will be a good boy. Will you do that, Sasuke-chan? Hi, hugging his brother, he looked up and said, You can go now, Aniki, I promise I will be good, you'll see. I know you will. Thank you, Kari-san, for being awesome. I will be back soon. Kissing his Otudo's head, he said, I will be back as soon as I can. Wait for me, okay? Hi, Aniki, and beat that guy, whoever he is. Laughing, Itachi turned after bowing one more time to Kari and took off to the Valley of End to meet with Anko, who I hope is not pissed at me for being late. Wait a minute. Stopping on a branch, Itachi focused on a chakra signature to his right. Anko? You got it in one, Tachi-chan. Your little brother is cute. I thought you were supposed to meet me at the Valley of End. Anko started fidgeting and mumbled something under her breath. I'm sorry, what? I said I don't know where the Valley of End is. Itachi raised an eyebrow, but he knew that teasing her right now will not end well for him. So how to do this delicately? Okay, come on, let's go. Think you can keep up? Anko raised her head and smirked when she saw the changeling smile on Itachi's face. You are going to regret that, Tachi-chan. And with that, the two of them took off, not knowing what they would meet, but they were assured that whatever happens, they would face it together. Route underground. Danzo's office. You sent for me, Danzo-sama? Ah, Shin, my favorite solitaire. How are you doing today? Waiting for you to die. I am doing fine, thank you for asking, Danzo-sama. Yes, and how is your health? Just get to the point, you disgusting war hawk. The doctors tell me that I'm more than fit for duty. Just the way I like it. I have something here for you, but first, how is your little brother Sai? God, no, why is he asking after Sai? He is fine, Danzo-sama. Excellent, I actually don't think he has any friends. Does he? No Danzo-sama, because you refuse to allow him outside the base. How awful, this needs to be corrected at once. Now I know a certain blonde child who is Sai-chan's age. I think they will make good friends. You should know him, the Kyubi Jinchuriki? Why? It sounds like a great idea, Danzo-sama. Yes, every 5-year-old should have friends his age. But I'm worried that he might get hurt playing with his new friends, so would you please watch him for my peace of mind? Yes, Danzo-sama. Thank you, Shin. I trust that you will fill me in on little Sai's adventures. Right? Instantly Shin understood. He wants Sai to be his little spy, and he would then get all the info back to Danzo. His little brother was the only thing that kept him going. He wasn't about to let Danzo control him, hell no. I trust one don't have to ask Sai-chan about his day myself, do I, Shin? Asked Danzo in a tone that spoke of true cruelty. No, Danzo-sama, I will report his day back to you. Thank you so much, Shin. You have eased this old man's fears. The Kyubi Jinchuriki is staying with Susan Carey. I'm sure you know where she stays? Hi, Danzo-sama, I will make sure to follow your orders. That's why I like you, Shin. Oh, and I almost forget here, these are drugs that will help with your dreadful condition. Thank you for your kindness, Danzo-sama. You are very welcome. Well, off you go. Bowing, Shin got up and left. Cammy, what am I going to do? Wait, Susan Carey, that's. Smirking at the thought of finally getting ahead of Danzo, Shin relaxed. I will see you destroyed, Danzo, I swear I will. Entering his room, he saw his little brother sitting on the ground drawing. He was so proud of Sai. A 5-year-old with such a gift for drawing and calligraphy that was far above his years, and while he hated Danzo's guts, he had to agree with the bastard on one thing. Sai needed friends his own age. Hey, Otuto. Turning around, Sai noticed his brother. Hey, Aniki. See my new drawing, is it good? It was an old hawk, and it immediately reminded Shin of Danzo, and he chuckled. I think it is very good, Sai-kun. Tell you, what would you like to go to the village with me? There are some friends that I want to introduce you to. Really, Aniki, we get to go into the village? Yes, Otuto, now get dressed, then we will go. A few minutes later, Shin teleported them to the village, and from there they made their way to Carrie's home estate. I hope she is around and she accepts me, because while the seal on my tongue prevents me from speaking anything bad against Danzo, if she asks the right questions and pieces together the story, then I will have an ally against Danzo. If not, then at least Sai will have a friend. All hinged on how smart Carrie really is. Meanwhile, Kakashi was tearing his way towards Wind Country to look for a poison to kill Naruto. Since the day he and his team had started watching, the little devil Kakashi had slowly been losing his sanity. He couldn't take it anymore. That beast dared to show mannerisms similar to his surrogate parents, and he even dared to bear the name that Sensei had wanted to call his child who died during the Kyubi attack. I hate him, that disgusting vermin, that beast. The fact that he looks like Sensei's son is blasphemy. He must die. I don't care what happens to me. I don't care what the Uchiha clan wants anymore. I am going to sneak into Suna, find the strongest, most painful poison I can find, and watch that beast die a slow and painful death, which is exactly what he deserved. Back with Carrie and Sasuke. So where do you stay, Carrie-san? Well, I stay in an estate with my surrogate grandson. What is the meaning of surrogate? Well, surrogate means someone who is not your family by blood but by bond. How can someone be your family by bond? What do you mean by that? I thought family was family. Well, you are right, family is family, but you have a family that you are born into. You share a lot with them, especially the fact that you are all from the same bloodline, just like you are an Uchiha. However, when you start to like other people who are not your family by blood and you wish to protect them, people who are there for you through everything and depend on you just as much, then they become your surrogate family. Family that you choose and stick to no matter what. So I can have 2 families? Yes, Sasuchan, you can. You can have a surrogate father, mother, sister, and brother. All you have to do is choose to. Sasuke started looking incredibly shy. What's wrong, Sasuchan? Will you be my surrogate grandmother? I don't have any. The request warmed Carrie to her core. Of course, Sasuchan, I will. When she said that, his face lit up, then he looked ahead and saw something. Is that Naruto Bachan? Looking ahead, Carrie noticed 2 people that she was sure she had never seen before. No, Sasachan, but remember what I said about surrogate family? Good, because I have a feeling that that little boy and Naruto need a brother like you. What do you say? Hi, Bachan. That's my boy. Standing in front of the two kids, she asked. So what are your names, please? My name is Shin, and this is my little brother Sai. Hi, my name is Sasuke, and this is my surrogate grandmother. Sasachan, why don't you and Sai-chan go inside and find Naruchan, then tell him to show you guys around. I will join you guys soon, okay? Is it okay if I go, Aniki? Sure. Come on, Sai, let's go find Naruto. After the boys were gone, Carrie adopted her cold face. You are with Danzo, aren't you? You are well informed. While saying well, Shin showed Carrie his tongue, causing her to narrow her eyes. Are you with the fox willingly? I was. I see. Your +1, is he an owl or a dove? He is an oblivious owl. Who is the messenger? The one who was with the fox willingly. What do you want? To see that the old fox accepts nature and moves on. I see. Do you want this to happen easily or the opposite? The opposite. Shin then showed her his drugs and let his true condition fall from his pocket, and after reading it and seeing the medication that he was taking in super slow motion, she became pissed. It shall be done. I only care for the owl, not the messenger, to be safe from the old fox. Well, I care for both the owl and the messenger, don't worry. I must go. Go. Meanwhile, inside, Naruto was waiting in the living room for his Bachan and the new child that she was bringing, Sasuke. When he first heard that a child his age was coming to spend some time with him, he was ecstatic, especially since the Sasuke was training to be a shinobi too. But right now he was nervous. I mean, what was the guarantee that they would even get along? What if he had been told by his parents to stay away from him? His Bachan told him that this one was special. He trusted her and he definitely wanted to have a surrogate brother, but what if the brother didn't want him? Sasuke and Sai entered the house and saw a blonde boy sitting quietly on the couch looking deep in thought. While Sai was polite enough to wait for their new brother, according to Sasuke, to notice them, Sasuke was not. Startled, Naruto noticed two boys who looked that they could use some serious sun staring at him. I thought there was only one person coming, now there are two of them. What am I going to say now? Naruto. Huh. What are you thinking about? Huh, nothing. I thought there was only one of you coming. Yeah, Bachan saw Sai at the gate and now he is our surrogate brother too. Hello, Naruto and Aisen. We're brothers. Yeah, Dobe, what are you, deaf now? Team, watch it. Or what, Dobe? You probably don't even know how to be a shinobi if you didn't notice us enter. Says the duck, but what was that? The two boys were now standing a foot away from each other, glaring, while Sai was sitting on the couch wondering why they were being like this. But something told him that this might just be how they would be from now on. You better take that back, Dobe, or else. Or else what, duck butt? Why, I oughta. Well, I'm glad you two are getting along. He started it, Bachan. What, I didn't start anything, Baka, right, Sai? They both started it. What? Carrie smiled because she had this firm belief that the three of them would grow up to be just fine. You know what, a Jinchuriki and Uchiha clan heir, a possible root spy. This is a recipe for disaster, but I won't let that happen. They are brothers from this day forward, and I just know that I'm not the only one who would see that. And she was right, because in their hidden places the three weapons made by Shigeru Ayumu glowed brightly, awaiting the day that their wielders would come and collect them. And the weapons made by Eriko's mother also wanted to be joined to their brothers, so they glowed as well. And these weapons are Cerberus, the water hydra; Force Edge, the earth griffin; Agni and Rudra, the fire phoenix; Rebellion, the wind dragon; and Yamato, the lightning leviathan. 3 days later, in Wind Country, Itachi tailed Anko as she made her way into the cavern that was supposed to be the meeting place, but they could both feel a chill run through their spines, and they shared the same thought. This will not end well. The plan was that she would enter first and check the place out just in case the mission was actually legit. Then if she ran into trouble, Itachi would sneak into the underground cave and wait until such a time when it is very clear that Anko needed backup, because if such a time comes, then they both agreed that only they could come out of the cavern alive so that no one knows that Itachi was with her. That way she can head back to Konoha, claim the mission was a success based on the fact that she came out alive and with evidence of everything that happened, which was why she summoned some of her small snakes and Itachi summoned a few crows to keep watch and act as witnesses to the mission so that the council will have no choice but to promote her to Chunin. So why do I have this pit in my stomach? Wait, what's that? Listening closer to the voices in the cave, she heard a conversion that sent shivers throughout her entire body. This is Itsuna is only a day away, and we can finally kill that blasted Kazekage for daring to deny us entry. You are too impatient and it is starting to piss me off. Says you, I thought you don't like to be kept waiting. Moreover, this new body of yours is slowing us down, Sasori. A hunched-back puppet wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it said in annoyance, "Keep talking, Ichigo, and I will make you my new body." When he said this, a scorpion-like tail came out from the back of the robe. His companion, an orange-haired 6'1" Kusa-nin, simply glared hard at his partner. I don't even know why I'm here waiting for this freak. My blades of chaos are screaming for blood. That bastard's blood who dares think that he can deny me my chance to serve Jashin-sama with my sacrifices. How will I attain immortality if I can't offer sacrifices to the great Jashin-sama? Oh, he will pay, and then I will bathe Suna in blood. Practically drooling at the things he would do when Sasori gets whatever body he is looking for. He missed the swing Sasori took at his head until he felt something whiz past him, bringing him back to earth, and not happy for the callback. What the hell is wrong with you? You fucking cocksucker, I should kill you for doing that. Why the hell do you even need a new body anyway? Simple, I need her because of the blood in her veins. With the seal on her neck, if I can extract some samples of her tainted blood, I will be able to make a poison that will be legendary in both its potency and the amount of pain it can cause. I like it already. If you can do this, I will join your so-called Akatsuki. Why else would I have not killed you by now? Thought Sasori. He then focused on a spot to his left and smirked. Well, looks like we don't have to wait anymore, do we, Anko-san? When telling the story later, she would swear she had died and gone to heaven because 1 second she had the attention of 2 S-rank criminals, and the next second the landscape changed to a plain open space and she noticed she was breathing heavily and on the verge of passing out. When she felt a hand on her shoulder, she started crying, pleading to Kami for a quick death, until she heard a voice that she from that day forward called the voice of her savior. Damn, Anko, you can run fast. Turning around, she fell into Itachi's arms and held him so tightly that he wondered if she was somehow coping Tsunade Senju. She started sobbing heavily into his chest, and while he didn't know what to do before, he did now, so he wrapped his arms around her and held her close. I wonder what happened in there to make her so scared she's practically shaking. About half an hour later, Anko stopped crying and jumped out of Itachi's arms, startled and frankly a little crazy. Where are they? Itachi, they are after me. Please don't let them find me. Itachi. Itachi grabbed her and her close. Whoever they are, Anko, you lost them. If I didn't have my Sharingan on, I wouldn't have seen you blow past me. With you going at that speed, I knew something was very wrong, so I set up a string of genjutsu that will confuse them for a while, and by the time they break out of it, my crows would have eliminated our tracks, making it difficult for them to track us. And if we leave now, we can ditch them for good. He had barely finished talking before Anko took off again, and this was the moment that he knew that Anko had unnatural stamina because she kept running until she blew past the wind country border by at least 100 miles while he had to stop and take at least 5 solider pills that he knew he would regret when he had the chance to rest. Anko didn't stop until she passed out. Thankfully, he had enough adrenaline to take her to a shop just ahead before he too passed out with one thought. Damn, we are going to feel this when we wake up. However, while the dango shop owners took the strangers in and cared for them until they got strong enough to go home, there was one other strangler in Suna that was lost. Kakashi the prodigy, the copy ninja, was embarrassingly lost. In his haste to make it to Suna, he forgot that he had never been to Suna before, and he had no idea how to get there, and the only thing keeping him from losing his sanity in this wide desert was the small cabin house that he saw ahead of him. I will get a map from there and hopefully some water, then I will make my way towards Suna, find that poison and kill that beast. Oh, how wrong he will be. Meanwhile, Sasori was heading back to Akatsuki HQ with Ichigo's body after he started laughing and taunting Sasori for sending a female running like the devil was at her heels because of his ugly art and ways. I will just have to find another way to make that super poison, but how the hell is it possible for a body like that to generate that much speed? It is unnatural. Chapter 3. Anko stood in front of the gates of Konoha hungry for blood. Her village sent her on a suicide mission even after everything she had done for them. The last mission had broken her hold on the cursed seal, and now it was free of its restraints. So the past week had been filled with dark thoughts and dreams of the destruction of the village that dared to try to kill her. Finally she gave in to it, and boy, the bloodlust was ecstasy in her veins. As she stood a few paces outside the gate, she only had one thought. She wanted to make them all pay. She wanted to make them suffer like she had. She was done being the good ninja. Sensei was right. It is better to be feared than loved. A while ago the thought of copying her vile sensei even a little would have made her sick to her stomach, but now it comforted and inspired her. She wanted to be feared, but leaving the village won't satisfy her bloodlust. She would stay here and at every opportunity punish them. Thankfully she knew the laws of Konoha like the back of her hand, so was free to do as she pleased and still be a shinobi. Right now she didn't care about making Chunin or even getting promoted or getting stronger to kill Orochimaru. Right now she had all the power she needed to stay in the village and have some fun. What was the worst thing they can do? Demote her. Send her to prison for something they won't be able to prove, yeah right? She would make the lives of the civilians especially a living hell. You were right, Sensei, they don't deserve to live. Screw experiments, they must pay in blood. Kill, whispered the cursed seal. Kill, kill and kill. Soon, I swear I will watch this despicable village burn for all the crimes that they have committed. They must not have a happy life, they don't deserve it. Pain, suffering, agony, grief. These are the things that they deserve. Images of a Konoha on fire entered her mind and she smirked maliciously. She saw them screaming for help as she cut them to pieces and burned their loved ones in front of them. Oh, hello Anko, you look happy. Did you have a good mission? Asked the gate guard, who she instantly decapitated in her mind. The image brought a savage grin to her face that sent shivers down the guard's spine. I had a lovely mission, and I'm going to enjoy being home after being away for so long. Why does it sound bad when she said it? Thought the guard, who was about to wet his pants. Damn, she looks like a crazy person. Anko left him knowing exactly where she was going next. I wonder what Saki-chan and her family's heart taste like. Oh well, I guess I will just have to find out for myself as I pull out pieces of their heart out. I wonder, should deep fry her family's heart and feed it to her, or maybe I should just give it to her raw? Decisions, decisions. She then started skipping like a schoolgirl who just got a kiss from her crush. If you look closely, though, you would notice the cursed seal glowing red. Let us kidnap a council member and her family. This is going to be so much fun. A few miles away, Itachi was racing on the ground as fast as could. He had to make it to Konoha in time. In case you are wondering why he was running in the ground at civilian pace, well, that is because Anko poisoned him. A couple days ago, when he woke up from his solidar pill-induced coma, it was to a sight that he won't forget in a hurry. The couple that had taken them in were scattered across the floor of their small cabin. Anko tasted parts of them with a contemplative look on her face like some high-class food critic. There were black marks across her face and upper body, meaning the cursed seal was free. He was ashamed to say that the sight caused him to throw up and faint. When he woke up a day later, Anko was standing over him with a sweet smile and a cup of tea, all cleaned up so much so that he thought that he simply had a nightmare. The tea was delicious, and it came with a feast for his hungry stomach. After eating and freshening up into a new set of clothes, he decided that he wanted to go outside to have some fresh air. That is before asking Anko what exactly happened during the mission. When all of a sudden he became dizzy and almost fell if Anko hadn't guided him to bed. When he was about to sleep from what he thought was exhaustion. After all, there was no way Anko would poison him. She said something that made his blood freeze up. The couple was just a test. Anko-chan and I are going to Konoha. I need to see those lovely civilians who granted me access to my lovely student. Of course, I will show them my sincere appreciation. Rest well, Itachi-kun. Forcing his eyes open, the last thing he saw was Anko with those black marks across her face and her eyes. They resembled a snake, a deadly snake. That was why he was in such a hurry, because while he didn't fully understand what was going on, he knew that Anko was not in her right mind. He needed to help her before she did something that she would regret later on. That is, if she was still capable of remorse. No, damn it, I can't think like that. Shaking his head, Itachi forced his mind not to go there. He refused to believe that his friend had become a sociopath overnight. She was his friend, and every cell in his body wanted to find her and keep her safe, even if had to protect her from herself. I can't lose her, I simply can't. I don't have anything without her and Sasuke. It is because of her that I actually started to get closer to my little brother. If I can't keep her safe, then how the hell am I supposed to keep Sasuke safe? Kami, I need help. Forcing his chakra to move, he increased his pace. Kami, let me make it in time, please let me make it in time. What he would do after he finds her, he didn't know, he just wanted to find her. He will cross that bridge when he got there. One thing was for sure though, he will never give up her or the village. There are some good people there after all. Maybe if Anko met some of them, then she would know that not everyone sees her as a stain on the village's honor. One thing left Itachi at a serious loss though. How did Anko become so bloodthirsty so quickly? He knew about Orochimaru and his experiments. Anko also filled him in on the cursed seal details. How it fed on negative emotions and heightened them. And that it somehow possessed a piece of his soul. How that was possible he didn't know. But only a week had passed and somehow the restraints that were put around the cursed seal had been broken. In that time frame, it had also taken over Anko's mind. Someone who never wanted anything to do with Orochimaru a week ago, and she didn't even resist. That was what scared him. Anko told him that the cursed seal was held back by both her will and the seal that Jiraiya had put on it, since the cursed seal could not be removed. But now she had given into the seal's influence, meaning the villager's worst nightmare was about to come true. If he did not stop her, then this will go from bad to worse. She would overdo it, get caught, and when that happens, the council will see to it that she is killed. There is no ways that he was going to let that happen, not if he could help it. Back in Konoha. Now before Anko took Saki from her house, she needed to buy some supplies first. So she headed for a weapons store to see an old friend and possibly invite him to the feast later today. Walking in though, she noticed that the store was almost empty. Where did all the customers go? Oh, that means I won't have an audience. Oh well, the show must go on. Hello, anyone here? Asked Anko, who was pleased to hear and I'm coming. So she smirked and waited. Kuro had been expecting a lot of things when he went to answer the door. A couple of genin looking to buy weapons, civilians looking for some extra protection, heck, even a hot girl to flirt with. But what he didn't expect was to find Mitarashi Anko at his doorstep. He went to the academy, but he never graduated. That was probably why he didn't notice her mood or the fact that she was leaking Ki. This is why he did what he did. Oi, you, how many times have I told you that your kind is not welcome here? Now leave. Anko smiled savagely. Or what? You don't want to piss me off, little snake bitch, now leave before I throw you out. Naturally, Anko did not like that, but instead of frowning, she started laughing, pissing Kuro off. Some little bitch was making fun of him and he couldn't have that. So he decided to show her just how serious he was. He walked over to her and attempted to grab her and fling her out of his store via the window. Keyword being attempted. Snap. Anko had grabbed his knuckles and pushed his lower arm into his body while making sure that his elbow was bent outward. The result was that the lower bone was now protruding from his elbow and his upper arm was poking out his shoulder. His wrist, on the other hand, was pretty much shattered. Kuro couldn't even scream. His right arm was damaged, possibly beyond repair, and he was losing blood fast. But Anko was not done with him yet. The shock had brought him to his knees. That was when Anko said, "Oh, I'm sorry, here, let me help you," and snapped both bones back into place, causing Kuro to pass out. Anko was then extremely disappointed. "Ah, he is out already? But I was just getting started. I need to make sure that Saki-chan stays awake while I have my fun, but how?" Suddenly she had a thought of a potion that her sensei taught her which would be perfect. I mean, it may take a few hours to make, but it will be so worth it, and this way Kuro-san can join us. It is perfect. Putting a blood and food pill into Kuro's mouth was a cinch. After which she got the things that she would need from his store and then sealed him into a storage scroll. She then flipped the sign to closed and passed out the back to go to the forest of death. She would find the ingredients that she needed for the potion there. It was also the venue for the party. 2 birds, 1 stone. But on the way there she had a thought. Why don't I go pick up Saki-chan and put her in a scroll too along with her family? That way I won't have to go back and forth. Inspired by her idea, she went to get everything that she would need from the village, including a few plates of dango, and sealed all away for later use. However, when she went to get Saki and her family, she was once again disappointed to find out that Saki was the only one at home and time was already wasting. Oh well, I can come back for them later. Who is to say that we can't have 2 parties? With that, she entered Saki's dining room where she was sipping a nice hot cup of tea and knocked her out, and then proceeded to put her into a scroll too. She decided to take a sip of the tea but promptly spits it out. Yuck, that is disgusting. She threw the cup on the floor and sighed deeply at the poor woman's poor taste in tea, and then resumed skipping to the forest of death. Now I'm sure you would have guessed by now that putting a living, breathing human being into a substandard storage scroll is a bad idea. For those of you who don't know just why this is such a bad idea, well, let me explain it to you. The human body is constantly in motion, the breaking down of cells and the creation of new ones. This is necessary because human beings are supposed to grow on a cellular level. Now what the storage seal does is that it puts the cells in stasis form so that they can't grow. Even people who go into coma don't have frozen cells, only slow ones, but the fundamentals don't change for them. This means that their body can still function, only it is going to be remarkably slow, that's all. But putting a living human being in total stasis is hell on earth because every cell and nerve, every brain wave or blood circle will be brought to an abrupt halt. The person will be in total darkness until the stasis is removed. Depending on the length of time they were in stasis would determine how banged up they will be. Now, given how long Saki and Kuro will be in stasis, the moment they are released, every nerve and cell will be supersensitive, making every pain and pleasure they feel 10 times worse. Not to mention the headaches and heartburns that they will get from the long stasis period. Anko knew all of this, which was why she was taking her sweet time preparing the potion and the party venue. Warning: it is about to get worse, so again, reader discretion is strongly advised. If you can't stomach it, scroll down to the next notification and read from there. You have been warned. 5 hours later. The preparation for the party was done in grand style. You had everything that you could ever need for a torture party. A table full of sharp and pointy things, hell, even things that were not pointy but definitely painful. Of course, the creme de la creme of everything was the serpent's kiss. To understand the poison better, we must go back to how it came to be. Years ago, before Orochimaru betrayed village, when he was still a loyal shinobi of Leaf, he developed a potion that would make an injured ninja last a lot longer, so that he or she could get medical treatment instead of dying on transit like a lot of them did, especially during the war. The reason it was called the Serpent's Kiss was because it used poisonous plants and actual venom from a very rare snake to increase the insulin and adrenaline in the body. When mixed with a cocktail of blood pills and food pills, the poison became a potion that greatly increased the survival chances that the ninjas had. Of course, Konoha ruined it by demanding more and more, and since the snake that made the poison work was rare, it quickly became endangered. It was the first poison that was actually very sought after, but the cost was too much. So when Orochimaru refused to make more in order to save the snakes, he was treated like a traitor. If not for how important he was, he would have been removed from the shinobi force. Thankfully, they simply couldn't do without him, so the issue was forgotten well by everyone except Sensei. Anko chuckled as she prepared to remove Kuro from the storage scroll. She remembered the other ways that Orochimaru had taught her of how to use the poison. You see, when Cobra's venom is applied to the Serpent's Kiss, it not only keeps the injected person alive, and it also keeps every nerve supersensitive. So if you took the poison and sustained a paper cut, you won't get a sharp and fast pain, you would feel a slow ache that will last for a long time. That wasn't all. When applied, it makes blood stop flowing into that particular area, so no blood loss and no mess. That is what she wanted right now. She went to the table and placed the scroll containing Kuro on top. This one is for you, sensei. When Kuro landed on top of the table, he immediately started screaming from pain that seemed to envelope his entire body. But a strong Ki stopped his screams and forced him to look up. That when he saw Anko with black marks across her face, eyes glowing yellow, wearing a smile that told him that she was just getting started with him. Please, please, please. I beg of you, please let me go, please. Please swear I will do everything you say, please, oh please just let me go and I won't tell anyone about this. Anko had a blank face as she stared at him. But what would happen to my party if I let you go? Please, I will do anything, please. Anko placed her index finger on his lips and shushed him up like a concerned mother. Here, let me give you something for the pain. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Kuro thought that the injection she was placing in his arm would actually help, that she had forgiven him. Because after seeing the tools on the table beside him, he did not want to be here at all. He was happy that she had a change of heart. Poor Kuro, right? Anko injected him with the serpent's kiss, and then all of a sudden every nerve in his damaged arm exploded with pain, and the pain made him wish for death. I thought you were giving me something for the pain. I did, said Anko with an honest face. That was when she brought a power drill, a screwdriver with a flat head and a very sharp-looking kunai. With an innocent look on her face she asked, Did you know that there are 27 bones in the human arm? I sure as hell never counted before, but I have always wanted to know for myself and see my luck. You have a hand and I have the tools, so let's make this happen. No, 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 please. Please, Anko used the kunai to remove the bandages from his damaged arm. She slowly removed all the flesh and muscle covering the arm. Thankfully, the poison worked because Kuro wasn't losing that much blood. She looked at Kuro, who was still screaming in surprise. Wow, you have great lungs. But that was only the beginning. Isn't this exciting? Well, I mean, I get to find out for real if we have 27 bones in our arm. Now hold still, this is for science after all. She used the power drill to separate all the joints that she saw and break the bones into pieces. Using the screwdriver, she plucked out all the bones one by one. During all of this, none of Kuro's nerves had been touched, so he could feel everything. By the end of it all, Kuro was fading. Anko wouldn't have any of that though, so she gave him another cocktail of her special drug, only this time in his other arm. I was so clumsy before, but that was good practice. Sorry about your arm, though I will try to make sure that I get it right this time. You see now, instead of using a power drill, I have going to use a pair of scissors. Now I know what you are wondering. How the hell is a pair of scissors going to break bone? Well, that is why I will be adding my fire affinity to them so that the bones will be made softer. Oh, and I wasted too much time removing your flesh last time, so this time I'm going to use acid to make the removal even faster. That is why I gave you a double dose of the serpent's kiss so that you can be awake and alert to it all. Oh my, you have no idea what the serpent's kiss is, do you? Well, why don't I tell you? And that is what she did. She talked to Kuro while she used acid to melt his flesh and a fire-powered scissors to break and pick apart his bones. Just like last time, she avoided his nerves completely. When the whole thing was over, she decided to use all of her instruments to pick Kuro apart. He died not from blood loss or pain, but from having nothing left to live with. Anko had taken a fork and knife to his heart. By the time she was done, she was soaked with blood, and a tiny part of her that was still her was so horrified at what she had become she couldn't even move a muscle. All she could do was beg Orochimaru to stop, but all he said was, "Don't stop the fun," and then he started laughing. This was the scene that Itachi walked in on, and he did not know what to do. The only reason he was able to find Anko in the first place was because he knew her chakra inside out. He had followed it around the village until it led him to the forest of death. He thought that he was prepared for anything, but right now he wondered if Anko was there anymore or if she was really gone for good. Even if she wasn't, how was he supposed to deal with this? Dante, alright, the bad stuff is over. You guys can look now. Have you ever thought you knew someone so well only to wake up one morning and realize that they were not what you thought they were? That even though they look the same and smell the same, all you see when you look at them is someone else? In Itachi's case, it was literally someone else. His shinobi instincts were telling him that Anko had become a problem to the safety of the village. The evidence was the mess on the table in front of her that looked like a person's body parts. He should put her down now, if not because of the crimes that she had committed, then because one of Konoha's top missing nin had completely taken over her body. That was because according to the facts she let him do it, and that was considered treason. But how was he supposed to kill Anko, his best friend? The one that mended his relationship with his little brother Sasuke. She was the one that gave him the courage and drive to stop being a puppet for his clan and start being him. How was he supposed to kill her knowing that he would be doing the exact same thing that the villagers had been doing to her since Orochimaru betrayed her? Condemning her without hearing her side of the story. He could paint this any which way that he wanted to, but at the end of the day, he was betraying his best friend. He was giving up on her. Without his consent, tears started falling down his cheeks. He also knew that if he didn't stop her, then she would prove the villagers right. That she was a loyal slave of Orochimaru hell-bent on destroying the village. They would be able to execute her with her a clear conscience, knowing that they were right. Dear Kami, how could I have let this happen? He didn't know when he dropped on all fours sobbing. He couldn't keep her safe, his best friend. When she needed him the most, he was in a coma, and she was probably so scared and lonely that she didn't even realize when she started to depend on the cursed seal. But how could he save her? How could he do anything but kill her? At least this way she would die at the hands of someone who cares about her. But the thought of killing her was killing him. He knew that if he killed someone whom he had come to love this much, then his entire life would never be the same. But the thought that really broke his heart was if he could give up on Anko so quickly, then how long will it take him to give up on Sasuke? Would he have to kill his little brother too? Anko heard something behind her, so she turned around. When she saw Itachi on his knees weeping, her heart shattered. The cursed seal, on the other hand, was so happy for the sight. If it could remove Itachi from Anko's life, then she would no doubt give up her humanity. Her body and soul will be its to mold anyway it saw fit. Of course, when it was done with the civilian council, it will return to Orochimaru. Together they will plot the destruction of Konohagakure no Sado. What have I done? Thought Anko. Oh Itachi, I'm so sorry. I wasn't strong enough. I was so scared that those people would come get me that when I remembered how much power the cursed seal gives its victims, I couldn't resist the extra protection. Now I know I was foolish. You have always protected me and kept me safe even when you didn't have to. I know that I need to die for what I have done, but please forgive me, please. Rising up his head, Itachi looked at Anko's face. His precious person had been turned into a monster, all because of one man. With that one thought, all of Itachi's agony and grief boiled into white-hot rage. You! The look on Itachi's face startled CS. Cursed seal. So badly that it stumbled backwards in shock. It thought that Itachi would be an easy kill because of the state he was in. Now though he looked ready to kill and with his Sharingan blazing, CS actually felt fear for its life. You took the girl who means the world to me and turned her into a monster with no remorse or guilt. You made her into what the villagers think of her. You have justified their paranoia and stupidity by making her into what she is not. You took advantage of her when she was scared and took over her body. You broke my best friend, and while she doesn't have the will to fight back, I do. The scary part was while he was talking, Itachi didn't raise his voice an inch. But the sheer amount of rage and hatred embedded into his words were enough to force CS to a tree where it was shaking like a leaf. What are you going to do? You wouldn't hurt your best friend, right? Itachi zipped to its location and said, I know that you are in there, and I'm sure you know how skilled the Sharingan is at mind techniques. Please don't hurt me. I am just a messenger. Orochimaru is the one you want. And yet you are the one inside my best friend. You are also the one that has turned her into this thing. Not Orochimaru. You. What are you going to do to me knowing that I am tied to Anko? Anything that happens to me will also happen to her. The knowledge gave the cursed seal some confidence. At least he won't intentionally hurt his best friend, right? But the smile that spread across Itachi's face sent that renewed confidence down the drain. "Oh, you have no idea what I can do. Right now Anko's mind is submissive to yours, and my Sharingan can put you in a world of hurt and pain so strong your master is going to need stitches. The best part is Anko's mind is shielded since you're in the driver's seat. Oh, and don't try to switch now, I already have a lock on your mind. So even if you return to the dark recesses of her mind, I will find you." At that point CS started to feel its mind burning slowly and heavily for a minute before it passed. It was enough to tell it that Itachi was serious with his threat, and its fear went through the roof. Itachi was right when he said that his and Orochimaru's mind were linked. If he did not stop Itachi, then Orochimaru would cancel the link, and then all the pain will be its to bear. As it was considering this, it felt a new kind of pain. It felt like someone was taking a toothpick to its eyes. That didn't last for a minute before it felt Orochimaru disconnect his mind from it. At that point it knew it was finished unless it did something. "Wait, stop, please, just stop. What do I have to do?" "Nothing. I am not going to stop until you are nothing but a wasted piece of chakra. I can't remove you from Anko's mind and body, so I will instead focus on damaging you to the point where you will be too weak to even move. I will continue to do this until I find a way to remove you completely. So let's continue, shall we?" "Wait, wait, 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 you can remove me. Go on. I am just a prototype and I can be removed. All you have to do is destroy the seal." Now it wasn't lying, it was however greatly exaggerating. The only way to kill it and remove it from Anko's body was to destroy the center, aka it. Then the seal will collapse, but destroying the seal would kill both it and Anko, which is what it wanted. "I see." "What?" Itachi smirked. "Didn't anyone tell you about the Sharingan's psychic powers?" CS lost all color in its face when Itachi said that. "Oh no. Oh yes, goodbye now." Itachi used half of his chakra capacity to destroy the center. He watched in amazement as the yellow eyes turned brown and the black marks vanished. He looked as Anko blinked up at him in shock and fear. He knew what she needed to hear. "You are my best friend and I care about you. I forgive you. I know what happened on the mission from your memories, and I promise you that I will keep you safe. I just hope that you can forgive me for falling to be there for you this time." Anko was shocked. She grabbed him and sobbed into his shoulders, saying thank you over and over again. "Thank you, Kami, I have her." After crying herself to sleep, Itachi created 2 clones. One to return Saki back to her house and report the mission specs to the Hokage, in hopes that Anko gets promoted, and another to report the entire story to Carry, while he carried her home. When they entered into her apartment, he cleaned her up. Then he had a clone dress her for bed while he took a shower. However, when he took her back from the clone, his other clones dispelled, informing him that the Hokage was pissed. He wanted to see them both tomorrow, and Carrie promised to keep watching Sasuke until this all blows over. He decided to sleep on the couch, but first he needed to put Anko in bed. When he did and tried to remove his hands, she held him in a vice grip. Regardless of how he tried to move, she held him tight, so he decided to lay next to her. Only for Anko to curl up in his arms. The scary part was that he liked it. Is this how friends feel? Shaking his head, he decided he didn't care about the sleeping arrangements. Anko was his friend and nothing else, and with that thought he went to sleep. The next day. Anko had had such a full week. She was nearly killed, was possessed by an evil seal, committed manslaughter and kidnapping. She had the seal that been the bane of her existence removed, and despite the fact that Itachi had every right to hate her or at least never fully trust her again, he didn't. Instead, he forgave her and even asked her to forgive him for not being there for her when she needed him the most. He still loved her. When she heard all that he said to the cursed seal on her behalf, her heart soared and ached at the same time. She woke up that morning to a feeling that she had come to love, safe in Itachi's strong arms. The truth was that she didn't deserve someone like him. He had cured her of a seal that no one else could beat. He had cared for her even after seeing her in her darkest moment. He had defended her, loved her, and as she woke up she noticed that she was clean and in new clothes. Instantly she started crying. She held this angel closer to her, not knowing how to repay him for loving her even when she didn't deserve it. Itachi woke up to the feeling of his chest getting wet. When he came to, he realized that Anko had woken up and she was crying her eyes out. He didn't know what caused it, so he did the only thing he could do. Pull her close to him and start stroking her hair. She always loved it when he did that. After a while she calmed down, and he asked her what happened, only to hear something that broke his heart. "I don't think we should keep being friends anymore. I don't think that this is going to work out." Itachi didn't know what to think. He had no clue where this is coming from, but he knew that his heart couldn't take it. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" Anko had to force down the tears that were threatening to break free. She knew that she would cry forever once he left. Even though she was trying to separate him from her, Itachi was still her greatest source of strength. The pain that she could hear in his voice, though, was ripping her to shreds. "No, you did not do anything wrong. I just don't want to be friends with you anymore, okay? Look me in my eyes and say that." Anko knew that if she looked into his perceptive eyes, then he would know that she was lying through her teeth. So she left his arms and, closing her eyes, sat up straight on the bed. "I don't have to do anything. I just want you to leave and never come back. Is that so hard to believe?" "Yes, because I saw your eyes last night, Anko. I know you, and this isn't you." "Well, then I guess you don't know me as well as you thought you did. Now please leave." Now he knew something was very wrong. Anko was not polite about anything in her life, so he sat up straight as well and stared at her. He had a hunch as to why she was doing this, but he needed to be sure. He put his arm around her and turned on his Sharingan. Then he slowly started pulling her close to him. She did not resist, almost like she was getting the last bit of comfort that she could before he left. So quickly he put her in between his legs, and she instantly started resisting and forcing her way out, but he held her close. After a few minutes she stopped struggling and started crying into him. "Why won't you go? Please, you will be so much better without me in your life. So what are you still doing here?" Now he knew what was really going on. "I am not a saint, Anko. I have my sins too. I know you're hurt and that you think that I am better off without you, but I am not. I need you in my life, Anko. I don't think I can survive without you. I am not going to let you push me away. Why do you have to be so goddamn stubborn, huh? Can't you see that it is better this way?" "Actually, I can't see. All I can see is the girl I love pushing me away because she doesn't think that she deserves to be happy." "Well, you are wrong. You deserve to be happy, Anko, and I am not going to stop until you are. I don't care what anyone thinks of you or us, I am not leaving you." Anko actually smiled. "The girl you love? You are getting soft, Tachi-chan." She looked at him for the first time that morning, right into those hypnotic red eyes. "I'm never getting rid of you, am I?" Itachi smirked. "Well, you can try, but no, you are not, so the real question is what are going to do about it?" Anko smiled and placed her head on his shoulder. "I'm going to stop trying to push the guy I love out of my life." Itachi felt his heart burst from her confession, and then he wrapped his hands around her and placed his cheek on her forehead when she made a comment that made him laugh. "I am hungry." After getting dressed and having breakfast, the duo made their way to the Hokage's office. Knocking on the door, they heard a "come in," and when they entered they noticed that it was the Hokage and Carrie that were present. "You sent for us, Hokage-sama?" "Yes, Anko, I did. First of all, I am so sorry for what happened to you. The reason I called you here was that I called a council meeting and I want you to join me. It is time I explained to some people that this is my village, not theirs. Will you come with me?" She looked at Itachi and he gave her a nod, so she turned back to the Hokage. "Hi, Hokage-sama. Good, then let's go." When they left, Carrie faced Itachi and smirked mischievously at him. "So I see that your girlfriend is okay." Itachi instantly turned a bright shade of red. "She's my friend, not my girlfriend. We are too young for that." "Oh, so where did you sleep last night?" "With her in bed." After saying it, he knew that he shouldn't have. "It wasn't like that, I swear." So what is it like then?" "We are friends, nothing more." "And yet you guys slept in the same bed, and looking at the two of you, you are comfortable being close to one another. That is what friendship is, isn't it?" Carrie shook her head and looked at Itachi. "Listen to me, Itachi-kun, I have eyes and I know that there is a strong bond between the two of you, and it isn't friendship. So if you don't want to lose her, you better find out exactly what Anko means to you before she finds someone else. As for your age, you are both shinobi. Age doesn't apply. But promise me that you will think about it, okay? I have to go back to the boys. I will. Good, see you later. At the council room. The council members were getting impatient waiting for the Hokage and were about to start leaving when he walked in, looking very pissed off. When he sat down on his seat, he said, "Now I have something to tell all of you. But before that, Nara-san, please enlighten me on what this council is supposed to do." Troublesome, well, the council is supposed to be an advisory body to the Hokage. They are also in charge of some minor parts of the village, thus taking part of the Hokage's workload, freeing him up for more important things. Thank you, Nara-san. Saki-san, please tell me, what is the duties that your side of the council is responsible for? We are in charge of the lives of the civilians. She said it so arrogantly that Hiruzen nearly attacked her. I see. Nara-san, one last question. Can the council falter? Yes. Good, and on that note, Saki, you and the rest of the civilian council are hereby under arrest. What, you can't do that? Ki exploded in the room that sent the civilians to the ground. The god of shinobi was pissed. His rage radiated throughout the room like a violent predator just waiting to strike. Would you care to repeat that? Saki could barely breathe, let alone talk. I am disbanding the council and the elders, and I am creating a brand new one. If anyone has a problem with that, then I invoke the Hokage's challenge. Will anyone challenge my authority? The Hokage's challenge was when a person fights the Hokage. If he wins, then the Hokage would hand over authority for whatever was on the table without resistance. The only person who had a chance against the Hokage in the entire room was Danzo, and even he would have to pull out all stops. So there was no way that he was going to do that. Excellent, because if anyone came forward, I would have killed you. Oh, and side note, Anko Mitarashi is now a Chunin. Council closed. The Sandaime then walked out with Anko, who was starting to realize why they called the Hokage the god of shinobi. Damn, I hope I never piss him off. When they got back to the office, he handed her a Chunin vest. Then he formed a team consisting of her, Itachi, and Kurenai and gave them a month off duty. Things were starting to look up, but Itachi still had a lot of things to think about. Meanwhile, Kakashi was home. A changed man with a new agenda and also a new friend that he couldn't wait to inform the Hokage about. However, when he entered the Hokage's office via the window, he saw how angry he was. He almost left, but the Sandaime turned to face him. After staring into his eyes like a scanner, he smiled. His smile made Kakashi very fearful for his life. Ah, Kakashi-kun, perfect timing. Kakashi did not like where the Sandaime's tone was going. It made it seem like he was going to regret setting foot in his office. Damn, I have to have offended somebody up there who is probably laughing at me right now. Although maybe it's not as bad as I think. Why is it perfect timing, Sandaime-sama? I mean, surely I did not come on any important dates, right? The freaky thing was that the Sandaime Hokage just kept on grinning like a cat. A very happy cat. No, Kakashi-kun, you didn't come on any important dates. As a matter of fact, nothing special is happening this week. Well, nothing of great importance. Then why does your smile and tone tell me that I just walked into a minefield that is going to blow me sky high, and that there is no way out? It appears your commander was right when he said you have very sharp instincts, and where do you think you're going? At this point, Kakashi was halfway out the window when the Sandaime caught him. I was actually on my way to see Guy. I promised him the second I came back from my leave I would come find him, so that we could engage in some bonding activities to, help me regain some of my lost emotions. I could really use a friend right now. Really, Kakashi, you want to hang out with Guy of your own free will? Wow, I'm so proud of you. Smiling, Kakashi put all his effort into jumping out the window only to find himself tied securely to a chair. How? Oh, Kakashi-kun, I thought you were going to see your friend. What happened? He knew he was doomed anyway, but he decided to try his luck one more time. Maybe, just maybe, the Sandaime will let him escape. If that happens, then he will make sure never to get stuck in this position ever again. Since his opponent was the professor, his best bet would to move to Kiri. A civil war was preferable to being in this room right now. Well, you see, Sandame-sama, I appear to have gotten myself into a rather precarious situation here. Yes, I can see that. Would you like me to assist you there? After all, one should not waste someone's time. It is quite rude. Kakashi gulped. Maybe you don't have to. Katan? Gokaiyu no Jutsu. A ball of flame grew and reached an inch in front of Kakashi's face. But that was not the worst part, not by a long shot. The worst part was the fact that the fireball shrunk and hovered over a very sensitive place. A place that the sun definitely did not shine. After that it vanished. Whoops, it seems my aim is a little off. Would you like to try again, perhaps with a different element? Say lightning? Kakashi vigorously shook his head in fear. No thanks, I'm good, I'll just stay here. Oh, okay, well, since you are here, there is actually a little matter that I wanted to discuss with you. That is, if you have the time? Of course, anything you wish to discuss, I am all ears. Excellent, oh right, the rope's here, let me help you with that. Using a kunai, the Hokage cut the entire rope and freed Kakashi. There, that should be much better. How did you ever get into those ropes? Anyway, there is no one in this room aside from us. By pissing off a seriously strong ninja, thank Kami, there are no witnesses, else I would have never heard the end of it. But all jokes aside, this sound really serious. I wonder what could have gone so wrong since I left. We have a serious problem on our hands, Kakashi-kun, and this kind of problem can only be solved with the height of discretion. Before I give you the briefing, I need to know one thing. How do you feel about Naruto? Now that was a subject that before his vacation he would have known exactly what his stand was. But after getting some sense knocked into him, he was at least willing to give the Kyubisari Naruto the benefit of the doubt. First of though, there was something that he wanted to confirm. First of all, Hokage-sama, is Minato and Kushina's son really dead, or is that just a cover-up? Sarutobi's first response was to lie and say yes, the son died, but he felt that if he wanted to get Kakashi on his side completely, he would have to tell him the whole truth. Damn, who knew the truth could be so hard to tell, but it is necessary. If I don't like his response, then Konoha will lose another ANBU captain. An unfortunate incident, but a necessary one. Yes, Minato and Kushina's son is alive. Kakashi would have been enraged, but he already suspected that was the truth. What else are you not telling me? Well, you may not like this, but yes, there are things that I have kept from you. I felt that it would be too much for you to handle, and that you might snap and do something drastic. I know I was stupid back then. I was angry and scared and too much of a coward to accept responsibility and move on, but I'm better now. I promise I can take it. The Sandame took a deep breath and looked deep into Kakashi's eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, shot forward with a kunai that Kakashi barely blocked and with that same speed returned to his seat. Did that have a point? One thing you will learn as you grow as a shinobi is that you can read a person's heart when you cross blades with them, and I like what I see. Wait, is that something a lot of people know? Well, yes, I suppose it is. Why do you ask? Nothing. So that's how she knew. Alright, well, the whole truth about the Kyuubi's attack is known to only 3 people, me, Kari-san, and Jiraiya. So I'm sure you can guess just what the level of clearance this secret carries and the punishment for anyone that leaks it out. Kakashi immediately sat up straight. Hi, Hokage-sama. Good, the first thing you need to know is, the Kyuubi didn't just come out of nowhere, it was released. Please hold your questions till the end. When we first encountered the Kyuubi during the battle between the First and Madara, it was still a fresh entity. The story says that the First used his would release bloodline limit to suppress and thus defeat the mystical beast. But that is not the whole story. The first Hokage found out the hard way. You can't kill a bijou, hell, you can barely suppress it, especially one as powerful as the Kyuubi. Thankfully, the first wife was there with him with an answer on how to solve the big problem. Jinchuriki. Yes, Kakashi, the first Hokage's wife, was a Jinchuriki. The only reason she was able to handle the strain of being the container of the Kyuubi was because she was an Uzumaki. This made us understand that only an Uzumaki can safely handle being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. However, we couldn't tell the people the truth because of the backlash, so we kept it a secret. That didn't stop what we feared from happening. Other villages turned the other bijus into weapons by locking them inside people. Thus, the shinobi world gained a new elite weapon, but it wasn't without its costs. The new weapons couldn't control the hatred and negative emotions that came with this burden, and so few of them snapped. After that, seals for Jinchuriki got better, but treatment of them got worse, to the point where an innocent child can be treated like the devil incarnate, all because of something he had no say in. But back to Mito-san. She grew old and needed to pass the burden to someone else before she died. That was the reason the Uzumaki heiress was brought to Konoha. Yes, Kakashi, none of the reasons she told you were true. She came to save us, by sacrificing her life and freedom to protect this village. Just like in her predecessor's case, no one knew save a few. But disaster was on its way. The seal on a female Jinchuriki weakens during childbirth. So in order to prevent any slip-ups, Minato, my wife, and a team of trustworthy people were sent to assist in the birthing. But despite our careful planning, someone broke through and assassinated everyone, including my wife, and kidnapped a tired Kushina. Minato couldn't save both her and his son, so he put his son in a safe location and then went for Kushina, but by then it was too late. The Kyuubi was free and the nightmare had begun. After fighting off the person who released the Kyuubi, Minato and Kushina gave their lives to seal the beast into a new vessel, a newborn child not more than a few hours old. Yes, Kakashi, Uzumaki Namikaze's Naruto is the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki and Minato and Kushina's son. Unfortunately, the sealing couldn't be covered up, and so I was forced to tell the people the truth, hoping that they would honor Minato's wishes and see the boy as a hero. But I think we both know what happened. That Kakashi is the whole truth. In order to protect him, I put up several laws, like the one preventing people from telling their young ones what really happened and instead tell them that the Yondaime gave his life to kill the Kyuubi. But while they didn't tell them, they made their children hate him and despise him, so the law that was supposed to give the young boy a semi-normal childhood ended up ruining his life. The holiday that I put up to honor our fallen comrades became a fox hunting season. That boy has suffered at the hands of this village from the day he was born. Taking a deep, calming breath, the Sandaime sat back to see how Kakashi will take this news, and depending on his response, he will then decide what to do about the young ANBU captain. Kakashi, on the other hand, could not even think. What do you say when you find out that you are directly responsible for the suffering of the son of the people who saved his life? Dear Kami, all this time I have given Naruto such a horrible time for doing two things: being born and saving his village just like his parents. I have failed once again. I couldn't save my parents, I couldn't save Obito, and I was not able to save Rin. I could barely help Sensei, and now I have caused agony to a child I swore to protect with my life. Dear Kami, what have I done? Sarutobi could see the path that Kakashi was walking. It was the same path that he took every time something bad happens, and while he and Minato had agreed that when he gets like that the best thing to do is let him be, he did not have the time for another one of Kakashi's episodes. He needed him to be ready because there was work to be done, and he needed to know his stand. Listen, Kakashi, I know what you are thinking right now, and I know exactly how you feel. How can you, Hokage-sama? How can you know anything about how I feel right now? You did well by Naruto, I did not. While you tried to help. Keyword there is tried, I tried and failed. I put my trust in a traumatized people that I thought could see past their pain and fear. The Sandaime put his elbows on the table, and with tired but determined eyes looked directly at Kakashi. Listen, we have all messed up. You hated Naruto, Jiraiya ran away in guilt and shame. Carrie hid away because she thought that I could handle it by myself, delegating a responsibility that should have been shared. And I played the tired old man and barely did enough for a young boy who desperately needed my help. We all have failed Naruto, but right now I don't need a pity party, and neither does he. I need someone who can look me in the eye, past all the bullshit and diplomacy. I need warriors not in the field but warriors at heart. Because Kakashi, we are at war and we need to be ready. This time our enemies are not just outside. They are in our backyard and they are serious about taking us out. So Kakashi, are you in or not? Bowing his head and closing his eyes, Kakashi focused on hearing everything the Hokage had just said. He understood where the Hokage was coming from, but he did not think that he could do what the man was asking of him. How could he call himself a warrior when he can't do the first thing every warrior is supposed to do? Protect those close to him. He was a bad luck charm period. Naruto would be better never having anything to do with him. He could always watch him from a distance, but he was not going to do anything. He didn't deserve it. He raised his head with the intention of telling the Hokage his decision when the voice of Obito resounded in his head. Coward. One word was all it took to stop Kakashi in his tracks. It made him remember why Obito was in his head instead of being alive right now. Years ago he was faced with a choice: complete the mission or save his teammate. Without Obito there, he would have completed the mission and left Rin to her fate. After all, saving people at the risk of the mission was what got his father killed. I believe the White Fang was a true hero. It's true. In the shinobi world, someone who breaks the rules and regulations is regarded as scum. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. That was the reason he turned around to help the class dead last and his friend. The thought that someone believed his father was a hero instead of a traitor. What will Obito think if he saw what I am about to do? How can I face the boy who befriended me when I wanted to be left alone? The one who gave me his eye for a present. Obito, what will you think? But even as he was asking these questions, he knew exactly what Obito's reply would be. It was for that reason that once again he was going to go against what he believed to be right because of a dead last's opinion. You better appreciate this, and you sure as hell better watch out for me, okay, Obito? I can't do this on my own, so if I have to do this, then I need to know that you have my back. He took the itch in Obito's eye as an answer. All right, buddy, let's do this together. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi raised his head and looked directly into the Hokage's eye with a level of determination that the Sandaime had not seen Kakashi display in a long while. I accept, Hokage-sama, you can count me in. Excellent, Kakashi, it's good to have you on board. Thanks for trusting me, Hokage-sama. I promise I won't let you down. I know you won't. Now we need to get to the real issue at hand. Hi, you said that we have enemies in our backyard, right? Well, who could they possibly be, and do the elders know about this? That is the problem, Kakashi. Our enemies are the elders, the civilian council, the Uchiha clan, and of course my old friend Danzo. With each mention, Kakashi's eyebrow went up and his jaw went down until his eyebrow shot past his headband and his jaw was hanging loosely around his neck. Damn, how do we deal with that? And moreover, how did it get to this level? Because I allowed it. What do you mean, Hokage-sama? Surely you didn't start this? I may not have started it, Kakashi, but I saw it happening and I simply didn't give it the attention it needed. I was scared of rocking the boat. We had just come out of a war and we had just barely survived a bijou attack. The last thing we needed was division among us, but in trying to play the peacemaker, I created the very thing that I was trying to avoid. At that point, I decided to just let it all be because once again I was too worried about diplomacy and popularity, and not about doing the right thing. But I thought diplomacy and politics came with the job? And you will be right when you say that, but there is a time for politics and there is a time for a more cutthroat system. Sometimes you need to cut an arm to save the body, and the Hokage must be able to do just what he needs to do to save the village. But just how did it get to this level? I mean, how the hell did the elders become a threat? Not to mention the Uchiha clan. The mention of the Uchiha clan had Kakashi's full attention because that was Obito's clan and the clan heirs were Obito's cousins. He did not want to think about what will happen if the entire clan became a liability. I mean, that will mean either a civil war or total elimination. He refused to consider either. He will not be able to handle that kind of strain on his conscience. How he will ever be able to face Obito if he couldn't save his clan. Sarutobi lowered his eyes. The QB happened. What does a 10-story-sized fox inside a 5-year-old boy have to do with this? Danzo and the elders are of the opinion that Naruto should be trained into being the village's secret weapon. If Danzo has his way, he will use this new weapon to start a war and dominate the shinobi world, with Konoha as the leading nation. You see, Danzo loves Konoha dearly. That is why the elders are so taken with him. But the main attraction Danzo has is that he is willing to do anything, I mean anything not for the people of Konoha, but for the name and territory, Konoha. He will kill his student and sacrifice his own child. He is of the opinion that shinobis are supposed to not have any emotions, as that will make them liabilities in the field. It is for that reason that he created Root, an organization that answers directly to Danzo and only Danzo. He trained his own ANBU and uses them to do missions that are beneficial to Konoha. But if anyone ever found out, our reputation as a humane village will be destroyed. I let it go on because I felt that stopping him will just be unnecessary. That is until he had spies in my ANBU and started his campaign for Hokage. By presenting me to the elders as a tired old man who has lost his edge. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki simply added fuel to fire. He is desperate to have Naruto under his thumb. After which I won't be surprised if he tries to either kill me or discredit me completely to the entire village. Then he can remove a notion that he considers the bane of his existence, the will of fire. The civilian council has also become a liability. After the Kyuubi attack, the village was in shambles. We had lost so many good people, including my wife. In my grief, I gave the civilian council more power than necessary under the excuse that I needed them to be more efficient. I handed over power to control things that usually came to my desk, and of course by the time Konoha was on the right track towards a better future, they refused to give back their power. I was too much of a coward to demand for it back. All that's good and all, but I fail to see just how the Uchiha clan comes into play here. Well, you know Uchiha Madara and the things that he did, right? Yes, but what does that have to do with this? Everything. The second Hokage relegated the clan. He didn't trust them with anything. When I came into power, I didn't do anything to stop it. I just went with the flow because I had a war to handle. Basically, I had better things to do than the treatment of a clan. When the Kyuubi struck, a lot of people remembered that the first time the Kyuubi was here and Uchiha was involved. So the Uchiha clan became the prime suspect behind the Kyuubi attack, which was the last straw. But hold up a minute, the clan isn't exactly friendly. Heck, they are the most hated clan in the village, not because of some century-old story, but because they are absolute dicks. They are hateful, arrogant, jealous, and vengeful. Well, you try telling that to a clan with an ego bigger than the Hokage mountain, and abilities that make it easy for them to copy anything they see. So what do you plan on doing about all the problems that you just shared with me? Because from where I'm standing, it doesn't look like there is a way out of this. Well, that's where you are wrong, kid. There is a way out of this. It will require some serious work in order for us to pull it off. And what do you need me to do? This looks like something meant for an official who is not in ANBU, unless we are talking assassinations. No, we are not, at least not yet. The first thing that we need to do is remove at least half of the civilians' power, and also give the Uchiha clan some recognition. That will stroke their egos and give us the time to calm them down. However, none of these new changes can be made by me. Well, not publicly, of course. We are going to also remove the elders from place. That way, with both those set of people gone, we can breathe easier. But first, I want to know just how many people knew about your hatred for Naruto, among the higher-ups, I mean. A few of them knew. In fact, now that I think about it, the Uchiha clan asked me to monitor Naruto and report back to them. I'm going to have to tell them that I am no longer interested in doing that. No, this is exactly what we need to turn this around. Huh? I thought you were trying to help Naruto and the village. How does me hating one and being indifferent to the other help? Because that is exactly what we need you to be. The Sandaime said that with such enthusiasm that Kakashi started to believe he had finally gone senile. There was a running bet in the ANBU HQ about how long it will be before the third becomes senile, and it seemed the day has finally come. You know I can have you arrested for questioning my mental capacities, right? No, I wasn't. I was just thinking about how innovative you have become. Age really is your best color, did you know that? Because I didn't. How the hell did he know? Nice save. Now about the plan. Put yourself in the council's shoes. If someone with the personalities you mentioned became Hokage, what will happen? Ah, I see. It will give them free rein to do as they please because he won't care. Wait a damn minute, you want to make me Hokage? Have you lost your mind? I thought you were willing to do whatever it takes to help Naruto? Well, yes, however, there is no way that you can make me Hokage. I can't handle that. Exactly my point. I see, so you have gone senile. Well then, let me make this easy for you to understand. I am not going to become Hokage. I won't do it, not for you, not for Naruto, and certainly not because of some crazy plan that you hatched in that loopy head of yours. Are you done? Yes, my answer is no. I won't be making you Hokage permanently just until you implement the laws and rules that I want you to. I will then remove you and announce my joy at seeing the way you left things and how much I will like to keep them that way. In other words, all the laws that you made I can then not only implement but I can fully see them through. But why don't you implement the laws yourself instead of going through the trouble of bringing me into the scene? Simple, I need the council and the elders to let their guard down for a moment, and after the meeting that we had this morning they will be on high alert. If we don't act fast, they will form alliances among themselves with the sole purpose of destroying me so that they can be free to do whatever they want. That is the kind of break that Danzo will be joyous to see happen. A happy Danzo, now that's a scary thought. If I'm getting this right, you want me to implement laws that you thought of in your place as temporary Hokage. Because it will be easier for the laws to be made if they are made by someone the council believes to be in their best interest. Indeed, it will also go a lot smoother since the elders will not consider you a threat to their plans. Thus, they won't bat an eyelash at you until it is too late. First of all, I don't think those people should be batting eyelashes at anyone. Second, where will you be while all this is going on? On vacation, where they will never believe that I was ever a part of this. So let me get this straight, while I am up to my neck in council meetings and paperwork. You will be on a beach somewhere sipping iced tea and enjoying life. Pretty much, yeah. Well, that sucks. Who am I supposed to go to for advice and such? Yourself, so you better pay attention to the plan so that you don't screw it up. For this to work perfectly, it has to be done in a precise order, otherwise minds like Danzo will know something doesn't add up. And the last thing we need is a suspicious Danzo. How do I know all this wasn't just engineered by you to take a vacation? You don't. Perfect, Kakashi sighs deeply. Okay, so what is the plan? Well, don't look so glum. I am not glum. Well, you look glum. Okay, I am glum. Why so glum? Can we stop saying glum? Why so glum, Py? Kakashi groans. You take pleasure in giving me a headache, don't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. Silence. So the plan. Oh, that's right, sorry, got carried away there. Now, I want you to listen to me very carefully, okay? The future of the village is riding on this. I'm listening, Hokage-sama. Good. The first thing that I want you to do is to know exactly what you should never ever do. Okay. Never under any circumstances look Danzo in the eye. I don't care what bullshit you have to spew. I don't care how you do it, just make sure to avoid looking Danzo in the eye. Because he will read you like a book and the whole plan goes straight to hell. We only have one shot at this. If you miss, then things will become a whole lot harder for us. So please, above everything else, Hatake Kakashi, don't miss. I won't, Hokage-sama. Good, because you are going to create a whole new system. The first thing that you are going to do is remove the academy from the hands of the civilian council. And so the planning began meanwhile. Oh, Naruto, how did this happen? Laughter filled the entire kitchen. To understand why Sai and Sasuke were on their backs laughing and Carrie was struggling not to join them, let us rewind this back to a few minutes ago. Naruto, Sai and Sasuke had in a rare moment decided to come together and deal with their hungry stomachs. Their grandmother was busy in the study and told them to go prepare something in the kitchen. Thinking that they will have a bowl of cereal or a snack, oh no. The boys wanted to impress their hard-working grandmother by making a fancy lunch. Something similar to what Sasuke's mother makes during one of the family's parties or events. The first problem was noticed almost immediately. What were they going to cook? After some consideration, they decided on making a fried turkey, some fruit juice, and then some ice cream. Simple, no? Well, it is like they say, talk is cheap. Somehow, someway, when Naruto went to pick up the turkey and the fruits that they needed, that is bananas, from the freezer and carry them both to the table, where he and Sai will handle the banana juice because their bachan had taught them how, and Sasuke handles the turkey. He had seen his mother do it a lot of times. The bananas ended up on the floor from overloaded arms and Naruto slipped, causing him to cry out, which brought Carrie to the kitchen and scared the boys. So none of them knew how Naruto ended up wearing the turkey on his head and also decorating his new hat with bananas. Ouya, who turned off the lights? Sasuke managed to stop laughing for a second to say, "The turkey. Turkeys don't have legs, team." The sight of a Naruto with a turkey on his head adopting a stern pose was more than Carrie could handle. She joined her grandsons on the floor laughing, leaving a very confused Naruto in her wake. A few minutes later, the turkey was cooking and Naruto was red-faced, wishing the ground would just open up and swallow him. While nobody said anything about the incident, they were smiling, and he knew why. Sasuke made it worse by playing with the lights, trying to see if they were working. It was frustrating to say the least. If it was someone else he wouldn't mind laughing, but it was not someone else. How could he be a ninja if he lost to a turkey? It was ridiculous, so since he couldn't say anything without embarrassing himself the more, he settled on glaring at Sasuke. That is until Carrie asked him to follow her while Sai and Sasuke watched the turkey. When they got to Carrie's bedroom, she instructed him to follow her into the bathroom, where she gave him a thorough scrubbing. While he was of course in typical Naruto fashion kicking and screaming the whole way down, but she didn't pay any mind to him. After the bath, she changed his clothes and sat him in her laps while she rested her back on the bed's backboard. Smiling down at him in the way only your grandmother ever could, Naruto found himself calming down and subconsciously leaning in, until his head was rested on her and her arms were wrapped around him. "Do you want to hear a story, Naruto-chan?" At that point, she could have served him vegetables and he would have eaten them gladly. "Hi, Bachan." A long time ago, a man from a prestigious family was asked to go and fetch a pet for his lord's wife. The man did not go alone. He was accompanied by two incredible people, and they were a team. You see, the cat had a record of running away and nobody could find and bring it back. But this man, or rather a 12-year-old boy, was determined to bring the cat in. He was after all a very talented young man, and his teammates were equally very good at what they did. But the cat was wiser. Do you know what the cat did? Well, it would hang around in obvious places, and when they tried to grab him, he would shoot forward. They will hit the ground, but he will escape. Time and time again, this cat caused them to fall on the ground, into mud, into a pool, even into a garbage bin. So at that point, the team decided to give up the mission and return home, not knowing that the cat was exhausted, and if they had tried it one more time, they would have been the first team ever to catch him and bring him in. Instead, they failed that mission and never tried again. Does that sound familiar? Lowering his eyes, he whispered, "Bachan, how can I be a good ninja? I lost the fight to a turkey and I didn't even know." Being a ninja or a ninja in training doesn't mean that you never fall down or that you are perfect. Nobody is. My mother used to tell me that the fact that you have fallen down is interesting, but what is important is whether or not you have the courage to get back up. Naruto, that is what makes a true shinobi, okay? Smiling now, Naruto looked up. "Hi, Bachan, arigato." "You are very welcome, my boy." "Bachan, what happened to the boy?" "Well, he grew up to be a legend, but to me, he will always be that little boy who failed to catch the cat. It is probably best that he doesn't see his current Hokage in such a bad light. Now, what do you say we go outside and join the two eavesdroppers that we have there?" Eep scram. Now Naruto was the one laughing at his brothers. "Yeah, brothers, I guess home really is what you make of it." Later that evening, Itachi stopped by to pick up Sasuke, much to the boy's delight, though he would probably regret squealing at the sight of his big brother later on. A revenge is a sweet thing. The next day, Kakashi was walking towards the Hokage's office with butterflies in his tummy. Last night he could barely sleep. All he could think about was the plan that he and the Hokage were about to put in place. The hard part was solely his responsibility, and if he screwed this up, the Hokage will deny ever having anything to do with him. Depending on what charges the council brings will depend on whether he is suspended, demoted, jailed, or killed. Whichever way it turns, if he doesn't have the support of the Hokage, then he will be seen as an overachiever who decided to bite off more than he can chew. With a deep breath and more calm than he felt, Kakashi knocked on the Hokage's door. "Come in," said Hiruzen. Kakashi was not the only one who was a bundle of nerves. He was too. They had a lot riding on this. If it was just him, then okay. But he was asking a young ANBU captain to pull a Hokage-sized scam on a room full of veterans. not to mention people like Danzo and Shikaku who were known to have an eye for bullshit. While Shikaku is too lazy to bother himself with troublesome things like this, Danzo was not. He shuddered to think what the old Warhawk will do if he finds out about this. Worries will have to wait though, because right now he needed to be a leader to his young captain, so putting on a confident smile he said, "Ready to take some old stuffies to school, Kashikuin." Kakashi, it seemed, did not suspect a thing and drew confidence from his leader's strong gaze and did an eye smile. "You do realize that that was not a response, right?" Ma, I'm ready, Hokage-sama." "Perfect, because the council is ready for us, so shall we?" "Hi." On getting there, Kakashi broke off to hide in the shadows while the Hokage entered the room with an icy glare. Part of the plan was to use the residue fear in the council members from yesterday's meeting to hasten this one along. Hopefully, Danzo and Fugaku will keep their mouths shut. On getting to his seat, he decided to add a minute amount of Ki into the air just as a precaution. After a few seconds of uncomfortable silence, he opened his icy eyes and turned the heat up. "I have been too trusting and soft. Yesterday made me realize that this council perhaps has somewhere along the line forgotten exactly what it was created for. I refuse to believe that this was what the second had in mind when he created the council. I mean, you are the same people who helped me and Minato through 2 brutal wars. You made it possible for us to survive a Bijou attack, but here we are. I decided to find out exactly what the hell is going on here, so I started looking at my paperwork very carefully. Some civilians on the council were about to piss on themselves. They knew that they had hid a lot of things in the Hokage's paperwork. They knew that if stacked right when he gets to that document, he will only skim the surface without paying any attention to the details. Each of them was now praying that it was not them, because after the display yesterday and his expression today, taking note of them without them knowing, Sarutobi continued. "What I found was so good. I found a bunch of bullshit hidden inside the documents that I signed. I mean, some clever people had hidden small laws inside my paperwork, and in my blind trust one just skimmed through and signed. But guess what, I'm not blind anymore." A spike of Ki was all it took to make 3 civilians pee their pants and inch towards the door. When the room suddenly grew cold and the Sandaime was right in front of them with a sick smile on his face. "Going somewhere?" 2 of them fainted and the other one ran for the door before he was knocked out and placed back in his chair. All 3 were then tied up and the Sandaime returned to his seat. "Well, so far so good. That's not the best part. The best part was finding out that some of you on the council have businesses outside of the village. Businesses funded by the village, which means that Konoha has some extra money coming in, and I did not know about it." This was the kicker right now. The Sandaime was bluffing, but he was hoping that one of them will flinch. But they were still pressing on, so he decided to change his body language and tone of voice to the one he used in war. "According to the laws of Konoha, any business funded by the village belongs to the village, and every person in this room knows that. Am I correct?" Bingo, 2 flinchers detected. "So I've decided to go to those business ventures and evaluate them myself. If I like what I see, then the businesses stay. But they automatically belong to the village. On the off chance I don't like what I see, then whatever towns or places that the businesses reside in will then own them. Is that acceptable by the council?" "Oh, what am I saying? Of course it is. After all, that's what the law states. However, I won't be leaving you without a leader. Come on out." Kakashi came out looking like he could not care less about what was going on. This was also part of the plan. If the council notices that Kakashi is a nonchalant individual, then they will be more concerned about the Hokage. In other words, they will ignore the snake in favor of watching the tiger, not knowing that they should be observant of both. "Hokage-sama. Kakashi here will be in charge of the village in my absence, and during that time frame, he will be granted the full powers of the Hokage." Both men spotted Fugaku smirking, and they smiled briefly about his stupidity. "On that note, I am also activating the Hitaki seat and giving Kakashi full use of it, alongside the Sarutobi seat, seeing as how my son is away and I won't be around. Also, he is in charge of the Namikaze seat as well, seeing as how he and Jiraiya were registered as Minato's next of kin. Any questions?" The purpose of giving Kakashi this much power was to allow him do as he pleased, and for another dastardly reason. Danzo will not believe Kakashi is capable of deserving such power. So he will start to look for the real reason by using his spies and perhaps send some men to take the Hokage out since he was leaving. When he does, Sarutobi will kill them, and if Kakashi finds anyone who lacks emotion, he is to kill them quickly with any warning, otherwise they may be able to send a message to Danzo. This way they can hopefully shorten his force by a sizable lump. Good, then I guess that's all. Not so fast, Sarutobi. Of course it is Danzo, it's always Danzo, but if let an insult like that slide, then everything that happened today will lose its effect. I will give Danzo a psychological advantage, and that will spell bad news in time to come. However, if I attack him too furiously, then I will present myself as a tyrant, and nobody likes a tyrant. A village that fears its leader is ripe for rebellion, and the last thing I need is for my people to view Danzo as an easier and more compassionate leader than me. That will not be good at all, so best handle this carefully. So meeting adjourned. Sarutobi. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and I hope to meet you all in excellent condition when I return. I just hope this old bones can handle such a long trip. The joke plus the grandfatherly smile was more than enough to dispel the tension in the air and remind everyone that he did not hate them, he was just angry at some people justly. They could still definitely trust him to be their humane leader. They were only just reminded that his patience should not be tested. Well played, Sarutobi, well played indeed. Hokage-sama, a word if you please. Oh, of course, Danzo, what is it? Take that, you old war hawk. Perhaps the council should know why you trust a child with the duty of ruling a village the size of Konoha. Do you not trust your council to handle things? Of course I do, but I am trusting Kakashi to do this because we need to think about the future of Konoha. I would like to step down and let someone younger take charge at some point, so this is training. I trust my council to guide him while I am gone and hope that they don't take advantage of him because of his age. After all, he is the youngest ANBU captain for a reason. I see. Tell you what, why don't we release the council so that they can go about their daily lives? All right, everyone, out with you, trust me, once Danzo and I start, we will be here all day. Instantly, everyone cleared out. All right, Danzo, you were saying? Forget it, we will talk later. Sarutobi smirked as he watched Danzo walk out, then he turned to Kakashi. Find me everything you can about the 5 people we tagged. It will buy us the time that we need to do everything that we need to do, and if Carrie comes over, tell her that we are working together, and that's all. If she pushes, say he wants to catch the cat this one more time, okay? Hi, Hokage-sama, I will see you when you return. Good luck, Kakashi-kun, you are going to need it. And with that, he left, leaving Kakashi in the council room alone and in deep thought about what he had ahead of him, unaware of the eyes watching him in the dark. Boss will want to know about this. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan head's household, Itachi was getting very nervous. This morning had begun in typical fashion. He woke up, trained a little, ate breakfast, took Sasuke to school, bought some Pocky, and then returned home to pick up his gear and go and train for a while. Then do something new to his schedule. Go and see Anko when he got home, though he received the shock of his life. His stoic, stuck-up father was grinning like he just got the keys to the village in his back pocket. That made him very nervous. Frankly, he almost asked who died, but instead he got his gear and was about to vanish when his mother called him. Yes, Ka-chan. Where are you going, Itachi-kun? To go and train, father. Leave that for now, no training today. What the fuck? Itachi, watch your language, I thought I trained you better. This is a happy day for the clan, so if your father says there is no training, then there is no training. There is more to life than training after all. Your mother is right. Again I ask, what the fuck? Have you both lost your mind, or is this some sick test to check my determination to our cause, because I am? Shaking her head, Mikoto looked at her son with love in her eyes. Itachi almost puked. Listen, Itachi, today is a free day, so why don't you go and have some time off, okay? He was so dumbfounded and angry that he didn't know when he walked out and suddenly found himself walking until he came to his secret training ground where Anko was sunbathing. When she heard someone coming up, she smirked and was about to make a cheesy comment when she turned around and saw the expression on his face. So instinctively she got up and approached him. Itachi, 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 snap out of it. Itachi. What the heck? What the fuck is going on here? His shout scared the life out their surroundings and sent Anko to the ground on her, but as he started pacing. Who the hell do they think they are? Go have some time off, they said. When have they ever given me a time off? Something is definitely going on. I mean, people like that don't just wake up and flip their switch. I need to go check the graveyard. Somebody was killed today and that's why they're happy. Yes, somebody died, that has to be it. But if somebody died, then who killed him and why haven't we heard about it yet? This is a shinobi village. A dead person is not something that they can just cover up unless they are about to kill him, but then who is about to die? Slap. Can you start making sense now? Anko, what are you? Wait, how did I get here? I think it was with something called your legs. I must have been really out of it. You know, Cheese, so you want to explain the craziness that you just displayed? I don't really think. It's cute that you think that that was a request. Spill now. Come on, let's seat. When they were seated against a tree, Itachi narrated what happened to Anko as she listened patiently. Wow, that's really messed up. I know they are happy. No, I mean you think that only the death of your parents' enemy can make them genuinely happy and give you a day off. That is some pretty messed up shit, Tachi-chan. This is serious, Anko. We need to find out why they are so happy. I mean, now someone may either be dead or well on his way to being dead. Can't the reason be that they are celebrating, maybe their anniversary or something? I mean, why even think it's not just a normal thing that you haven't noticed before? Itachi gave a blank stare. Are you stupid? Anko glared at him. I am beginning to think that the stupid one here is you. I mean, come on, your parents are happy all of a sudden, and the only thing that you can think about is that they are going to kill someone or that they already have. These are your parents, you know, the people who gave birth to you, the person who carried you for 9 months and the person who raised you, so before you accuse them of murder, maybe you should be happy for them. Will you be happy if you see a genuinely happy Orochimaru? After all, he taught you everything you know, so seeing him happy should bring you some amount of joy, right? Shocked and hurt, Anko could only stare at the person she called her best friend and guardian angel. I can't believe you just went there. What Orochimaru has to do with this? Itachi knew he should not have said that it was a low blow. He was angry and hurt and maybe a little scared of what his parents could have done. So when he noticed that Anko was making sense, he decided that she was the enemy. He needed to regain control of the situation. I guess your father's ability to cut people wide open runs in the family. Anko stood up and started to walk away, but before she left, she turned around and said, I can only hope Sasuke won't get on his brother's bad side or heaven forbid disagree with him. Only Kami knows what you will do to him. He may find out that he was safer with his father than with the one he looks up to, and with that she left. Itachi could not stay there. He had messed up and he knew it. Right now solitude was not a good idea, so he made his way to see a friend of his. Knocking on the door was hard because he felt that he had lost Anko. He needed help. I'm coming. Oh, Itachi, what's wrong? Hello, Kari-san, can we talk? Of course, my boy, come on in. Would you like a cup of tea? I just brewed a fresh pot. That sounds heavenly, thank you. Have a seat, I will be right back. Hi. I wonder where Naruto is. A few minutes later. Here now, it's hot, so be careful. Helping her set the tray down, Itachi poured them both a cup and gave Kari hers and sipped his. Lovely as always. So what is wrong, Itachi? You look like hell warmed over? Where is Naruto? Oh, he is in school. I decided he needed to interact with other kids. So I sent him to civilian school. He is not yet grounded enough to be in shinobi school. I see. Well, you surely did not come all this way to talk about Naruto, did you? No, I did not. Good, so what is the problem? Me, I am the problem, Kari-san. Why don't you tell me everything, sweetheart, okay? Okay. So Itachi repeated all that happened today, including everything that happened with Anko, as well as his feelings on the issue. After speaking, he bent his head and held his cup in his hands and waited for Kari's response. Boys, she sighed. She raised Itachi's head up so that he could read her expression clearly. You know what you did is wrong, right? Hi, I do. And you know that she was right when she said what she said, right? This one took a few seconds, but eventually he nodded his head in agreement. And you also know that you have to apologize, right? I know, Carrie-san, I just don't know if she will take me back. I said some very bad things to her. She didn't deserve that at all. I am glad you know that. But the thing about forgiveness is that you can never know you can have it unless you ask for it. But what if? Itachi's simple question, do you love this girl? You have asked me that question before and I don't know. Think about it. How do you feel right now? Horrible. Like someone just ripped my heart out. I don't like feeling like this, Carrie-san. Nobody does, sweetheart. Next question. How do you feel when you are with her and you guys is having fun? Free. I feel so free and happy. Have you guys cuddled before? Itachi blushed. Hi. Good. How did that feel? Itachi at this point was turning into a brilliant shade of red. It felt good. Just good, huh? Carrie smirked. Okay, do you sometimes wish to be more than her friends with her? Yes. Well, congratulations, kiddo, you are in love with Anko Mitarashi. I don't want to hear it now. Go out there, find the girl you love, and beg her to forgive you. But I said I don't want to hear it now. Go before I make you regret it. Hi. Itachi practically ran to Anko's place, and when he got to her window and saw her tear-streaked face, his heart melted. Please let me make this right, please, oh, please let me make this right. Entering the house before she could say anything, Itachi knelt down in front of her. I messed up big time. I said things that I shouldn't have said. I should be happy for my parents, and it is messed up that I don't. I care. No, I love you, Anko. I know I have a lot to make up for, but please let me make this right. When did you get so emotional? Around the time that I met a girl who changed my whole life, and I am praying that she doesn't hate me. Do you have dango? An entire pack. Then no, she doesn't hate you. Smiling, he pulled her up and put her on his lap with his arms around her. I am so sorry. It is okay, Tachi-chan. Now, where is that dango? Itachi laughed. Chapter 4. A month later. Taro was not happy. Hell, that was an understatement. He was enraged even though he shouldn't be. He just got promoted to Special Jounin. It was a new year full of new possibilities and a hopeful promotion to Jounin. Yet, he was far from happy. He wanted blood. You see, people like Taro were not born with any special abilities. They had to fight for every little thing that they got. Because of this, he had a problem with other people trampling over him. He had a very serious problem with people trampling all over him. Taro's problems fortunately had names and reasons attached to them. This made it easy to get rid of them. Their names are the Uchiha clan and the Kyuubi. The Uchiha clan were a bunch of bullies who brought the Kyuubi to his front door, and he was going to do something about the damn clan's reign by attacking their soft spot. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's little brother, was his target. The other person on his hit list was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. You see, he was not like the civilians who thought that the Kyuubi was a 5-year-old boy. He knew the truth. The Yondaime sealed the beast shut, but that was not good enough for him. On missions, assassinations were things that came with the job. So he was not bothered with killing a 5-year-old boy. He had to make sure that the Kyuubi got the punishment that it deserves. Now, on a normal day, killing 2 high-profile individuals was impossible for anyone below Elite Jounin. In this case, however, the individuals were kids, and a mutual friend had given him access to the location of both of these people, who sweetly enough were in the same place and for a specific period will be unguarded. He would be in and out before anyone notices. Best of all, because of Danzo, nobody will be able to trace it back to him. It was time to go hunting. As they watched him go, the elders and Danzo smirked. Do you think he can pull it off? Asked Hamaru. Best case scenario, we have 2 murders we can't explain away, and worst case scenario, the Kyuubi gets free and kills us all. Don't worry about that. The seal is sealed shut. The beast is not going anywhere. Also, he won't be able to kill them. I have an agent there who is going to be watching the fool. All I need him to do is severely injure the child. With Sarutobi gone, I can approach the boy as a friend and convince him to join me. And if he refuses? Well, then I will make my plea to the council about how an IWA shinobi came into our village, under our dear young Hokage's watch, and tried to kidnap an Uchiha and the Jinchuriki. But they were saved by my men. This way they will hand custody over to me, and the boy's choice becomes irrelevant. And since an IWA nin was responsible, they will not be hard to convince that an attack on our mortal enemies is a bad idea. If it fails, then Kakashi takes the fall, said Koharu. And then of course I can be nominated as the Hokage because Kakashi's incompetence will be Sarutobi's fault. Brilliant as always, Danzo, brilliant as always, said Hamaru. Laughter filled the room where the snakes were. Kakashi, however, had just sent the documents that the third asked for a month ago via Packen. It was almost time for the first phase of the change to begin. All he needed now was a reason to call a council meeting, concerned about some documents that he found in the Hokage's archive. As he watched a certain usually unhappy special jounin smiling as he left the elder's office, he knew it was only a matter of time. Sandame-sama was right. Danzo will try to take out Naruto, then use the smoke screen to take custody of him. I just hope he was right about him not aiming to kill, because the pawn that he selected is quickly becoming an expert assassin. That, after all, was the basis for his promotion to special jounin. Well, all we can do now is wait and hope Naruto doesn't find out that we used him as bait, or Kari-san for that matter. She might kill us. Wait, if she finds out that we used her grandson as bait, then she will want blood. But the owner of the idea is away, and I'm the one who carried it out. Oh shit. Somewhere far away, Sarutobi had the certain urge to smirk. I guess I still got it after all. Meanwhile, at the Suzan estate, Naruto and Sai were waiting for Sasuke to come so that they could start training. Bachan has so far taught them a lot of basics: reading and writing, physical exercises, communications, human relations, and strategy. Today, however, the real training begins. Weapons. Let us just say that Naruto was getting very impatient waiting for the third person in their trio. Oh, come on, where is that dang Uchiha? Language, Naruto-kun. Naruto pouted and sat back down. He would have exploded again if not for the fact that the door opened and Sasuke walked in, alongside Itachi and Bachan. Finally, Duck, but what in the name of ramen took you so long? What did you come across a tomato on the way here? Itachi smirked at the barb, especially since the delay was caused by their father. He did not let him go until he felt that he had practiced enough. Sasuke, of course, refused to go without him. Put a sock in it, Whiskers. I'm here, aren't I? Have you had lunch, Sasuke-chan? Hi, Bachan. Great, he has had lunch. Can we go now? We're burning daylight and I want to learn how to throw a kunai today, people. Sai sighed. He's been like this all afternoon. It is exhausting. Kari and Itachi chuckled while Sasuke smirked. Naruto, on the other hand, was twitching impatiently. Well, thank you, Itachi-kun, for stopping by. I will see you tomorrow. Wait, teams spending the night? Yup. Perfect, sarcastic was the reply. Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head before leaving. It made Naruto a little jealous. Both Sai and Sasuke had big brothers. All he had was a big fox stuck in his gut. Sensing his mood, Kari asked, "You okay, Naruto-chan?" Since he was not skilled at hiding his emotions, yet she got a subdued, yeah. Fortunately, the boys did not understand what was going on. They thought he had finally lost his patience. So Kari decided not to bring too much attention to Naruto's current mood. All right, let's go outside, people. I'm not about to let you throw sharp objects in the house. On the way out, however, she rubbed Naruto's head affectionately. When he looked up in shock, she gave him a smile that brightened his heart. Coming, squirt. You bet, Bachan, I am going to ace this. You mean like you said you were going to ace maths, sniped Sasuke. Maths is a living, breathing demon that can only be understood by crazy people, said Naruto. I understand it, said Sai. You see, case in point. Kari simply laughed. When they got outside, Kari handed them a kunai each, making sure to tell Naruto to listen to her instructions before he threw his. All right, today we are going to be killing two birds with one stone. Behind me are trees. You three are going to pick one and then climb it to the top without your hands. You will use the kunai to mark your progress. The constant slashing will also give your hands the training it needs to know how to hold a kunai properly. Bachan, how are we going to climb a tree without our hands? Asked a confused Sai. I know, by channeling chakra to our feet. Too much and we break the tree and fly off, and if we use too little then we will slip. That's very correct, Naruto-chan, said a very impressed Carrie. Sai and Sasuke were left gaping. What the hell just happened? Asked Sasuke. Sai replied, he got the answer to a question that we had no idea to correctly? Naruto simply took a badass pose with a wide smile on his face. Oh yeah baby, who is the dobe now huh? Not this guy. I got the answer to something when you couldn't. Which means that I am smarter than you. He then proceeded to do a victory dance, forgetting that there was a kunai in his hand. Eep, the said kunai had nearly taken his ear off. Sasuke then breathed a sigh of relief while Sai said, and he's back much better. Bachan, you said this training will help us get used to holding a kunai. However, you only gave us one. Won't it be better for us to just train both our hands at once? Excellent observation, Sai here. She then handed them another one. Naruto made sure to catch and hold his as far away from his body as possible. Alright, it is 4 p.m. In a couple of hours I will have to go meet with the village elders. They apparently have something for me, so you guys start training. There is food and drinks in the kitchen for when you get tired. I expect you guys to have reached a decent level by the time I get back. Okay? You got it, Bachan. Okay, begin. And with that, they took off. Yep, there is definitely a team in there somewhere. That is, as soon as they get past their boyish egos and learn to fight together, of course. Oh well, nothing a little fight against a trained killer won't fix. Sarutobi and Danzo really need to learn that not much gets past me. Let's see how the boys hold up. The Kyuubi felt two things circling around his host's location. This is strange, they seem to be semi-sentient things. I have never felt this much nature energy concentrated on anything before. This could be bad. Good. Things were starting to get really boring around here. I need a little action for once. 5 hours later, the Kyuubi got his wish. The boys had just taken an hour break from tree climbing. They were determined to get up to half the tree before calling it a day. It was either luck or Kami that made Sai bend down to tie his sandals properly, because a kunai sailed past his head and buried itself deep into the tree in front of him. Whoa! What the hell? That was not me, I swear, said Naruto. True, it was me. Playing Kid Ink right out. The boys turned around and saw someone dressed in all black. Leaking Ki. Naruto was used to people trying to kill him, so he was calm enough to ask. Who the heck are you and what are you doing here? Oh look, the Kyuubi brat has some guts after all. Not bad, you pathetic waste of space. Nobody insults him except me, you idiot, said Sasuke. Oh yes, I forgot, you two don't know, do you? Well, would you like me to tell you why I called him the Kyuubi brat? Shut up, shouted Naruto. Oh, scared boy? Well, why shouldn't I tell your two friends the truth? The reason the entire village wants you dead is because Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi inside your gut. Don't they deserve to know? We already know that, you jerk, said an irate Sasuke. And we don't care, so leave now before we kick your ass all the way to Suna and back. Despite my brother's bad mouth that he really needs to wash -oi. I completely agree with him. Naruto is our brother and we will defend him no matter what. Family is family, right, Naruto, said Sai. The statement shocked Naruto. It also put a fire in his belly and an ease on his heart. Yeah, now then I advise you to leave before we put you in a hospital, you fucking cocksucker, said Naruto with renewed confidence. Taro couldn't help but laugh at the stupidity that these 5-year-olds were displaying. You're kids and I am a jounin. There is only one way this goes. So my advice? Hold still and let me kill you. Don't worry, I will make it painless. Naruto decided to copy one of the badass comics that he had read. Didn't your mother tell you that you should never attack a wolf pack in the middle of the night? Sasuke picked up after him. Unless of course you have a death wish, in which case it's okay. The boys then got into their stances, using the kunais that their bachan had given them. Taro simply smirked. Can't catch what you can't see. He then disappeared. The boys could feel his ki. They just could not pinpoint where he is. So they formed a circle facing different directions with their kunais ready. Please tell me that we have a plan of attack, asked Sai. I have a plan. Attack, said Naruto, causing Sai and Sasuke to facepalm. Too much television, Naruto, said Sasuke. Yeah, I think I got an idea. Naruto, you think you can ask the fox to scan for him and report back to us? Can you? Normally I will not, but I need you to stay alive. He is to your left, 30 feet up that tree. He said he is 30 feet to our left and high up in a tree. What now? This, cover me. Sasuke then went through his hand signs. Katan, Gokaiyu no Jutsu. An impressive ball of fire shot towards Taro, who did not expect the Uchiha to know that technique. It looked D-rank at best, so he dodged it half-heartedly, only to get stabbed in his left arm with a brush. What the? Removing the brush, he noticed that the boys were still in formation. So who stabbed him? He decided to repeat what happened and check who attacked him. 10 o'clock. A fireball headed straight for Taro, a bigger one this time. When he tried to dodge, Naruto screamed for no reason. It caused him to lose focus. He got a kunai in his right arm and another one in his left for his mistake. After removing the kunai, thankfully they did not go deep. He noticed that the boy with the straight black hair had not moved since Sasuke shot the first fireball. Damn it, a clone. A kunai solved the clone problem and a spike of chakra revealed the boy's location. He shot towards him, but he got a log instead. The boy was back in formation now, without any weapons. So Taro decided not to bother with picking apart the kids. It wasn't working. Instead, he decided to beat the shit out of them. With that in mind, he charged. When the boys scattered, he went after Sai. Sai, look out. Too late, a punch in the gut got the 5-year-old log? Damn it. The boys were now the ones in hiding. Damn, he's fast, I barely got out in time. We need a plan now or else we are toast. Okay, what does Bachan say we should do when we are backed into a corner? Assess ourselves, our opponent and our environment, said Sasuke. Wait, Sasuke. Your Sharingan, what activates it? I don't know, Dobe. We have bigger problems than that. Threat of dying, said Kyubi. Sai, how many justice do you know? Henge, Kawarimi and Bushin, replied Sai, who still unsure what the point of all these questions were. Okay, I think have a plan. Sasuke, do you trust me? Mildly. Good enough for me. Q, do you think you could jumpstart his Sharingan? You do realize that your plan is likely to get you all killed if you miss by a millisecond, right? That's not an answer. Hn. Grab his hand, I'll take care of the rest. Sasuke, Kyubi said that he could help you activate your Sharingan. Here, grab my hand. Okay, go. Sasuke felt like he had been invited to hell. His entire body felt like it was on fire and he could feel his eyes burning. Sorry, I lied to your friend, I just want to eat you. He saw a giant malicious fox open his mouth and sharp pointy teeth heading straight towards him. A second later, he was back in the forest and his eyes felt different. Well, looks like it worked, said Sai. You okay, Sasuke? Asked Naruto. Yeah, you're lucky this worked, Dobe. Okay, Naruto, what's the plan? Asked Sai. Taro was getting frustrated. He could not find the brats anywhere. Well, that was until he saw a massive fireball heading his way. When he tried to dodge, it followed him no matter how well he tried to shake it. He tried to jump on a branch only to have the branch turn into Sai. With a fireball behind him and a 5-year-old with a kunai in front of him, he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Grabbing Sai and stabbing him in the stomach, he tossed him towards the fireball. The jutsu immediately died out with a cry. Got ya! Naruto had been pushing his chakra into Sasuke, who used his chakra control and his Sharingan to guide Taro to Sai. Sai was supposed to stab him in the legs so that he couldn't move. That would declare beatdown season open. It was still open, but this time it was the other way around. There you are. Naruto went after Taro first. Sasuke kept his Sharingan on because they had another plan in case the first one failed. Naruto immediately tried to go for his injured arms, only to get a knee to the stomach followed by a kick in his jaw. A punch and back kick to his stomach. Later Naruto was sent flying. Using the chance, Sasuke threw his two kunai at Taro, who dodged them by turning sideways, missing the wire in the low light, until it spun around him and tied him up. Sasuke dashed forward with a kunai in hand, only for Taro to break free and meet Sasuke's dash. He tried to trip Sasuke. However, his newly acquired Sharingan caught it. Sending chakra to his legs, he jumped over it and placed a kunai in Taro's shoulder. Then he jumped back as Naruto climbed back up. Impressive, however. Taro removed the kunai in his shoulder and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes could keep up, but his body couldn't. His case was better than Naruto, who couldn't even follow the fight. All Naruto could do was wait for an opportunity. The first thing Taro did was drive a kunai through Sasuke's arm and give him a powerful blow to the head that sent the Uchiha spinning. He wasn't finished though. He caught Sasuke by the leg and sent him hurling towards a tree branch, which he met rib first. Your friends are good, I will give them that. But now they are dead and you are mine. Naruto was helpless as Taro hit him again and again. All he saw were Sai getting stabbed and tossed and Sasuke getting thrown into a tree branch. Both of his best and only friends were dead and he couldn't stop it. Meanwhile, Danzo's root agent had picked up a breathing Sasuke. He took him to where Sai was in order to complete a part of his mission, killing them. However, he didn't count on both boys getting up and charging him. With Sai brandishing the kunai he was stabbed with, he proceeded to reward them with a kick in the ribs that hurled them back. Darn it, we are getting creamed. Where did this one come from? Asked Sasuke. I don't know, but we are injured and he is not. This doesn't look good, replied Sai. The root agent that will be known as RA made a string of hand signs and said, Doton, Earth Dragon Jutsu. Shit, move! Shouted Sasuke. Thanks to Sasuke's warning, they avoided getting killed. They were however injured when the dragon passed in between them and jammed their sides hard. RA was about to go and finish them off when it happened. A glow shot forward and enveloped the boys. By the time it cleared, their injuries were gone and their chakra was replenished. The biggest shock of all, though, was that they were now holding weapons. Sasuke had an O-shaped katana with a blue sheath with gold highlights Yamato. Sai had a bow staff with a goldish-brown surface force edge. The boys looked at themselves and at their new blades and then at RA and then smirked. Oh yeah, it's on now, mask head, said Sai. Sasuke deadpanned. Leave the insults to me and Naruto, Sai, you just don't. And with that, the fighters got ready for round 2. Meanwhile, back with Naruto. Naruto was on his elbows on the ground trying to stand up, but a foot stomped on his back, stopping him cold. You are pathetic, you know that? The first part of being on a team is that you watch out for your teammates. Yet here you are, beneath my foot, injured and bleeding, and your friends? Well, they are dead. Naruto whispered. No, they are not. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What is it you said about your pathetic friends? Naruto had subconsciously started to draw on the Kyuubi's chakra in his anger. But it was the next statement that caused his hold to snap. Where is your wolf pack now, boy? Raya! Naruto roared in rage, forcing Taro to jump away. As he stood up, Taro watched Naruto's eyes turn blood red, and all his wounds heal. Of course you would rely on the Kyuubi to beat me, boy, said Taro, knowing that if Naruto continued, he was toast. The statement snapped Naruto back to his senses, much to the Kyuubi's disappointment. Standing straight, he looked at Taro with rage in his eyes. You hurt my family, and now I am going to hurt you. Smiling, Taro said, I will like to see you try, boy. Naruto picked up a kunai and charged Taro. He dodged Naruto's headshot and gave him an uppercut to the stomach, launching Naruto into the trees. You could always ask for my help, you know? No, he's right. Your chakra is your chakra. It's not mine. Also, this is my fight, not yours. So win or lose, it has to be on me. Otherwise, I'll always fall back to you anytime things get a little tough. The Kyuubi was impressed. So you would rather die than take a shortcut? Yes. I'm impressed, brat. I have a plan that might help you win, and it's actually your plan. What's the plan? So Sasuke, got any plans on how you want to play this? 1. Turkey, said Sasuke. Sai smirked. Turkey. Turkey, said Kyuubi. Naruto chuckled. Turkey. Sasuke, keeping his sword in its sheath, ran forward aiming for Ra's waist. Just as he was about to strike him, Sai switched with him. Using Ra's head as a springboard, since Ra had bent down in order to take out Sasuke, he slammed Force Edge into his back. The strike pushed Ra into Sasuke's waiting swing, but he was fast enough to avoid it. The only way, of course, was to jump up. Exactly what they wanted him to do. Naruto charged at Taro and aimed for his legs, forcing Taro to jump up. Sai drove his bow staff up Ra's ass, destabilizing his whole body and sending Ra into Sasuke's downward swing. Sasuke slammed Yamato into Ra's ear, further damaging his balance. By the time Ra landed, he was wobbling. They then proceeded to slam their weapons into his head, knocking him out permanently. Naruto then pushed chakra into his kunai and threw it at Taro, who was airborne. It struck him in the ass, unknowingly destroying his balls. Naruto then pushed chakra into his feet and jumped up, slamming his right leg into Taro's ear, sending him face first into a tree. The hits made Taro numb and dazed. Naruto then sucker punched him, knocking him out. Nice job, Dobe. Turning around, he saw Sai and Sasuke holding someone, and they also had weapons at their back. The weapons came to us, and he was trying to kill us. Damn, Dobe, you used Turkey too, huh? Said Sasuke when he saw Taro's injuries. Yep, it was actually Q's idea. Thanks, by the way, for everything. HN. So how are we going to explain this? Asked Sai, who frankly was very confused and in need of some sleep. The boys simply shrugged. 10 minutes later. And then we brought them home and met you, finished Sai. Carrie was almost sure that she had stepped into a different house or dimension. Sure, she knew that Danzo was sending someone to off the kids, but she already had a plan in motion. She planned to take the killer out herself after the boys had been knocked around, of course. She hoped the threat would help them bond tighter. She did not expect them to handle them on their own, at the age of 5 no less. Not to mention the fact that they are now carrying 2 amazing-looking weapons. Damn, what the hell? I mean, I know I trained them to be ready and I taught them the basics. But I did not expect this. If this is what they can do with basic training, then what will they be capable of after they have mastered the basics? Damn, just damn. And you boys are okay, right? Hi Bachan, we are fine, though I could use some ice cream. I am feeling kind of hungry for strawberry, said Naruto. I could use one of those, said Sasuke, who then looked at Sai in question. Sai just sighed. He wanted to sleep, but if he let his 2 brothers anywhere near ice cream, he won't sleep. They would instantly become sugar high, but he didn't want to think that he was a party pooper. The things I do. Sure, why not? But we all have to share 1 bowl of ice cream. Why would we do that? Asked Naruto. Simple, you 2 are sugar freaks. If you have more than 1/3 of an ice cream bowl, then nobody will sleep tonight. I don't know about you guys, but I would very much like to crash tonight. I am exhausted, strange healing or not. Yeah, why do you guys get to have the cool weapons? I want one of those Tabeo. I have another question. How did you guys come up with the turkey strategy that you used? I know that I did not teach you that, said Carrie. The boys smirked. Sasuke started the explanation. We used the chemical in turkey that makes you super sleepy after you eat it. We played around it for a while to see if we could use the idea in a fight. Naruto was the one who came up with the anal attack, to unbalance our opponent. I thought of using how the ear is responsible for body balance and when we mixed them together, said Sai. Yeah, but it was only good enough for making someone seriously dizzy. Against someone strong it will wear off in a few seconds. So Sasuke came up with idea to hit a part of the neck that renders someone unconscious. When we put our ideas together we got turkey. Badass Habachan. I am definitely impressed, that is excellent thinking. It is simple and devastating in the right hands. Great job. But you guys do realize that tonight was a game of serious luck. If Yamato and Force Edge had not shown up, then Sai and Sasuke will be dead by now. Naruto, if your opponent did not taunt you like that and went straight for the kill, you won't be alive either. The hard truth sobered up the boys very quickly. It was humbling to know that if luck was not stacked heavily in their favor, then they would all be dead by now. Naruto also had something to get off his chest. I am so sorry, Sasuke. My stupid plans nearly got you killed. I don't know what I would have done if you actually died. So please forgive me. What the hell are you talking about, Dobe? Those plans were pure genius. They allowed us be able to put our opponent in a tight spot. I even got to launch a powerful fireball thanks to you. Sai placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. We are not mad at you, Naruto-kun. Like Sasuke said, your plans helped a lot. And that is very rare since most of the time they are pretty brain dead. Naruto could only glare at Sasuke. Never doubt yourself, Naruto. We all made it because we are stronger together. We always will be. We are brothers after all, said Sai. Yeah, Dobe sides without you. Who the heck am I supposed to argue with? We both know that Sai is no good when it comes to dissing people. Kami, you should have heard what he called the ANBU. I nearly fell down in shock. Naruto laughed alongside Sasuke while the person in question bowed his head in shame. It wasn't that bad. Naruto slipped his hand around Sai's shoulder. We love you just the way you are, Sai. We are just kidding. Yeah man, don't feel bad, okay? Group hug, said Naruto. Carrie just looked on in pride at her amazing grandsons. Sometimes I forget that they are 5 years old. They act so much more mature than their age group. I just don't know whether to be proud of them for being prodigies in their own right or be sad that they may be leaving the nest sooner than I want. But whether I like it or not, I need to prepare them. That means that it is time to start seriously training them. Dear Kami, protect my boys. Keep them safe. All right, Tebeo, who wants ice cream? We do. The following takes place between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. After sending her boys back to bed, she went to the Hokage Tower to see Kakashi about not protecting her boys. Well, it was more for her amusement than it was about teaching him a lesson, especially since even she couldn't protect them. Besides, she needed to dump these two fools. That is, before she did something horrifying to them for attempting to kill her grandsons. Kakashi was in his office about to go home. For the past 4 hours he had been going through all his files, the ones that he would need when he called the council meeting. The plan was set. He just needed to have all the necessary paperwork ready. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. I wonder who that could be at this hour. Hello, Kakashi-kun. Oh shit. Now Kakashi-kun, a Hokage, should not escape his own office simply because of an old lady. What will our enemies think? Old lady, my ass. Dear Kami, Danzo sent Taro and a root ANBU? Yep, I am dead. Relax, Kakashi-kun, I am not here to hurt you. These two are still alive. I did not put them in this state, the boys did. Okay, that definitely got his attention. How in the name of all things pure did 3 5-year-olds take out 2 experienced shinobi? Turkey. Kakashi was lost, and Carrie was amused. Believe me, you will understand it when I tell you what happened. And so she did, and Kakashi was very impressed. Damn, Danzo will be pissed if he finds out that his plans were knocked out by a plan called Turkey. They shared a laugh over that for a few minutes before Carrie got serious. You know what to do with all this, correct? At first he was confused before he gaped. You know? How can you know? Hokage-sama, and I didn't tell anyone, and we were careful to make sure that nobody else found out. Sweetheart, I know things that will make your head spin. Trust me on that one. So again, do you have everything you need? Because that old war hawk is not old upstairs, if you know what I mean. Hi, Carrie-sama. After what he had just seen, then the lady earned the suffix. Carrie simply smiled. I was part of the people who changed your diapers, Kashikuin. You can call me Carrie-san, okay, my boy? Hi. Well, that was embarrassing to know. Excellent, well, it is late or early, either way we need our rescue. Especially you, You have quite the meeting ahead of you after all. Hi, well, good night, Carrie-san. Sleep well, my boy. 7 hours later. An hour ago, the Hokage had called for a full council meeting. However, since it was at 8 a.m. in the morning, he gave them an hour to wipe the sleep from their eyes and get dressed properly, especially the civilians who could not be seen in anything but their best. Kakashi was the first one in the hall. He was dressed in the full Hokage robes except the hat which sat on the table by his right. He sat down with his elbows on the table, chin resting on his locked hands and his eyes closed. All in all, he looked very calm and controlled. So people just thought that he wanted to announce something small and then in a few minutes they can go back home. Then some of them cough Shikaku cough can go back to sleep. Oh, how wrong they were. Before this begins, let's break down the council and their current duties. The civilian council was made up of 10 people. They were in charge of everything civilian-related and academy-related. The Shinobi Council was responsible for their respective clans and a few minor responsibilities. The Uchiha clan in charge of the police force, the Akimichi clan in charge of nutrition, Shikaku is the Jounin commander, Inoichi head of interrogation, and Tsum in charge of Hunter Nin. The elders, however, were in charge of everybody else as they were the Hokage's right hand. Well, not after today, of course. When the house was full, everybody waited for the Hokage to start the meeting. Danzo, however, had a feeling in his spine that this would not be a normal meeting. It may have to do with the fact that his agent came in this morning with an explanation. That was Bullock's. He said that Taro attacked him in the woods and went after the kids. Yet how could Taro have known that he was being followed? He had of course cancelled the Nin just in case. But still, he was suspicious. The timings were too close to each other. On that note, he was content to wait this meeting out and see where it goes. Koharu, on the other hand, was not patient enough to wait this meeting out. She had woken up early in the morning because of a child, so she was not in a patient mood today at all. She wanted this meeting to end, and that was why she did exactly what Kakashi had been waiting for. He didn't choose this time on a whim. It had a purpose. Well, since the Hokage is not ready. Meeting adjourned. Kakashi smirked inwardly. Got ya. If anyone leaves, then consider that you will cease to be a part of this council. I refuse to work with people who can't understand that the council works for the Hokage. Oh, and Koharu-sama, please leave. What, why? I won't ask again. Now you listen here, boy. She did not get to finish her statement. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi grabbed her and proceeded to fling the old lady out of the meeting hall. She hit the wall outside with a heavy thud before falling to the ground unconscious. Silence followed Kakashi's actions, even as he ordered the ANBU in the wall, hence the only route ANBU in the room, to take Koharu to the hospital. He then resumed his seating position. I just need one more person to foul out. Have you gone senile, you fool? Why did you just do that? Bingo. Are you questioning me? You bet your blind eye I am. What the hell is wrong with you? You know what? I don't even want to know. I am out of here. Kakashi then brought out a folder from his desk and placed it on the table with an intimidating thud. Looking at Fugaku, he asked, Uchiha-sama, what happens when the elders and the civilian council is short one person? He asked the question with such a confused look on his face that even Danzo believed he didn't know. The Hokage and the Shinobi Council will be responsible for the decisions made that day. When the meeting is adjourned, the Hokage is required to either reinstate the lost ones or let the elders and civilian council pick their replacements. I see, well, that's too bad. Can I read out these plans that I have for the village council at least? Then we can put it to a vote. Yes, I do believe that you can, Hokage-sama. There is no law against that. Excellent. The bad feeling in Danzo's spine intensified, but he simply ignored it. There was no way that this boy could pull a fast one on him, not with Sarutobi away. I have a plan here for a new council. I don't like the current one. My plan is this, that the council be divided into a more structural and functional setting. So instead of having people who don't belong here, we can have intelligent ones. Then we can use those talents for the benefit of the village. First of all, Do you, the Shinobi Council, agree to grant me full power for today? I need you to help me out here because we have one shot at this. Otherwise, we lose our chance to make this council not only bearable but fair. I promise I won't forget the trust. I will also understand the distrust. Can't please everybody after all. Hook, line, and as he watched the clan heads all raise their hands in support, sinker. Thank you. From now on, all positions of power from the elders to the civilian council and the shinobi council have been completely revoked. This is how the new council will function. One civilian, the ANBU commander, the Hunter Nin commander, the head of the medical department, the clan heads, and the Hokage. There will be a body of elders, of course. However, they will comprise of 4 people. 1 chosen by the outgoing civilian council, 2 chosen by the Hokage, and the last one will be either the past Hokage or a shinobi who has attained Sannin status. Yes, the legendary Sannin will be instructed to take apprentices and train them to take over from them. Does everybody like it? The support from the shinobi council was total, however the civilians exploded. Danzo was stunned to his bones. Excellent. Now then, the civilian council is given 2 days to choose their representative. The body of elders is rotational, meaning after 5 years the council will meet to choose new ones. The past ones cannot be elected again for another 10 years. Is that understood? Danzo came back to his senses and tried to remedy the situation. Keyword being tried. All these laws are good and all, but you need to have them in writing before they can really be implemented. Of course, what do you think the papers here are for? I have already signed them, it just needs the Shinobi's council signature, and we are good to go. And right in front of Danzo's eyes the law was signed, sealed, and delivered back to the manager of the archive to keep safe. He couldn't send his men after him because Kakashi had already sent him away. It was then he knew he should have trusted his instincts. Now then, before we adjourn, I will like to pick my part of the advisors. Sum-san, will you do me the honor? Absolutely, Hokage-sama. Uchiha-san, will you do me the honor of being my advisor as well? Fugaku was so shocked that he almost stammered. He was not expecting this at all. Hi Hokage-sama, it will be an honor. Very well then, the positions and the direction of the new council will be decided when we resume in 2 days. Have a nice day everyone and thank you for coming. And with that he left a dazed council in his wake, with a satisfied smile on his face. Once again he missed the spy in the corner who had seen it all go down. Hee, that was good, I need to report this. This is too good. Meanwhile, at the Suzun household, the boys had just gotten out of bed and they were still quite sleepy. Their stomachs, however, demanded to be attended to. Luckily for them, Carrie already had breakfast ready for them. So with their brains still on sleep mode, they ate breakfast. Then, as if in auto mode, got up and went back to bed. Carrie could not stop laughing at their antics. But she understood. After all they had been through last night, they needed their beauty sleep. A knock on the door brought her out of her thoughts. Good morning, Carrie-san. Awatachi-kun, good morning, how are you? Did you sleep well? Hi. Well, don't just stand there, come in. Thank you. How is Sasuke? Still asleep, I'm afraid. At this hour, how come he has school right now? He's late already. Well, he is definitely not going to school anymore. I am officially taking him, Sai and Naruto under my wing. The reason he is still asleep is quite interesting. Here, have a seat and I will regale you with the details. Itachi sat down and at the end of the briefing he was so proud of his little brother. Angry that he wasn't here to help him, but also happy that he had friends that he could rely on whenever he needed it. So Sasuke has the Sharingan now, interesting. Carrie chuckled. Oh, that boy has more than the Sharingan, don't forget his sword. I have not, I simply don't understand how a sword can have so much power. It can if it was made by an Ayumu. What is an Ayumu? Not what, sweetheart, who? They are a clan that specialize in weapon making. A few years ago, there was a rumor that the head of the clan had made powerful weapons from pure nature chakra. He made them semi-sentient. They were known to be picky about their owners, apparently. The weapons were supposed to choose who their wielder is. I guess the rumors were true. They chose Sai and Sasuke. Why didn't one of them choose Naruto-kun? My guess is the weapons were made from nature chakra. They might not work well with demonic chakra or in this case a bijou. Naruto was quite bum about it. Father will flip if he hears this and not in a good way. Yes, I thought about that. That is precisely why I am taking them under my wing. The council meeting today was exactly the kind of distraction I needed. I was able to convince your daft clan elders to hand custody of their useless heir to me. So now Sasuke does not have to do anything for the Uchiha clan. He is free. Itachi was stunned. His biggest dream had just come through. His little brother was free. It was all thanks to this caring and strong lady. Thank you, Karasen, thank you so much. Oh my boy, I was more than happy to, don't worry. Right now let us focus on preparing Sasuke and his new friends for what's to come. Those boys still have enemies and they need to be ready for anything. Hi! Itachi suddenly remembered something. Did you say that a master swordsman made those weapons? Yes, I did. Why? Well, I don't think he would have made weapons that powerful and kept it a secret just for the heck of it. Carrie blinked and narrowed her eyes in thought. Wait a minute, you're right. The Ayumu clan was first and foremost a friendly clan. Like the Uzumaki and Senju. They would not make weapons that were capable of destroying a human being 5 ways and back just because they could. There had to be a reason. The weapons, they will be bad for demons, right? Yes, but the only demons I have ever heard of are… Oh my god, oh shit. What is it, Carrie-san? When I was a little girl, my grandfather used to tell me stories of another world that was host to powerful demons and one that hosted powerful animals. I thought he was just making it up until summoning contracts came into being. I still thought the demon world that he talked about was simply to add flavor to the stories. But if he was right about summoning animals, what if he is right about the demon world as well? Wait, you mean there is a world? Another world out there somewhere that houses demons. And just like everything else, they are coming to our world to what? Take over. It may sound crazy, but can we afford to risk thinking that all the clues that we have don't add up to something? Even that something is not as important as the end of the world. I think we should find the Ayumu clan and ask them what's up. At least they can answer the questions that we have and train the boys on how to handle their weapons. However, we should train the boys so that they can be ready. Just in case you're right. Damn, if I'm right, then we are preparing to send 3 boys headfirst into a demon war. After what I just heard they did with only basic training. I think if anyone could pull it off, they can. I sure hope you're right, Itachi. Anyway, away from stressing matters, how are things with you and Anko? Did you sort it out? Hi, thanks to you, Carrie-san. Good, there are not a lot of girls out there like her. So hold her tight, you hear me? We are actually supposed to meet for a training session today. I promised I will come over after seeing Sasuke. Well, don't keep her waiting. Go, I got Sasuke. I should probably wait for him to wake up. I will tell him that you stopped by now, go. Itachi smiled. Thank you. Go be with her, Itachi, I will take care of your little brother. And with that she escorted him to the door and saw him out, and when she came back she checked the time, it was 11:30 a.m. Wow, those boys need to wake up. Hell, I will wake them up in 30 minutes. First I need to get their training schedules ready. 30 minutes later Carrie went into their room. Using a water technique she gave them a very wet awakening. Gasai. What the hell, Tabeo, Naruto? Eep, Sasuke. Wakey. Wakey boys, we got work to do. Ugh, Bachan, what time is it? Oh, 12 p.m. Say what? Shouted Naruto. Exactly, now get dressed and meet me outside. After she left, Naruto turned to Sasuke and smirked. You said eep like a girl team. He got a slap on the head for his comment. Quit it, we got things to do, said Sai. 30 minutes later, the boys were outside sitting on the ground wondering where their Bachan is. Hello. HHH. They all screamed. Don't do that, Tabeo. Well, we need to work on your sensing skills. Bachan, what's sensing? Sasuke and Sai looked at Naruto like he had grown 3 different stupid heads. Luckily Kari answered him before Sasuke insulted him, and dampened his likeness of asking any more questions. Excellent question, Naruto-kun. It is? Asked a confused Sasuke. Indeed it is, Sasuke-kun. You see boys, there is a difference between sensing and sensing. That does not make any sense, Bachan, they sound the same to me, said Sai. Okay Sai, what is sensing? Simple, the ability to find your opponent's or an object's location. Correct, but incomplete. You see there are 2 types of sensing in the shinobi world. What are they, Bachan? Asked an interested Naruto. Good, saved it. Glad you asked, Naruto, why don't we sit down and I will explain. You see, the first type of sensing is tied to what Sai said. It is the ability of an individual to locate anyone or thing within a set limit. Just like Kyuubi did last night. He helped you locate your opponent despite the fact that he was well hidden. This part of sensing uses the sensory organs, nose, ears, eyes, and the feel of the vibrations. However, there are people like the Kyuubi who use chakra waves to locate people. They are called sensors. People who have the ability to sense anything within a given range. With me so far? Good, the other part of sensing has nothing to do with the senses. Hell, the senses are useless when it comes to this one. It runs on instinct. Animals and experienced shinobis are the ones that possess this kind of sensory ability. It is simply the ability of a shinobi to accurately know when and where his opponent is going to strike, even if he can't see him. The first one is called awareness and the second one is called perception, but yet they are both sensing abilities, just different in their details, understand? Hi. Excellent. Now based on what I just said, we are going to be upping your training. So in case what happens last night repeats itself, you boys will have more than luck and fancy weapons to fight with. Awesome, so what are you going to be teaching us, Bachan? Well, Naruto, you boys are 5-year-olds, so for now, we will focus on giving you a very solid foundation. Yeah, Kawarimi really saved my life last night, said Sai. Exactly, what a lot of people fail to know about these basics is that they are the foundation of everything you will eventually learn. If you can get your personal foundation solid early on, you can become a jounin in a matter of months. That excited the boys. So what are we learning, Kari-sensei? Asked Sasuke. The title caught her off guard for a while, but she got herself back. It had been a long time since anyone called her that. After all, her one and only students died during the war. And now I am training another set. Who is to say that these ones don't end up dead as well? Especially considering what they will be up against. She mentally shook her head. I can't think like that. These boys will be different. If I don't believe in them now, then they will not be able to fully trust themselves. In the kind of fight that they are preparing for, indecision and uncertainty is bound to get them killed. There is no way that I can allow that. I need to believe in my boys after all. If I don't, then who will? Alright, so this is going to be our schedule from now on. Monday to Friday, we will wake up at 7 a.m., get dressed, and have breakfast. By 8 a.m. we will meet here, and from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. we will work on your physical bodies. Due to your age, there is only so much we can push it, but we will. So it will be push-ups, sit-ups, press-ups, punches, kicks, reflexes, chin-ups, and laps. I will tell you the number of reps we will do on each day. After this, we will have a lunch break from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Then, we will focus on teaching you how to master the different ways you can use the Academy 3. As well as mastering your weapons both in throwing and dodging. I will also teach you the Academy-style taijutsu until you have it done to pat. We will then take a dinner break by 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. After which, in the cool of the night, we will focus on your chakra. Learning control, manipulation, and of course chakra expansion. This will end by 11 p.m., after which everybody will go to bed, then we will pick it up the next day. The weekends, however, will be your free periods to do as you please. But on intervals we will continue your studies. Can't have your brains slacking after all. So, any questions? Yeah, Bachan. Does that mean that I am staying here from now on? Because I have school. Yes, Sasuke. As of today, you, Naruto, and Sai are my apprentices. As my apprentices, you are my responsibility. So I met with your clan and basically adopted you. Sasuke smiled, but then his smile fell when he realized something. They didn't even try to keep me, did they? Carrie knew that lying would not end well. Better to tell him the truth. No, they did not. They actually gave you away quite willingly, but then again they don't see you the way we do. They will come to regret letting you go. I doubt that. Don't, you are special, and if your clan can't see that, then I pity them. You have a family here who values you very much. The reason she was saying this and holding Sasuke's shoulder was, she caught a glimpse of something in his eyes. It scared her. If Sasuke with all his potential went down that path, it will be Madara all over again. Your clan is known to have worked the vengeance path. It is a path that leads straight down to Hatred Island, which is where they are now. You have a choice to either follow in their paths or choose your own. But what if I can't choose? They are my family. Their blood runs through my veins. What if I can't help but follow them? Damn, from frying pan to fire, first Naruto, now Sasuke. I need to get these boys to believe in themselves and stop Sasuke's thought process in its track. Listen to me, Sasuke. You are right when you say that they are your family. An apple tree will without fail give birth to an apple. That is a fact that you must contend with. Same thing for Naruto. You have a bijou inside of you, and 9 out of 10 times the Jinchuriki becomes the bijou. Sai, you were born into an organization that tried to kill you and your brothers. So yes, there is every chance that you will become like them. Yes, there is every chance that each one of you will become monsters of the highest degree. However, that is the same case with every person born into this life. Civilian or shinobi. Everyone has the potential to be a demon in human skin. That, my boys, is what we call yang. The side of you that is hungry to kill and destroy. Believe me, it is strong and relentless. But it is also half of who you are. There is a part of you that is called in, your good side. As a shinobi, you will have to have both of these parts inside of you in order to survive. You will need the yang to help you survive the rough parts of life and the in to laugh and enjoy the good sides of life. They are both necessary, but the key is having a strong enough principle that will keep your dark side from crossing the line. Me? I believe that if you fight and live to defend something precious to you, it will grant you the kind of grounding that will keep your dark side at bay. What I mean is that you need to draw your strength from your love for other people. The will of fire is drawing strength from companionship and using that strength to overcome impossible odds. So the question is, what are you going to do? You can either wait for your fate to catch up to, or you can grab your destiny with both hands. So what is it going to be? She hoped that she somehow had gotten through to one of them. All she needed was for one to follow her advice. Then say it, because if the person does, it will create a chain reaction that will no doubt convince the others to join. She hoped it was Naruto. He always had a way with speeches. The boy in question was deep in thought about what he was going to do. Think you boys can rise up to the challenge? That was a vixen move by Carrie. There were boys and she just rubbed their egos the wrong way. What did she expect them to say? Sai, shockingly enough, was the first to talk. But what will be our principle? Naruto came up with the solution to that one. We never give up. That will be our principle. No matter how hard it gets, we will never give up. We didn't give up last night when we took out 2 high-level shinobi. And if fate wants to have a piece of us, then she can come get some. We will beat her senseless. We are family, and nobody messes with my family and gets away with it. Sasuke looked at Naruto's determined eyes that were practically blazing, and he smirked. Don't you mean our family? Naruto smiled and then put his right hand out, palm down. Family? Family, said Sasuke. Family, said Sai. Yes. Carrie was so proud of her boys. Despite their age, they just passed the most difficult test ever. Learning how to keep pushing forward regardless of what life throws your way. I am so proud of you boys. So many other people would have simply accepted their fate and taken the easy way out. But despite your age, you are officially part of some of the strongest people I have ever met. That is not a compliment I give out easily. The only other people that I have said this to are the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage, alongside a certain redhead ninja who came from another country to stay here. She gave Naruto a look that told him she was talking about his mother. And I just know that you three have what it takes to surpass each one of them. Now that was a high compliment. It bolstered the boys in their devotion to each other. It was game time. Bachan, I have a question. Of course, Sai, what is it? Are you going to teach us how to use our weapons? Why, certainly, Sai, of course. We will do that after you have mastered your basics. I will also be giving you drills that will help you in using your weapons. I wish I had a weapon like that, thought Naruto. Why? Oh, hello, Q. I just wish I had a weapon like that, so that they don't start to subconsciously protect me. Also, if I had a weapon like that, I will have something that is not your chakra to fall back on. Is it that you don't ever want to use my chakra? What? No, I just don't want to unless you allow me. I don't want to have to rely on you all the time. I need to carry my own weight, you know. Not cruise through life on your back. Kyubi looked at his container with shock. Are you sure that you are 5 years old? Naruto laughed. Yep, I am 5-year-old Tabeo. Why do you ask? You don't act like a 5-year-old at all. Was that a compliment? HN. Thanks. I think I can help you out with your problem. What do you mean? I have a weapon that you can use. I made it a long time ago before I was sealed in Mito. I still have an idea of where it is. But if you channel a small amount of my chakra out, then I can summon it to you. Really? Thought an excited Naruto. Ah, but Ninjen. If you misuse my weapon, I will make your life a living hell. I understand. I promise I won't. HN, you should probably warn your friends about what is about to happen. They are starting to get annoyed that you are ignoring them. Eh? What the hell, Dobe? Did your brain shut down or something? Naruto, what happened? Sorry, Bachan, I was talking to Q. He said he wants to give me a weapon, but in order for him to summon it, then I need to channel a small amount of his chakra. Sweet. Do it, Dobe, this way I won't have to hold back when I fight you. Alright, Q, go for it. Wait, does your weapon have a name? No. Can I name it? HN. Sure, why not? Thanks, okay, go. Now that he was not pissed off, he could see why Kyubi's chakra was so feared. The sheer amount of hatred that was coming off such a small amount of chakra was staggering. His features did not change, though his eyes got a tint darker. Other than that, nobody sensed anything, except Carrie, who lightly shivered from the KI. Nothing happened for a while. Sasuke almost spoke up, before the ground shook and a sword flew out heading straight for Naruto. The sword, amazingly however, stopped an inch away from his face, still in its sheath. It was a katana, but it wasn't curved like a normal-style katana. It was straight, with a blood-red sheath that had flames dancing on the surface, and a fox lying in the middle of the storm. The head and pommel was white with no intricate design whatsoever. So what can it do? That is for you to find out. I will tell you that just like Sai's bow staff is earth-related and Sasuke's blade is lightning-related, your sword is both fire and wind-related. I think I know what to call it. He then reached out and grabbed the sword and said, Erasure no Ken. Storm blade, huh, I like it. Me too. Excellent weapon, Naruto-kun. Thanks, Bachan. Alright, you guys can take today off. Training starts first thing tomorrow. The boys, of course, took off to go and play with their weapons. Sai, upon looking, found a griffin on his bow staff. Sasuke's sword had a leviathan on the blade itself, and Naruto's, of course, had a 9-tailed fox on his blade. Chapter 5. 2 days later. Kakashi couldn't stop thinking about what Carrie had told yesterday about the Uchiha clan. The situation was a lot more complicated than he thought. Troublesome. The missive in his hand wasn't helping him either. Fugaku had requested an audience with him before they attended the council meeting in an hour. Closing his eyes, he thought back to that time. Flashback. Come in. Hello, Kashikun. How are you? Hello, Carrie-sen. I am okay, just finishing up on the morning's paperwork. Yikes, paperwork, Cammy, I hate paperwork, said Carrie. Believe me, I am not a fan of it either. Why do I even have to do this? Can't we find a trustworthy person to handle this? Carrie chuckled. You know why we can't do that. Besides, see it as training for your wrist. Kakashi shook his head. Yeah, so what can I do for you? Carrie smiled. How many times have you had to say that since you started sitting in that chair? 1 time's too many, replied a tired Kakashi. Carrie smirked. Do you always like the response? Let's just say that I have a newfound respect for Hokage's patience. The response made them both share a laugh. But Kakashi knew that Carrie wouldn't come here just to check on him. Of course he was right. Anyway, I want you to know what you are up against when it comes to the Uchiha clan, said Carrie. Kakashi thought it would be something heavy, given the look on her face. But if that was the case, Sandaime-sama already briefed me. Good. But I think if you are going to do this properly, then you need to know the whole story. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. I am not going to like this, am I? I cannot promise that you will. That clan's problems reach far deeper and darker than Sarutobi told you. If something is not done, then we may be looking at a civil war at best. At best? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Civil wars are serious, Carrie-san. Believe me, Kakashi, you need to hear this. Kakashi couldn't believe this. His temporary position just kept getting more and more complicated. However, every instinct in my body is telling me not to listen. But you are right. For the period in which I am sitting in this chair, I will need all the information that I can get. So go ahead, I'm all ears. You picked a good one, Hiruzen. Okay. Sarutobi must have told you about the part that he and the previous Hokage played in the matter, correct? Hi. Well, there is more to the story. You see, the Uchiha did not support Madara in his treachery. As a matter of fact, they were pro-Senju. That was actually one of the main reasons that Madara attacked the first like he did. Madara's actions were the actions of an individual, not a clan. But of course, in typical human fashion, we blame them for everything. Humans tend to hate that which they don't fully understand or fear. The Uchiha clan fit the bill for both. However, the clan was hurt that the people they had stood by did not stand by them. You see, Kakashi, the clan is cursed. They all have a stronger yang side than the average person. This makes it harder for them to control their darkness. Also, as you know, the Sharingan grants its wielder photographic memory, regardless of what it sees. I will admit that I did not like them. Not because of what Madara did or even because of their stronger yang side. I did not like them because, instead of fighting to prove us wrong, they retreated into themselves and became what you know them to be today. Listen, that clan is part of this village. So no more distrust. They are a part that has been ignored and disliked for far too long. You and Sarutobi have taken the first step. The appointments will help delay any drastic thinking. But now you need to cement it. However, whatever you do, don't show them favoritism that will give them a big head and increase our problems. The fate of the village rests on your shoulder, Kakashi. My advice is, don't favor them but don't ignore them. They are just as important as any clan here, you hear me? He could feel her ki and he knew she was dead serious about this. I will do my best. She leaned on the desk with a hard look in her eyes. I did not ask you to do your best. I am telling you that if you fail, the village goes straight to hell. So again, did you understand what I said? Kakashi was starting to feel the weight on his shoulders. It made him want to run, but he couldn't. He had made a promise to Obito and he was going to keep it. Taking a deep breath, he looked Carrie right in the eye. You can count on me. After scanning him and making sure that he understood exactly what she was telling him to do, she nodded. Thank you, Kashikuin. You have relieved me. Thank you for telling me. So how do you think I should deal with this? The only way that you can. Believe in yourself and in your whole village. You are the Hokage after all. Yes, but this is only temporary. When Hokage-sama comes back, he will take over. Carrie looked at him like he was crazy. I see. Well, good luck then. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? This is temporal. Yeah, I am sure it is, pacified Carrie. Your tone, why the tone? At this point, Kakashi was freaking out. There was no way the Sandaime had ditched him for real, right? Don't worry, I am very sure when the Hokage comes back he will take over. She said it so sincerely that Kakashi believed her, but when she left, she shook her head in pity. Oh, you poor unsuspecting kid. Flashback end. Knock, knock. Come in. Well, it is now or never, thought Kakashi. I just hope this works out. Fugaku walked in. Kakashi decided to speak first. I heard that you wanted to speak with me. Please have a seat. Thank you. You are welcome. So what can I do for you? Well, first thing first, it seems that you are different from the last time we spoke, said Fugaku. Kakashi was confused for a second, before he remembered that he had a deal with the clan about taking out Naruto. Damn, how could I have forgotten about that? Well, I need to come clean now. Yes, I am. I have decided to give our topic the benefit of the doubt. I don't hate him anymore. I am willing to give him a chance. I now look at him as a kid. Yes, a very special kid, but a kid no less. I see. Well, does our previous discussion have something to do with my new appointment? Damn, he is direct with his inquiries. Well, here we go. I just need to believe that this works out. No, it does not. I can assure you that since I came back from my leave, I had completely forgotten our discussion, until you brought it up. I see. Why then did you pick me as your advisor? Kakashi finally saw what Carrie and Sandaime-sama were talking about. They want attention. That is all they want. Attention in a positive light and above all, the truth. And that is what he was going to do. I will not lie to you, Uchiha-sama. I did not have the best opinion of your clan. I considered you guys arrogant, jealous, and vicious. If I could avoid you guys altogether, I would be happy. However, one of your clansmen was my best friend, Obito. I promised Obito that I will be the best I can be. It is because of Obito that I gave Naruto a second chance. It is also the reason that I want to do the same for the Uchiha clan. I want to believe that a clan that produced a hero like Obito is not that bad. This is why I want to have you as my advisor. You have experienced the village's darkness and light. I need an unbiased, straight up, and honest to Kami opinion. So this is not some ploy to make up for lost sins? Oh, it started out that way. Sandaime-sama and I felt that it was time we started treating you better. To keep you in line. But I don't really care if you are in line or not. If you want to leave, you are free. If you want to rebel, you are also free. However, I need all the help I can get because there is a lot of work to be done. I see, so I was chosen for my opinion? You have seen sides of the village nobody else has seen. And while it is within your right to be angry, I want to believe that you have the strength to look at your home anew. We are far from perfect, true, but we are all we got. Fugaku turned on his Sharingan and stared at Kakashi with hard eyes. Do you trust us? Kakashi knew that this was the moment of truth, literally. No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I am expecting you guys to start a coup. But Kari-Suzen gave me quite the talk yesterday about fairness. So I am willing to see how this goes. Fugaku then smiled and turned off his bloodline limit. It appeared he was satisfied. Very well, then I look forward to working with you, Hokage-sama. It was time for Kakashi to be direct, though. Will you give the village a chance? Does my opinion matter? Does what I say affect your opinion of me? Absolutely. I need an unbiased opinion, not an anti-one. Then yes, I am willing to give the village a chance. Excellent, well, we have a meeting to get to, shall we? After you, Hokage-sama. At the council hall. They arrived quite early, so they had to wait for the room to fill up. It took about 30 minutes for everything to be ready. Kakashi noticed that Koharu kept giving him a hot glare though. If not for his position, he would have stuck his tongue out at her. But that would be inappropriate, damn ethics. So does the civilian council have their representatives ready? Yes, we have, Hokage-sama. We chose Danzo-sama as our civilian representative and Koharu-sama as our advisor. Why am I not surprised? thought Kakashi. He resisted the urge to sigh. Very well then. Shall the people of the outgoing council please leave? Well, let's get this meeting started. These documents I will pass around are meant to be signed by the people seated. What is it for? Asked a snide Koharu. You know what, screw ethics. I have had a long morning. Last thing I need is a banshee bugging me. If causing trouble is what you are here for, then please leave. Or better still, shut up so that we can move on. If you wait to see the document, your questions will be answered. Just because the council chose you, do not make think that you are untouchable. I am the Hokage, so if I don't like you, then you are gone. Do we understand each other, woman? Hi, Hokage-sama. She said those words like they were a curse, but Kakashi just ignored her. Danzo, though, was impressed, and so were the other people in the room. Finally, someone with the balls to put her in her place. Thought Tsum. When the documents were properly signed, Kakashi sealed it and kept it on him. He did not trust Danzo to just sit still if he sent it to the archive now. Alright then, the first matter of discussion will be the academy. Both the ones for the shinobi and the one for the civilian. For the civilian academy, can the civilian reps please give us a briefing on what the structure is like? I only found out how the academy runs when I became Hokage. Everybody looked at Danzo and Koharu in expectation, only to get silence. Danzo was stone-faced as usual. Koharu was flustered and could not speak. The house kept waiting in awkward silence. Even Kakashi did not. How you can come up to represent someone and not know anything them? Who does that? Okay, why don't we deal with the civilian academy in the next meeting, shall we? Does anybody know how the shinobi academy is run? More awkward silence. What the hell is this? Thought Kakashi. Does no one know anything? Okay, you know what, this council is new. So why don't we meet again in 3 days? During that time, we can do our research on the academies. They will be the topic of discussion in our next meeting. So on that note, have a wonderful day, and I will see you all in 3 days. Everybody cleared out with variant levels of blushes on their faces. Fugaku, however, stayed behind. After everyone had left, then he turned to the Hokage. Nicely done. Was it? I kind of feel like I just embarrassed my entire council. I just hope they don't think that I did it on purpose, because I did not. They won't. You just reminded everyone that we have been slacking. We need to pick it up from now on, that's all. I sure hope so. I was quite surprised that nobody knew how the Shinobi Council is run. The Civilian Council, yes, but not the Shinobi one. Well, they will surely know now. Kakashi decided that what's done is done. Time to move on. Well, good day, Uchiha-sama. You too, Hokage-sama. Root headquarters. Damn that stupid, arrogant child. Who does he think he is? Koharu exclaimed. Did you see how he treated us? Like we had no idea what we are doing? Where was that child when we won the First and Second World War, huh? How dare he disrespect us like that? He must die. We must kill him. We are not killing him, said Danzo. His calmness was only serving to piss Koharu even more. What do you mean that we are not killing him? Killing him is not the option. We have an opportunity here, and we are going to be patient enough to take it. Koharu wanted to go for Danzo's neck and strangle him. That boy now has the Uchiha on his side. Or did you not notice through that one eye of yours? Hataru said, Koharu, maybe you should calm down. This time she really grabbed him by the neck and began to squeeze. Calm down. You want me to calm down? I will calm down when I snap your neck in half. Koharu, enough, ordered Danzo. Listen to me, I feel just as much as you do about this. But we must take caution in handling this matter. It is obvious that Sarutobi is the puppeteer and Kakashi is just a puppet. Yes, but that puppet is now getting a risky amount of respect from the council. Not to mention that with the new council he has effectively killed our influence. With the way he is going to ruin us. No, he won't. He is doing exactly what we need him to do. Have you gone senile, Danzo? How is any of this helping us? Simple. We want the village to be stronger, and he is doing that. So what, we are just going to sit back and let him do all the hard work? Then what? From now on we will become Kakashi's strongest supporter. No, I will never support that bastard. I rather shove my hair pinned down his eye. You will support him through everything, until he and the entire village consider us to be second in command. While we do this, Hotaru will focus on sowing harmless rumors in the surrounding villages to discredit Kakashi and Sarutobi. I will start building my root army to the point where not even Konoha can stop us. Then we will mess up and ensure that Kakashi banishes us unjustly. What will that do? It will make Kakashi appear incompetent and unforgiving for banishing his strongest support group. It will shake the belief his followers have in him, at which point we will start increasing the harm the rumors bring by adding evidence. When Konoha is ripe for a rebellion, we will come in as Kakashi's support again. Of course he won't trust us, and when he rejects us the people will rebel. They will call for a new leader, and who better than the loyal friend that was so carelessly tossed aside? And what if they don't want us? We will use our new army to decimate Konoha and rebuild her. That sounds like a long-term plan, Danzo. Time is not a problem. We will be alive as long as our chakra remains strong. I like it. What if Kakashi and Hiruzen find out that we are playing them? Asked Hotaru. Of course they will find out. They are soft, not stupid. But they won't be able to prove anything. So what should we do? Asked Koharu. In front of the whole council, you will give a heartfelt and sincere apology to Kakashi. I would rather die, gritted Koharu. Then that can be arranged, said Danzo, but you must do this. Just think of the benefits of it. He won't believe it, said Koharu. He doesn't need to believe it. We only need the council to believe it. That will give us the leeway we need to make our place amongst Kakashi's inner circle. Koharu did not like it, not one bit. But Danzo was right. If you want to move up a level, you are supposed to sacrifice something. Right now, that something was her pride. Promise me that I will get to kill him, and I will do it. I promise. Fine, I will apologize to the fucker. Language, Koharu-chan, said Hotaru. Koharu turned with her eyes blazing at him. What was that? Nothing, Koharu-sama. That's what I thought. Danzo simply ignored them both. You have upped your game, Sarutobi. But no matter, I always get what I want. You have only delayed the inevitable. I will rule Konoha, and the entire world will bow to me or face my wrath. Carries home. The boys were about ready to drop. Their bodies were screaming in pain. Sasuke was aching in places that he didn't know he could ache in. Sai was surprised that he was not unconscious yet. Naruto, on the other hand, kept moaning like a zombie with a hangover. The reason for their pain was standing in front of them with a sadistic smile on her face. You boys are not exhausted yet, are you? We have so much more to do. Evil, you are evil, Bachan, plain and simple, said Sasuke. Oh, come on. It was not that bad, was it? Naruto stood up in anger. Not bad. It was not bad? Woman, you had us do 100 push-ups, 90 sit-ups, after which we had to climb a tree and do 50 chin-ups. Sai continued in the same annoyed tone. Then you made us hit a tree with all our limbs 200 times each. Then you had us run around the entire 2 acres of your estate 15 times. Then, as if that was not enough, you would throw kunai at us randomly. When we asked you why, you said, if we didn't dodge it, then we will get injured. But if we stopped, you will throw more, finished Sasuke. Let us just say that the boys were not amused. But Carrie was seriously impressed with their stamina. I mean, she expected that Naruto will be hard to put down. But she was so sure that Sai and Sasuke would not be able to reach half of what they did. And as for the kunai throwing, their blades healed their wounds. But damn, just damn. She did not expect her boys to be so resilient. For all their complaining, none of them quit halfway. They finished a workout that will knock out shinobis a lot older than them. They were even standing and coherent of what they were saying and hearing. Meaning that they still have some things still left in the tank, and that was damn impressive. Alright, it is 12 p.m. That means lunchtime. You boys go have a shower, then meet me in the kitchen. I will have lunch ready, after which you will be given till 2 p.m. to catch your breath. However, before you go, I want you to do a 15-minute stretch. It will help you. Here are drawings of what I want you to do. And just so you know, if you don't, there is a very good tendency that your muscles will become very stiff and painful. As she left, the boys started their stretching. Naruto said, Cammy, I thought I was going to die when we finished. No, I swear I thought I saw a light. You and me both, Dobe. Cammy, I almost thought it would never end. At one point I was glad that she was chugging kunai at us. It reminded me that I am still alive. Yeah, believe me, I hear you guys. I actually had to put my face against a tree and blow just to make sure that I was still breathing. I could have sworn that my vision tripled and I was flying at one point. They all laughed, but then Sai said, Look guys, this is training and we promised to never give up, right? Yeah, we did, and we are not going to give up because of a few physicals, said Naruto. Yeah, and do you guys know how strong we will be when we can do triple of this without breaking a sweat? Asked Sai. Let us not get ahead of ourselves here, said Sasuke. But you know he is right, said Sai. We are already far tougher than anyone in our age group, because we survived Kari-sensei's hell training. True that, but we are still going to complain to the end, right? Said Naruto. Hell yeah, replied the boys. I thought you didn't cuss, Sai, said Naruto. Yeah, you are always giving us a hard time when we cuss, said Sasuke. Look, I just think that you guys cuss too much. I did not say that you should not cuss at all. You have an answer to everything, don't you? Said Sasuke. I try, replied Sai with a smirk. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, Alright, 15 minutes is up, Tebeo. Time for lunch, you know. Hold up, Black Hole, only 5 minutes have passed, said Sasuke. What, but I am hungry, Tebeo. What else is new? Screw you, Sasuke. Language, said Sai. You too, Sayug. 10 seconds later. Is it time yet? No, we still have 9 minutes left, said Sai. Okay. 10 seconds later. Is it time yet? No, Dobe, not yet, said Sasuke. TCH, fine. 40 seconds later. Is it time now? No, Naruto, it is not time yet, said Sai. His questions were starting to grate on Sasuke's nerves. Sai just took it as Naruto being Naruto. 1 minute later. It has to be time now, right? No, Dobe, it is not time yet, gritted Sasuke. Oh man, I am hungry. We know, said Sai. Naruto sighed and bent down to check the next stretch. 2 minutes later. Oh, come on, it has to be time now. No, it is not time yet, Naruto, said Sai. Sasuke, however, had developed a giant tic on his forehead because of Naruto's questioning. 2 minutes later. Is it time now? Not yet, said Sai. Oh, come on, guys. It has to be time by now, we have been stretching forever. It is not yet time, damn it, said Sasuke. Sai, please, it has to be time now. Don't kill him, you can't kill him, thought Sasuke. The Uchiha was doing everything in his power to stop his hand from reaching for Yamato and lobbing Naruto's head off. Guys, is it time now? That's it. You are dead, Dobe. But before he could attack, though, Sai said, Stop, it is time. Naruto threw his hands in the air in relief and ran inside, leaving a frustrated Sasuke behind with Sai trying to calm him down. Everybody has a little brother, Sasuke, and Naruto is ours. We need to take care of him. Sasuke breathed in and relaxed his muscles. You are right. But that won't stop me from slapping him upside on the head every now and then. Sai smirked. How else are we going to monitor the growth of that big head of his? Sasuke laughed. Yeah, his head is pretty big. The brothers shared a laugh. 2 hours later. The boys were chilling in living room. Sasuke was reading a book, Sai was drawing, and Naruto was busy reading a comic book. Kari stood in the living room hallway, waiting for one of them to notice her, so as to check their awareness level, to see if they would notice when something in their environment changes. For 2 minutes nobody moved and Kari was disappointed. That is before Naruto raised his head up from the floor, first followed Sasuke and Sai. What's up, Bachan? Sai was the one who checked the time. Oh wow, it is 2 p.m. Guys, training time. Alright Tabeo, let's go. As she watched them go, she honestly could not be prouder. They were really something special. She was not at all sure that the world was ready for them yet. Meanwhile, the boys were already psyching themselves for what they expected to be hell training. They waited for Carrie to come out, hoping that they can survive this one or at least last till it was over. Because truthfully, they were scared of what she planned this time. Alright, like I told you boys, we will be working on your mastering of the Academy 3. Now Sai, since you already know this, I want you to help your brothers learn how to do it. When they have it down, come meet me by the lake and I will take it from there. Okay? Hi, Carrie-sensei. Good eye, will you see boys in a few? As she left, Sai turned to his brothers and struck a lecturer pose, somehow conjuring up a blackboard, a chalk and a long ruler, shocking his students. Naruto turned to Sasuke. Where did he get the blackboard from? Any possible response was cancelled when Sai struck the blackboard with his ruler. Silence, students. Students? Whispered Sasuke. I think he is losing it to Bayo. I said silence. Now then, we have a few things that we will treat today. I have a question? Yes, Uzumaki? Where did you get all this stuff from? Yeah, what he said, especially the blackboard, said Sasuke. Quiet, no more silly questions, understood? Good. We did not say that we understand, whispered Sasuke. Let's just listen, we can ask later, said Naruto. Now we are going to be studying the Academy 3. The reason that they are called the Academy 3 is they are the only ninjutsu techniques taught in the Academy. There were a lot more than that though. In fact, over 30 years ago, the Academy taught over a dozen techniques to their students, but that was probably because we were at war. So the village needed its genin to be stronger and better. That is not to say that we have weaker genin now. It is just that the eras are different. For clarification, let us consider the different eras that we have. I knew Sai was an encyclopedia of information, but why the hell is all of this important to us? Asked Naruto. I think he just likes to hear him talk. So we should still pretend to listen to his long speech for now at least, said Sasuke. 10 minutes later, Naruto was now sure of two things. One was that Sai was an encyclopedia of useless information. I mean, why the hell would he care to know about the history of drawing in Konoha? In relation to the creation of henge in the mind of great thinkers? The second thing was that Sai really liked the sound of his voice. I mean, really here loved the sound of his voice. And if they did not shut him up soon, then he will talk their ear off. Sai, you were supposed to teach us how to do the henge, kawarimi, and bushin, not give us the history of it. We can learn that later, Tabeo. Yeah, or probably never, so can we get down to it, said Sasuke. Sai blushed in embarrassment. Yeah, sorry guys, how about I just show you the hand signs for the techniques? The henge focuses on copying an appearance that you have seen. The kawarimi allows you to lock onto a log and change positions with it. And the bushin allows you to make a copy of yourself. After showing them the hand signs, he expected them to get it the first time. After all the things that they are been through in the last week, this should be a walk in the park. He was wrong. The henge was, as he expected, a cinch for Sasuke and Naruto. Kawarimi was slightly harder, but after about 20 minutes they had it down to pat. But that was where the easy streak ends. The bushin had both Sasuke and Naruto stumped. Naruto more so than Sasuke. Sasuke could at least create a clone even though it looked horrible. Naruto, on the other hand, could only cause smoke. It was frustrating. Goddamn it, why can't I do it? Even team is making a clone, even though it looks like it is ready to commit suicide. Ha ha, ha, real funny dobe, at least I am not creating a smoke screen, said Sasuke. Guys, focus, this is actually the easiest of the Academy 3. Yeah, not helping Mr. History class, quipped Sasuke. How much chakra does it need? Asked Naruto. A tiny bit, that's all the bushin needs. You just need a drop in the bucket. Yeah, but then how in the hell are we supposed to know how much a drop is? Asked Sasuke. I don't know. I guess you are going to have to just keep reducing the amount of chakra you are using until you get it, suggested Sai. Your friend does know that with your current chakra pool that is impossible for you, right? Unless you increase your control, you are wasting your time. A guy's Q said that with my current chakra pool, this is a waste of time. I have to increase my chakra control first. Sai thought about for a minute. Well, he may be right. Sasuke, that will also explain why you can't get it either. Yeah, but Bachan said we should only meet her when we are done. I don't think she would like it if we cut our training short just because it is hard. You heard Q Naruto, it is not hard, it is impossible. Besides, we are not cutting anything short. We have to increase you and Sasuke's control. Then we will try. Naruto did not like it, but he followed Sasuke and Sai to the lake where Carrie was waiting for them. When Carrie saw them, she said, "Let me guess, they learnt everything but the Bushin, right?" Naruto was shocked. Wait, how do you know that? Easy, you have a bijou inside of you and Sasuke is capable of performing a C-rank technique. I definitely would have been shocked if either one of you had gotten the technique down. Ah man, now I really wish we had gotten the technique down. Then we can shock you, of course. Carrie laughed. I am sure you would like that, Naruto-kun. But don't worry, there is plenty of time to prove me wrong. Besides, the Bushin is not a technique that I will call important. No offense, Sai-kun. It's alright, Carrie-sensei. So what are we going to learn now? Well, the end product is, I want you boys to be able to transform into anything. Also be able to substitute yourself with anything and anyone in the blink of an eye. No seals, no pop. Sasuke liked that and so did Sai. If we can do that, then we would be able to avoid any attack, not to mention be able to blend anywhere. Naruto surprisingly saw an angle to this that his brothers did not. Wait, if the Kawarimi implies dodging and the henge implies hiding, how are you going to train us to do this? Hide and seek, of course, said Carrie. The boys were confused. Even Sai did not get it. They had a feeling they were going to regret asking for clarification. But they needed to know what they were going up against, so Sai opened the Pandora's box. Would you care to explain what you mean by that, Carrie-sensei? Oh, of course, Sai-kun. What that simply means is that I will stay here. You boys will use your henge to hide from me. When you see me, I want you to use the Kawarimi to hide again. We will continue you to do this until I say stop. The boys shrugged. That does not sound so bad. I love hide and seek, said Naruto. Carrie then smiled in a sadistically. Sasuke turned to Naruto. You just had to open your big mouth, didn't you? Shut up, Sasuke. How was I supposed to know that there will be more to it? Oh, I don't know, maybe by remembering this morning's training perhaps? Fuck you, team. Boys, calm down, this training will be relatively simpler than the one we had this morning. All you guys have to do is hide and keep yourself from getting hurt. Sai raised an eyebrow at that. Wait, keep ourselves from getting hurt from what exactly? Well, from kunais, shurikens, and senbon needles that I will be throwing at you every time I find you. The rules are, you can only avoid and hide and you will not stop until I say so. Is that understood? Naruto was already shaking. You will go easy on us, right? Carrie smirked like a demon. Sure, I will. So you boys have 10 seconds to go hide. Sai decided to buy his brothers some time to get their mind right, and for Naruto to stop panicking. Carrie-sensei, what are we going to do during the night session? Carrie knew exactly why he was asking, but she could understand. Besides, this way she won't have to explain herself again tonight. Well, I will have you guys focus more on your tree climbing. When you can to do it in your sleep, we will move on to water walking. It is like tree walking. And yes, things will be thrown at you, but don't worry, it will be arrows. Oh yes, I forgot. During both this training session and the next one, you may block the things I throw at you with your weapons, but you must draw it per projectile. If you use it for more than one at a draw, then I will make you regret it. The boys gulped. Naruto lamented. We are dead. We are all going to die a horrible, horrible death. Sai and Sasuke were too terrified to say a word, especially since Carrie smiled that sick smile of hers. Okay boys, your 10 seconds start now. I had forgotten how much fun it is to be a sadistic sensei. I hereby declare hunting season open. Kukukuk. 3 days later. Council room. Kakashi wondered what today's meeting will be like. The two previous ones had been quite eventful. He was actually hoping for some excitement. Signing paperwork all day was terribly boring. He was looking forward to having some fun. Within reason, of course. He was leading Danzo in their secret game. He couldn't afford to give the old hawk an advantage. I wonder what is taking Sandame-sama so long. It has been a week since he left. Yet he is not back. This scam just keeps getting bigger and bigger. The scary thing is that now my thoughts are occupied with Hokage stuff. I mean, I won't even be here for long. So why am I even planning so far? Shaking his head, he decided to just go with the flow. For now. Hoping that he won't actually start to like this job. Because then the Sandame will give him the position permanently. Morning Hokage-sama, said Fugaku. Good morning Uchiha-sama. I trust you had an excellent night. Hi, if I may, Hokage-sama. I have a question. Of course, go ahead. Your advisors, what exactly is our post? So far, it has not been made clear. That is because the person who came up with the idea is not here to explain it. I can't tell Fugaku that though, or it will come back to bite me in the ass. Wait a minute, I think I have an idea that may just work. To be honest with you, Uchiha-sama, I did not expect all this to have been done so fast. I have to admit, all the plans I had were the ones about the academies. Fugaku smiled. I admire your honesty, Hokage-sama. If you don't have a plan, that is enough reason to send for your advisors. Then they can advise you on what to do next. A village this big cannot be run by one mind alone, Hokage-sama. Kakashi was impressed. He was expecting Fugaku to look at him with disappointment for not having all the answers. I was afraid that if I called a meeting, you especially would have been disappointed that your so-called leader does not have any plans for his village. I mean, I like the rapport that we are sharing. But you have always come across to me as a hard man. Fugaku lowered his eyes. He knew that was what his children had in mind when they thought of him. But while he had told himself that it was for the benefit of the clan, with the way things are going, the pressure the elders are putting on him will reduce. Then maybe he could reconnect with his boys again. If they will still have me, especially Sasuke, man, I really messed that one up. I can't wait for those damn elders to die. At least then I will have an element of peace in my own damn house, instead of making my home unbearable for myself and my kids. Thank Kami for Makoto, she keeps me together. You would be right in your assumption of my personality, Hokage-sama. However, I was not always this hard. While I will like it if you had plans for the village, I also know that in cases like this, it is better to seek help. Otherwise, the collateral damage from a bad decision will be spectacular. Kakashi smirked. Spectacular indeed, Uchiha-sama, spectacular indeed. The men shared a short laugh and then proceeded to wait for the council to form so that the meeting could start. It seems Fugaku is not as bad as I once thought. We could actually get along on some level. His mind started forming plans on what to do as regards the village and his advisors. That was when he remembered that this position was only temporary. So long-term plans were not in his job description. That was the Hokage's business when he gets back. I wonder if Fugaku would respect him like he does me. Wait, how is that any of my business? I should not even care about what happens after I am gone. But isn't it partially my responsibility to, make sure that things run smoothly after I leave? Damn it, I don't even want to be here. But his comfortable pose on the Hokage's seat in the council room was mocking him. Fuck me, I am starting to like this? I need to get out of here. I could always come up with an excuse. I need to wash my dogs or something. I cannot stay here another second. Hokage-sama. The sound of Koharu's remorseful tone forced him out of his thoughts. Yes? Asked a very suspicious Kakashi. I would like to apologize to you and the whole council for my behavior recently. I was out of line and blatantly disrespectful to everyone on the council. I ask that you accept my sincerest apologies. Power went to my head and I behaved far out of line. I humbly accept all the ways to which you reminded me of that. Otherwise, I am afraid of how much more I would have embarrassed myself. I am deeply sorry, Hokage-sama. And then she bowed. Kakashi was speechless. Not because of the apology, he knew it was bullshit. After all, he had gotten used to spinning bullshit since he became Hokage. So he knew that she was faking it. The kicker was why Koharu was Prodanzo and a snake. She would rather die a horrible death before she says that she is sorry, especially on this scale. It scared him more than he would care to admit. Apology accepted, you may sit down. What could she hope to achieve by doing this? I mean, getting on my side is impossible, she has to know that. And this council will not be easily manipulated, so she can't be trying to win favor after one bullshit apology. So what the fuck is going on here? He noticed that people were starting to look at him, so he decided to think on this later. Good morning everyone, thank you for coming today. Now let us get down to business, shall we? Will the civilian reps please tell us how the civilian academy is run, so that we can go about knowing how to change it? Oh, and please tell us about the Shinobi Academy. It became the civilian council's responsibility after the Kyuubi attack. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Danzo's honest, respectful tone almost made him end the council and declare a code black, which means Konoha may be facing complete annihilation. The last code black was the Kyuubi's attack, and right now he was a push away from declaring another one. But maybe that is what they want, to break him down so that he can make a mistake. Well, they were going to have to try harder than that. He is not the Hokage for nothing after all. He, of course, will deny ever stating that he called himself the Hokage of Konoha. The Civilian Academy is run and operated in much of the same way that the Shinobi Academy is run. Entrance into the Civilian Academy is done at the age of 5. From ages 5 through to 10, the children will be taught history, geography, calligraphy, maths and sciences, economics, social manners and ethics, and lastly law. From 10 all the way to 18, the subjects become more detailed and complex. They are also taught the basics of trade and homemaking. After this level is passed, the students are then allowed to choose their course of study by themselves. This is where they will learn everything that there is to know about their favored choice. For 4 years. Now all these years can be shortened if the child is brilliant enough to pass the tests and exams given. The Shinobi Academy is also divided by years. The entrance is done at the parents' or guardians' prerogative, but the standard age is 6. The children have the same curriculum as their civilian counterpart. History, geography, calligraphy, maths and sciences, economics, social manners and ethics, and lastly law. However, unlike in the Civilian Academy, the children learn about chakra. They are taught basic chakra control exercises and shinobi laws and customs. They also have courses on bukijutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. This all comes together to form a solid foundation for the students, after which their jounin senseis take over. Thank you, Danzo-sama. Does anyone have anything to add to what he just said, or any opposition? No has any opposition. Okay then, does anyone have any suggestions on how we can improve either academies? I do, Hokage-sama, said the ANBU commander. Very well then, Lion, what is it? I will like the Shinobi Academy to train their students on stealth and tracking. Okay, that is definitely important. We will take that on board. With that, Kakashi pulled out a notebook and started writing on it. Anyone else have any more suggestions? Hi, Hokage-sama, said Chuza. Will it be possible that they also learn about nutrition? Yes, Akimichi-sama, it is. Knowing what to eat and what not to eat will ensure no one is hindered during long missions. Anyone else have anything to add? It will be an asset if they are taught how to behave when on missions, especially in hostile territories or in the presence of high officials, instructed Hayashi. Kakashi cringed, yes, so that they don't cause an international incident. Good one, Hyuga-sama. May I? Asked Sum. Of course. I think that we should find a way to give the pups an edge. They are civilians among them who don't have a clan library to rely on. Those ones that are struggling should not just be discarded. Kakashi nodded, that is true. I have an idea, said Aimi, the head of the medical department in the village. Then let us hear it. Can they also learn the basics of medical jutsu as well? Well, it will reduce the number of dead genin that we are having. My teammate was a medic Nin, and Kami knows how many times she saved my life. I have a concern, Hokage-sama, said Danzo. Yes. Who is going to teach the students all these subjects? And in what time frame? They are packed as it is. Well, I have a plan for that, so don't worry. I actually need more ideas. Anyone got anything? Troublesome, can they learn strategy as well? 3 guesses, who? Absolutely okay, so anything else? It appears that was all the ideas available. Alright, now Danzo raised a very good point. But before we start making changes, nobody said anything about the civilian academy. If you think that the academy is good as it is, please raise your hand. Everyone but Shibi Aburame did. Okay, Aburame-sama, do you have some suggestions on how to improve the civilian academy? Hi, I think just because they are civilians does not mean that they can't learn the basics, like chakra unlocking and how to hold a weapon. Then, if they show potential, then they are taken into the shinobi program. Why, you ask? Because it will give them variety. I absolutely agree with you. First of all, we will add shinobi training to the civilian academy curriculum. That way, any child who has potential can also be advised to join the shinobi academy and vice versa. If a child in the shinobi academy is deemed unfit due to lack of talent and desire, then that child will be transferred to the civilian academy. I want to train people in places that they want to be. Otherwise, I am asking for half efforts, and that will not do us any good. Agreed. Everyone nodded, including Danzo and Koharu. It was starting to freak Kakashi out. Okay, so who knows about what the shinobis in reserve do for a living? I mean the retired and injured ones. Nobody knew, so they looked at Danzo and Koharu. Koharu felt a little insulted by the looks, but she simply smiled and said that she didn't know. Danzo was stone-faced as usual, at least that has not changed. Kakashi knew that he will have a meltdown if he ever saw Danzo crack a smile. I don't think he can. Well, they have been in a state of joblessness for far too long. These are our people. People who have given their all in support for their village. I did my research and I have found that most of them are living below my acceptable standard for people who have given their lives for this village. So they will be the ones in charge of teaching the students in the academy. This will also increase our workforce since our Chunin will no longer be working at the academy. Is that okay by everyone? I have a concern, Hokage-sama, said Inoichi. Yes. The students are already used to their Chunin teachers. Having new faces may not be good for them. Moreover, the reserve shinobi may not be mentally and emotionally capable when it comes to training children. They have been in reserve for a while now, and the sudden change in environment may do more harm than good for both them and the students. I thought of that. That is why the decisions of who gets to teach what will be decided by you and I. That way we can evaluate their personalities to the class that they will take. But as for the sudden change in environment, we are training shinobi. Sudden change in environment is part of the job description. They will have to get used to it. Hi, Hokage-sama. I am not without sympathy, but I want them to be as prepared as possible. I understand, Hokage-sama. Very well then. So is there any part of the current curriculum of either academy that anyone wants to change or have removed? The reason Kakashi was asking was because they were some parts of the Shinobi Academy's curriculum that he did not like at all. Flower arrangement, for example, or the fact that the students were treated like kids up until their graduation day, instead like future shinobi. He wanted to see if anyone will be able to pick out anything else in the system, to show that they did their research. I would to why the kids are learning the same things as the civilians? Asked the Hunter Nin commander. Now he and Tsum ran the Hunter Nin program together. He was in charge of running the day-to-day while Tsum in charge of training the recruits. Danzo, would you care to answer that, please? Of course, it is so that in case they decide to become civilians or were forced to, injury or mental instability, then they will have enough knowledge to land on their feet. But How many of them actually use the knowledge impacted on them in ratio to the ones who either never use them or don't even need them? He asked. It is not used by a lot of people because many of them are too lazy. But the few who actually did went on to be quite successful. What is the difference between the two sets of people? Kakashi asked. He saw an opportunity that he was not going to miss. One of them is more determined than the other, said Danzo. So we can argue that the determined ones will succeed with or without the knowledge. Yes, I suppose that argument will work. However, we owe it to our people to give them that soft base to land on when life as a shinobi doesn't work out. I know that is why I spent all night working on a plan to build a structure. It is to be a place that will be used to help people find their feet. Kind of a rehabilitation center. This works for the shinobi who are deemed unfit. Moreover, I also feel that there is a limit to the amount of theory that is needed by a child who is training to be a shinobi. The Shinobi Academy's curriculum exceeds that limit as far as I am concerned. The current Shinobi Academy is what I picture as a civilian academy. Hokage-sama, we need to be careful in how we train our students. The other villages may think that we are gunning for war, cautioned Danzo. Kakashi smirked. I am assuring everyone here that I am not looking to start a war. I lost far too much in the last war, so I am definitely not in any hurry to start a new one. Then what do you want, Hokage-sama? Asked Koharu. One thing and one thing only. I want my village to not be stagnant. It was hard for us to get to a point where we are called the strongest village among the elemental nations. And it will require determination and constant improvement to be able to sustain that reputation. Not just in terms of our military strength, but in terms of our economy, which is running on fumes right now. I am a young man, so I have been around the village and outside of it. The blunt truth is that we have become a relic that is expected to collapse due to disunity or stagnancy within the next 50 years. Who is saying such things? Asked Danzo. Obviously, I am not going to say who because they are right. Look at the village. We preach how the will of fire is a binding spirit that joins the whole village together. But when was the last time you saw that bonding spirit? Let us not even go far. Right here and now, how many of you are thinking about the complete welfare of the person sitting next to you? Not because you have known them your whole life, but because they belong to the same village as you do. I should love you people with all my heart, but yet I am struggling to even trust you. But that should not be the case. When I was a child, whenever my father left on a mission, there were people to take care of me. They did not do it because of who my father was, but because there was a child who should not be left alone. They did not want me to be by myself, so they took me in and took care of me. Can we honestly look at our village and say that we have that sense of community that we once had? I loved that village. It made me feel safe, protected, loved, and it inspired me to be the best that I can be. Not for my family name, but for the name that binds each and every one of us. Konoha. I wanted to make my village proud, so I worked and worked and worked. But now I am left wondering what happened to that society. Sum spoke up. What Kakashi was saying really touched her. Her clan had a strong pack mentality, and so she understood. 3 wars and the Kyuubi attack. Well, you are right. After 1 war and the Kyuubi's attack, I lost my way. I did things that I am not proud of. It took someone I had never met knocking some sense into me before I realized that I was being an idiot. Troublesome, you are talking revolution, said Shikaku. More like reawakening. I am not saying that things will change overnight or that it won't be without its risks. But with a council that for once focuses more on the betterment of the whole village rather than individual sects, we can make a difference one day at a time. So what do you guys think? Because I can't move an inch without every single of you. With that, he waited as they thought it over in their minds. Danzo and Koharu, on the other hand, were fuming. Even if the council did not join him, his little speech just put a kunai into their plans. Danzo decided that drastic measures must be taken. Kakashi had backed him into a corner, and he was going to show him why that was such a bad idea. The boy was going to die, only then can they get back on track. But if the council actually agrees to this foolishness, then Konoha will burn and he will rebuild it in his image. The council, however, was slowly coming around, but it was like they were waiting for someone to go first. Sensing their hesitation, Fugaku decided to go first. I am with you, Hokage-sama. I and my clan have a lot of things to make up for, excuses aside. And so on that note, where you lead, I will follow me and my clan. Thank you, Uchiha-sama. You are definitely not who I thought will be the first person who would support me. Wait, I mean Sandaime-sama, I am only here till he arrives, whenever that will be. You have my full support as well, Hokage-sama, said Tsum, who was very impressed with the level of leadership that Kakashi was displaying. I guess the pup is an alpha after all. And with that came the domino effect. Everyone pledged their full support to their Hokage, and it made Kakashi very proud of the people who he had chosen as members of his council. Even Danzo and Koharu said that he had their full support, but he knew it was bullshit. Not just because of the fact that he did not trust them, but because he saw the looks in their eyes. They screamed of murderous rage that, quite frankly, scared the hell out of him. Maybe I went too far there. I mean, it is not like I needed to make that speech now. Kami, I am so dead. Of course, he could not let his fears be noticed, not with the atmosphere being what it was. But he made sure not to look at either Koharu or Danzo for fear that he might start shaking. He could not have that, not today when he had won in such a convincing manner. Besides, what is the worst a couple of old people could do? It is not like they have any abilities that he did not know about. Just as he said that, though, he got a very uncomfortable feeling in the pit of his stomach, and that did not bode good tidings at all. Wow, I am grateful for the support. I am going to pass out empty sheets as well as forms that I made. They concern the changes that will be made to the academies. Now what I want is for everyone to write down any ideas that they have and fill the forms how they see fit. Obviously, I have added what was discussed today in my notes, and I will review them later on. I want everyone to return the files first thing tomorrow morning. Deadline is 9 a.m. Then my advisors and I will look at them and decide the best possible route to take. The meeting will hold in my office at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, and by 10 a.m. 2 days after that we will have a council meeting where the work will be presented to the House for vetting. After which the changes will take effect, that is, if there are no other things that are deemed important enough to add to it. On that note, is there anything we would like to discuss? Does anyone have any questions or comments as regards the meeting today? Yes, I have a question, Hokage-sama. The tone in which Danzo used to say those words were no different from his usual tone to the casual observer. But Kakashi was not a casual observer. He felt his blood chill when Danzo spoke. It felt like he was in the presence of a beast who wanted nothing more than to kill him slowly and painfully. Yes, Danzo-sama? Please don't kill me. When is the Sandaime returning? He has been gone for quite some time now. I am afraid I do not know. He told me in his last letter that he will be back soon, but as to when he did not specify. That was a big fat lie. Sarutobi had not contacted him since he left, and it was starting to worry Kakashi. I mean, god of shinobi or not, he was alone out there, and he was sure that Konoha's enemies knew about his departure. He just hoped that he was okay. I see. So does anyone else have any concerns? Alright then, meeting adjourned, but before we depart next meeting we will talk about the village's current economic state. So I expect us to be able to come up with a way on how to first of all pay our debts to the fire daimyo and ways on how to generate income, because we need money. So I hope to see you all in a few days, thank you. And with that everyone cleared out, while Danzo and his trusty sidekick Koharu practically storming out. But perhaps all was not lost because the Sandaime Hokage was at the gates of Konoha greeting the guards stationed there. Good day, Hokage-sama. How was your trip? Excellent. How is the village? In good shape, sir. Very good. Well, I will see you boys around. Have a good day, Hokage-sama. And you as well. He headed straight for the Hokage Tower, greeting people along the way, and then went up the stairs. He had noticed Danzo and Koharu storming away in a distance, so that must mean that Kakashi is doing a good job. Perhaps too good. It looked like Danzo was ready to kill the first person who even looks at him the wrong way. Come in. What in the world did you do to piss Danzo off so bad, Kakashi-kun? Finally you are back. Kakashi was so relieved that he practically sank into his chair, amusing the old man. Boy, have I got a story to tell you. Sarutobi then sat down and said, Well then tell me. And so Kakashi told him everything that had been happening since he left, and the Sandaime was impressed and highly amused. You threw Koharu out of the council room literally. The thought caused him to laugh his hat off. Yeah, now that I think about it, that was pretty funny. Her apology, however, was not I still don't know why she did it. I do it is a tactic that I know Danzo is capable of. Tell me. At the end Kakashi was both very scared and damn impressed. Kami, that is fucked up. Indeed, but so far you have done a remarkable job, Kakashi-kun. Well, I guess I am not bad for a temporary Hokage. Tempo. About that, you see, I retired from the position of Hokage. Oh, well, for you, you need a little vacation. You have more than earned it, so who is your replacement? Do I know him? I believe that you do. Oh well, who is he? You. Kakashi stopped, then laughed. Ha, good one, Hokage-sama, you are real funny. But as he kept laughing, he noticed that the Sandaime maintained his serious face and mood. Wait, you are not joking? No, I am not. But this was supposed to be temporary. Indeed, and I was going to choose a new replacement when I returned. However, you have what this village sorely needs, and so your appointment is now permanent. But wait, what about informing the daimyo and the documents involved? Why do you think I am so late? Ah, fuck me. Come on, it is not that bad. Screw that, I am dead weight, so you will formally tell the council of this, right? Yes, and going out the window will not help you in this matter. I can't be Hokage. Find someone else. I can't do that. The council wants you, and you have the Uchiha clan's trust. That is not something that they give easily. If we appoint another Hokage now, what stops them from thinking that we are not serious? Do you really want to give Danzo that kind of ammo to use against us, considering what he almost did if I had not warned you of it? But look, Kakashi, I know that you are scared. But look at it this way, your village needs you. Your council needs you. They need you to be their leader and lead them. You have done so much already. You should be proud of your success. Gaining a new council, the trust of the Uchiha clan, and putting Danzo in a tight spot is damn impressive. I only followed the plans that you left me. I am going to be on your advisory body, so the plans will still be there. But I need you to be at the forefront of this mission. Saving our village. So in your own words, are you in or not? Kakashi saw clearly what he needed to do. He just wasn't sure if he wanted to do it. But when he looked at his companion, he realized that if he said no, he will be giving this old man far more headaches than he needed. So he made his decision. I am with you, Hokage-sama. The Sandaime breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Kakashi. Yeah, I just hope that I can make you proud, Sandaime-sama. You have already my boy. It was on. Chapter 6. Kakashi was lost. In his haste, he forgot that he had never been to Suna before. At first he tried to follow tracks left by a carriage, but a sandstorm blew that chance away. Now he had no idea where he was. After walking for what felt like ages, he saw a small cabin house ahead of him. He figured that he could just go in, get a map, find Suna, get the poison, and be home in no time. He had no idea how wrong he was. He was too tired to bother with manners, so he just barged in. If there was anyone here, they won't be a problem for him. But as soon as he walked in, he got knocked out. By the time he came to, he was tied to a chair in the middle of the room. Surprisingly, he had access to his chakra. What kind of interrogator allows her subject access to his chakra? The kind that does not care if he breaks out or not. I will simply knock him out again. Kakashi couldn't see her face, but he knew that it was a woman. Discreetly, he started forming hand seals. That is conceited, you cut me off guard. You won't be able to do that again, said Kakashi. Chidori. Despite his speed, he barely saw her move before he was out cold. Again. The embarrassing thing is, despite whatever precaution he took, she was always able to take him out. This time, when he woke up, he was once again tied to a chair. He decided to first assess his opponent. Running blindly was no longer working. Who are you? Someone who is curious as to what a Konoha shinobi is doing in the middle of the desert. I know it can't be a mission. They would have given you a map, unless you lost it. I am here on a mission, said Kakashi. A mission to find the scorpion's fang. His captor was shocked and it showed. Do you just say the scorpion's fang? What in the world does your village want with that? It is none of your business. Now let me go. I just want you to point me in the direction of Suna so that I can get it. Suna will kill you for trying to get your hands on the country's most deadly poison. And when they see your headband, they will think that Konoha is gearing up for something. Like a war. Not even your Hokage will do something that reckless. So who is it that you want to kill so badly? None of your business, gritted Kakashi. It becomes my business when your actions may destroy the peace that I am currently enjoying. So are you going to tell me, or would I have to make you? Just because you are fast enough to stop me, does not mean that you can make me tell you anything. I see. Well then I was going to have lunch, before you decided to barge into my home. Kakashi scoffed. The promise of food is not going to be enough to break me. I am not interested in breaking you. I am going to let you starve and die here, after which I will place your body in Fire Country for one of your fellow shinobis to find. Your medics will discover the COD to be hunger. Also, since you went off on your own, they won't be able to trace where you came from. In which case, you will be treated as a shinobi who died as a result of lack of food. And no backlash will come to me or Suna or even Wind Country. That, my friend, is what I call a win-win situation. Kakashi at that point was worried. Because like she said, starving him will work in her favor. But if he died, then that disgusting creature will live on. That was something that he could not allow. There was no way that that beast was going to be allowed to live another day. But she was right about the other thing. Scorpion's fang was Suna's deadliest poison. There was no way that they were going to let it go. Even if he got it, he would raise tensions between the two countries, and the last thing he wanted was another war. So his only hope right now was to spill and hope that she can help him. She is strong after all. All right, fine. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I am talking about. No, I don't know what you are talking about. And can you make it fast? My lunch is ready. Kakashi growled at her behavior. Damn that woman. This is hard enough as it is without her smack. I am waiting. Kakashi took a deep breath and focused his goal. He was willing to do whatever it took to achieve that goal. Even swallow his pride and submit to this smack-talking woman. I will tell you why I need the poison. When it looked like she might say something quirky, a senbon caught the ropes holding him. Well, don't just sit there. Come over, you look starved and thirsty. I am in a hurry. Indeed you are. But if you go anywhere like this, the desert will swallow you. So come over here and get something to eat. You can fill me in afterwards. He was about to say no again and stand his ground, before his stomach betrayed him, making anything he said from now on a moot point. So, fine. Lunch was special. It was different from anything that he had ever seen. He did not know just how hungry he was, until he saw how many plates he had stacked before he was satisfied. Damn, you were hungry. Kakashi was too embarrassed to raise his head and look at her smirking face. Oh, come on, you are too young to not eat as much as you want. Besides, you need some meat in you, you are too skinny. I am not skinny, said Kakashi. She just laughed and actually grabbed his cheeks and squeezed. So embarrassing. Now I am going to do the dishes. While I do that, look around and get comfortable. After I am done, we can talk. Kakashi was about to speak up, but he decided not to push it. Evidently, she did not need him, but he needed her. The cabin seemed to come to life when he actually looked around. It was a medium-sized cabin, a large living room plus the dining area. By his right was the kitchen area. His left was a bathroom, and behind him was probably the bedroom. He could not open the door since it was locked. When he was finished with his inspection, he went to sit on the couch. This was when he actually took his time to look at the woman who had repeatedly taken him down. She was 5 feet 9 inches with a great build. She had light red hair flowing down her back. With the dress that she was wearing, he kept having flashes of Kushina and it made his heart hurt. He stopped looking at her. It was too much, too fast. So he closed his eyes and tried to calm his racing heart, before he did something that he might regret later on. Like hugging a stranger simply because she reminded him of his surrogate mother. He could not afford to lose it, not here, not now. He just hoped that she did not have Kushina's amethyst eyes. Otherwise this would be 10 times difficult. Thankfully, when she came around to sit down beside him, she did not have amethyst eyes. She had dark blue eyes, and for a while Kakashi thought he was saved. However, the lighting around her eyes caused the dark blue change to a purple shade. He almost broke down. Are you okay?" He was not okay. He was far from okay. When Obito and Rin died, he bottled it up, bearing the responsibility for their deaths on his shoulders, refusing to cry and vent. Instead he threw himself into the job. But then he met Kushina and everything changed. She made him cry. Whenever something happened on a mission, he knew he could always crawl into her laps and cry. She would talk or sing to him and he would feel so much better. Minato always said that Kushina was cheating on him with their son. Remembering that his second parents were dead was becoming too much for him. He needed to get himself under control or he would break down. And he did not deserve to cry for them. Not until the beast was dead. Only then would he be able to vent and let it all go. He almost had himself back when she put her hand on his cheek and asked if he wanted a hug. This time he really did break down. Aya just pulled him in and held him as he cried his eyes out, stroking his back and whispering sweet words into his ears. Somewhere at the back of his mind he knew he should stop. He did not know this woman, not to mention he was supposed to be representing Konoha. He was not supposed to cry. It was Shinobi 101, everyone knew that. He was an ANBU captain for cripe's sakes, but it felt so good. After all these years to finally just cry it all out, he may regret his decision later on. But right now he needed this. He can pick up the weight allotted him later. Right now all he wanted to do was to a 19-year-old who had lost everyone close to him. After a few minutes, he stopped crying and raised his head off her shoulder. "Sorry about that. I should not be crying on a stranger I just met." "And tried to kill," smirked Aya. "Yeah, sorry," said Kakashi. "My name is Aya and you are?" said Aya. "Hatake Kakashi." "All right. So Kakashi, do you want to tell me what happened to make you want to kill someone so badly?" Kakashi frowned. "He killed people I loved." "I see, tell me." Kakashi knew that he should not. Some of the information was village secrets. He really should not share them with a potential threat. But he needed to vent. He can worry about village rules and ethics tomorrow, but not today. "I lost my mother when I was 3, so it was just me and my father for a long time. He was important to the village and I wanted to be just like him. So I trained myself hard into the ground and I became a genin at a very young age. Everyone called me Konoha's prodigy and things were getting good, until a mission ruined it. My father and his team went to complete a certain mission. I can't tell you what it was. It went bad. My father was faced with 2 choices: complete the mission or save his team. He chose the latter, and because of that he became an outcast, and so did I. Eventually he killed himself. I was the one who found him dead in his study. After that I held the rules close to my heart and vowed to never make my father's mistake. I was placed on a team with a medic Nin and a dead last. While the medic was good, the dead last was always too emotional and tardy. My sensei, however, was always there for me. It wasn't long before I started looking up to him. Before long I made Chunin, followed by the rest of my team. Things were okay. That was when everything changed. We were sent on a mission at the tail end of the Third Shinobi World War. We split up. Minato-sensei went to support the front lines while my team and I went off on an espionage mission. On the way, the medic Nin was kidnapped. The dead last, Obito, wanted us to save her instead of completing the mission. I was not about to make my father's mistake, so I chose the mission over Rin. He got pissed at me for it, and after scolding me he took off on his own. I had just been promoted to Jounin, so I was right in my father's shoes. I went after Obito. In the process of helping him, I lost my eye, and he unlocked his Sharingan. So we saved Rin, but we made a rookie mistake. Our opponent caused a rock avalanche. Obito pushed me out of the way. When we came to, his right side had been completely crushed under the rocks. So he decides to give me his eye as a present for my promotion. Hence how I have a Sharingan eye. He told me to promise to protect Rin, but I could not, and Rin died too. After a few years, I was okay. My surrogate father Minato and my surrogate mother Kushina were having a baby. That was when the Kyuubi no Yoko struck. It tore a path in our village, and at the end of it Minato, Kushina, and Naruto, their son, died. I lost all I had because of that damn creature. That is why I need that poison. I need to kill that thing. Aya was stunned. She expected a fucked up story, but just damn. What is Sarutobi-sensei doing? A member of his ANBU force wants to kill the village Jinchuriki. Man, talk about a delicate situation. Kakashi, I don't think that I need to tell you that revenge-seeking never ends well. I can see that you don't care about what happens to you. All you want is blood, correct? It deserves it, and I am not the only one who thinks so, gritted Kakashi. I see, tell you what. How about a test? I want you to draw your kunai and strike me with all the hatred you can muster. You have one shot. You hit me and I will help you out. Kakashi poured all his emotion into a drive aimed for her neck. Aya blocked his strike with a kunai. He didn't even see her draw one. Any comments he would have made died when he saw the look on her face. She was smiling widely at that. What are you smiling about? Asked Kakashi. You don't hate the Kyuubi, do you? Of course I do. It caused all my current problems. Did it now? I quipped. What are you talking about? I hate the Kyuubi and I want it dead. But then who will bear all of your hatred and fears? Said Aya, you need the Kyuubi. It gives you a target to pour all your energy into. Because what you really hate is yourself. Kakashi was in shock. How? How can you say that? I may tell you that later, but first there is something that you need to know. You are scared. You are feeling guilty for not being able to save those that you care about. You have survivor's guilt. Why did you make it and they didn't? That is what makes you pour so much hate and energy into hating the Kyuubi. And by association, a child whose only crime, as far as I can tell, is being host to the Kyuubi. A job I am sure he did not ask for. Kakashi, everyone who loses a friend or a family member will plays the what-if game. Some like you will find anyone else to blame for what happened. Then they will do everything possible to make that person's life miserable. Others will withdraw into themselves, and some will delve into anything to make the pain go away. All of this is wrong and they know it. You know it, but you are too scared to admit it. That's a lie. It is his fault, he did it. Okay then. Whack! Kakashi yelled as a frying pan met his head. Why did you do that? What makes you think that I did anything? Blame the frying pan. The frying pan did not do anything. Okay then. Blame your senses for not warning you of the incoming danger. You were too fast. Fine. Then the fault belongs to your head for not absorbing the pain or negating it. My head is not at fault here, you used a frying pan. So everything else is at fault except you? Yes. Oh. Exactly, Kakashi, they are a lot of people and things to blame for your current circumstance. Your mother for not surviving, your father for committing suicide, Obito for trying to be a hero, Rin for not making life easier for you by staying in the village instead of going out into the field, Minato for fighting the Kyuubi, Kushina for dying, the Kyuubi for attacking, Kami for not preventing any of it. If you are looking for someone to blame, you will always have an abundance of people. But the thing about pointing fingers at people is that there are always at least 3 others pointing back at you. So what? It is my fault that everyone I care about is dead? It could be, again, anyone is to blame. Perhaps what you should do instead of finding poisons is to channel your anger and insecurities into something positive. Like what? You have survivor's guilt. So the best thing to do is think of what your loved ones would want you to do, small things. Wash your dishes, eat healthy, practice your singing skills. Just focus on slowly doing things that you would have done if they were there. Only this time around do them to make them proud. Something tells me that they won't be able to move on until they know that you will be okay. I don't know if I can do that, Aya. You can do anything if you believe enough in yourself. Just focus on doing them slowly, one at a time, bit by bit. If you think that a particular step will be too much for you to handle, then stop, breath, and ask yourself if it is important. So what, I should forgive that thing? For your sake, yes, you should. Revenge makes your target a king in your life. He will be in your every thought. Every decision that you make will revolve around him, and is that not too much power to give to someone that you are supposed to hate? Look, you don't have to listen to me. But the path that you are walking on will do you no good, I can promise you that for sure. How can you be so sure? Because I was where you are. My sensei told me what I am telling you right now, and while I did not like it, I did it and I am better. Kakashi did not like it, but he knew she was right. He needed to get his shit together. They would not want him to be like this. As for Naruto, he would try to give him a second chance. The keyword here is try. You should be heading back to your village. Let me get you a map and some supplies. Chapter 7. The strain of the Hokage seat was starting to eat at Kakashi's patience. Between yesterday's roller coaster and his meetings with his advisors and Inoichi today, he was exhausted. The real annoying part was who was coming to the meeting. Koharu. He hated the fact that the civilian council chose her and Danzo to be their representatives. Danzo had the cunning to be a council member. Koharu was just a massive pain in the ass, and he would have to deal with her for the next 4 years. Oh joy. Kami, why the hell can't that woman just die already? It is almost like she lives to torment everyone around her. And it is starting to get real old real fast, thought Kakashi. I wonder, what if I slip and launch a Chidori at her? Under the excuse that I thought I saw a spy? That way, even if I miss, I can say that I tried to save her life. And if she dies, then I can claim unintentional murder. It's perfect. Killing her is not going to work, said an amused Sarutobi. The old Hokage had just walked in. He knew the look on Kakashi's face well. It was the same one he got before a meeting with his then advisors. He wanted to murder them too. But that was not the way of the Hokage. However, he would be lying if it wasn't freeing to see that it was somebody else's problem now. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Asked Kakashi. Retirement, why of course yes. Although the look on your face is quite an enticing bonus, smirked Hiruzen. Really? Then I am sure you won't mind handling this meeting. Nope, I am afraid that I cannot. But I can, however, make your life easier. How exactly do you plan on doing that? Asked Kakashi. You already said that I can't kill her. True, but you can choose not to deal with her today. All you need to do is send Koharu a missive instructing her to take full charge of the meeting arrangements. How in the world does that help me? Said Kakashi. That is the last thing that I need. Well, it is currently 9:15 a.m. Koharu loves her beauty sleep, so if she sees a missive like that, she would doze off till 9:30 a.m. at least. Her morning rituals usually take about an hour and a half. After that, she will consult Danzo to come with a plan for the meeting. This will go on for at least 30 minutes before she sends the meeting plans out. I love the plan, said Kakashi. But what stops her from accusing me of cutting her off? Easy, you send Chunin Shinobi with another missive saying she should start coming now. After all, an advisor should always be ready to answer the Hokage's call no matter what. However, the Chunin will be given strict instructions to knock at most 3 times. If they get no reply, they should leave. We will send them there at intervals when we know that she won't be there. That way she can't blame us for anything. So what do you think? ANBU, get this missive to the Chunin outside. Tell him to deliver it to Koharu. Hi Hokage-sama. Sarutobi chuckled. You don't waste time, do you, Kakashi-kun? Of course not, time is of the essence here, said Kakashi. Oh, and if she comes after my head for this, I will throw you under the bus. How very noble of you, Hokage-sama, deadpanned Sarutobi. Kakashi, I smiled. Then he recalled something. On a more serious note, she and Danzo really scare me. There was just something vicious about them yesterday. And honestly, it freaked me out. Sarutobi became thoughtful. Yes, I have seen that side of them on occasions. However, I don't think you need to worry about that. They won't risk their standings to actually attack you. How sure are you? Well, considering the things that you have done. I am 20% sure. Kakashi screamed. What, that is not good enough, damn it. Sarutobi chuckled. Relax, Kakashi-kun, I only know Koharu to be aggressive. Danzo prefers torture. You are not helping me. Sarutobi knew that he should probably stop scaring the young man, but he could not help it. It was too much fun. Although Danzo has been known to use a wind jutsu to cause someone to implode, it was quite the mess. I still don't know how he did it though. Kakashi at this point was close to hyperventilating. Instead of encouraging him, the damn Sandame was adding fuel to fire. Dear Kami, I am so dead. So very dead. But like I said, Kakashi, they won't kill you in public. However, you should probably sleep with your eyes open. You know, just in case I am wrong about them killing you. What is with you and that window? I am going to Suna, said Kakashi. I have a friend there. I can live with her. You do? Wow, good for you, Kakashi-kun. But I have a question. What stops Danzo from sending his root ANBU after you? He could also convince the Fire Daimyo that you are traitor to the country. That means that you would be an enemy to the entire country. You will have my back? Said a hopeful Kakashi. Now we both know I cannot do that. I have no idea why you left. You do know why I left. You started it. I did? Sorry, I am an old man, so my memory tends to get a little fuzzy sometimes. You wouldn't, said Kakashi. Sarutobi looked around confused. Sorry, Kakashi, but what am I doing here again? A dark cloud formed above Kakashi's head as he went back to his seat. The Sandame smirked, clearly enjoying himself. This was the scene that Fugaku walked into. It left him feeling very confused. Something wrong, Hokage-sama? Ah, Uchiha-sama, how nice to see you. I was just telling Kakashi here some interesting news. Oh, what news could have made him like this? Asked Fugaku. Things like the darker part of my former advisors. The people he seems to be pissing off on quite an interesting level, if you would forgive the language. Hi, so he is afraid? Asked Fugaku, confused. Indeed, of what I don't really know. I mean, I may have told him that I am 20% sure that they won't kill him, but that he should sleep with his eyes open, just in case I am wrong. Fugaku, of course, missed the joke and took it seriously. They would actually do that? Sarutobi, upon hearing the tone of the question, knew that he had two options. Tell Fugaku the truth so that he would be ready, which would mean telling him the whole plan. Or he could tell him to chill. Something the Uchiha head sorely needed to start doing. Let me put it this way. I meant it as a joke. However, everybody in this village is a potential threat. No one, though, is more of a threat to the village than my former advisors. As to explaining why, you would have to wait for Kakashi-kun to tell you. After all my time is past, it is a new era now. I am afraid I do not understand, Hokage-sama, said Fugaku. Sarutobi put his arm on Fugaku's shoulder, surprising the Uchiha with the personal touch. Let us just be patient. I have faith in our young leader, so don't worry. Now, Kakashi-kun, stop being dark and gloomy. We have a meeting ahead of us. You know what to do, correct? Kakashi took a deep breath and tried to calm his nerves. Then he wrote the second missive and instructed his ANBU to handle the matter while he had a meeting. Kami, I am so going to regret shaking the hornet's nest, thought Kakashi. I may need all the help I can get. Sandame-sama, I want to inform my advisors of exactly what is going on. Sarutobi was taken aback by the sudden approach. Normally, he would have preferred to keep that kind of information a secret. He was not sure that telling them will help in any way. But like he told Fugaku, it was a new era and he needed to trust Kakashi. Very well, Kakashi-kun, but after the meeting is over. Hi. Okay, Fugaku was very interested and irritated that he didn't know what was going on. However, he was happy that he was being let in on what sounded like a high-level secret. Finally, we are getting the respect that we so richly deserve. I guess the Sandaime is right, I should trust our new leader. But I have a feeling that that missive means something. I am sure I can just ask, of course. What is the purpose of the missive, Hokage-sama? In simple terms, it is meant to keep Koharu away from this meeting, said Kakashi. And in complex terms, that will be explained later. I promise that everything is connected. You will better understand it if you know the whole truth, instead of pieces of it. Then won't it be wise to postpone this meeting until we have this all settled out? Kakashi looked at Sarutobi, who gave him an "it is your call" look. Inoichi is part of this meeting and I already have most of the groundwork done. It would present instability if we call for a meeting and then can't hold it. I promise we won't have this meeting for more than an hour.